Why I'm torn between the girl I love and her younger sister, Yuri Love Triangle. Volume 1, by Anyuka Anzu, translated by Ren, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. It would be a lie to say I wasn't narcissistic. Some people say your first love never works out, but I was sure I'd be the exception. After all, I had always believed that Najisa and I felt the same way about each other. Our eyes met often, and though she wasn't usually one for physical contact, she would take the initiative to hold my hand. She would even give me a smile when she thought I wasn't looking. Most importantly, I could feel her affection for me in her everyday words and actions, and so I confessed to her. But, I'm sorry. I can't go out with you, Yuika. I'm truly sorry. Hi. That day, I was spectacularly rejected by my first love, Hanafusa Najisa. My first love was shattered to pieces, and my nose, held high with narcissism, suffered a perfect compound fracture. Please, please laugh at me. Better yet, curse me out for being a conceited woman who got the wrong idea. If you do, I'm sure I'll be able to move forward again. Section. PFFT ha. That's hilarious, ahaha. Why, you don't have to laugh that hard. Yuzuha burst out laughing. I felt my heart shrivel even more. No, you're the one who told me to laugh, Yuika. I know I did, I know, but... Sigh, you're really hung up on this, aren't you? It's been a month. It's about time you got over it. I know, of course I know that, but... Of course I knew. Just a month ago, I had Yuzuha hang out with me for a whole week, all to forget my feelings for Najisa. I knew it was wrong of me to drag Yuzuha around and then still say I couldn't get over my first love. I was more aware of that than anyone. But if it were that easy to forget, I never would have fallen for her in the first place. Yeah, it hurts when your first love doesn't work out. I get it. You've been through this too, Yuzuha. Nope. In my case, we went out, but I realized we weren't a good match, so I dumped him. Could the romance pro please not try to empathize with me? For someone like me, for whom mutual love is a struggle, talk of dumping or being dumped after getting together is completely foreign territory. What does dating even mean? What is love? What is liking someone? What are the odds that the person you like likes you back and you become a couple? It was a problem that probably couldn't be solved with math A or B. But still, Yuika, you were pretty bold. Hi. Confessing right as we started our second year. Did you ever consider you might get rejected? NGH. And then you got seated right behind Najisa after the classroom change. Isn't it awkward? Just as Yuzuha said, I hadn't anticipated being rejected by Najisa. So the day I saw Nagisa's name on the class roster, I confessed to her, and this was the result. In a moment of desperation, I'd said something clingy like, let's still be friends. But honestly, I had no idea what to talk to her about. The weather hobbies class, nothing felt right. It's so awkward. Yuzuha trade seats with me. I don't mind, Yuika, but are you sure you want to? On second thought, I don't. How pathetic, so foolish. People always say that love at this age is just a game. If it doesn't work out, you just find someone else. I knew it would be better to forget. I understood that. But there was no way that the feelings I'd held since junior high could just vanish in a single month. So I remained pathetically hung up on her, watching her back during class. The way her hair swayed in the breeze, the way she quietly held her mechanical pencil and wrote. Her every casual gesture was endearing to me, but I knew that staring at her like this was getting creepy. If only I could just flip a switch and move on, just as I was about to let out a sigh. A head of bright brown hair swayed into the corner of my vision. N-Pai. Ah, Mimi-chan. Dressed in her shiny new uniform, Mimi-chan was calling to me from the classroom doorway. I waved. Without a hint of being intimidated by the upperclassmen's classroom, she walked right over to me and sat down on my lap. What's up? It's rare for you to come to my classroom. I have a little favor to ask you, senpai. What is it? If it's something I can do, ask away. After school today, could you give me a tour of the school? A tour of the school? I still don't really know my way around all the facilities. So I was hoping you could show me around, senpai. Ah, I see. Okay, I get it. Then after school, I'll come get you from your classroom. It's 1 to 3, right? Yes, I'll be waiting for you, senpai. See you later, Soromoto senpai. Ah, yeah, see ya. Mimi-chan gave my thigh a pat and stood up. She's like a cat. I'd known her since junior high, but she hadn't changed a bit. Things were a little awkward now for various reasons, but the way she looked up to me like an older sister made me genuinely happy. That was Nagisa's little sister, right? Yeah, Hanafusa-Mimi-chan. She just started this year. Huh, so how does she know my name? I probably told her about you. I see, so you're guilty of leaking private information. What kind of crime is that? The sentence is life in prison. Isn't that a little harsh? As Yuzuha and I were chatting, the bell for the next class rang, and everyone returned to the classroom. Among them, of course, was Najisa. As I watched her, our eyes met by chance. Before, I probably would have smiled and waved. But now, all I could do was look away. She silently pulled out her chair and sat down in front of me. Her shoulders were so close, yet they felt so far away that I couldn't reach them even if I stretched out my arm with all my might. Unable to even think of a reason to tap her shoulder, the next class began. Hearing the brass band really makes it feel like it's after school, huh? Ahaha, it does. My junior high didn't have a band, so it feels kind of new. You sound like an old lady, senpai. She skipped ahead of me with light steps. Her short skirt swayed gently. That skirt, so much shorter than I could ever wear, felt like a symbol of youth. We were only a year apart, but there was a pretty big gap between a first year and a second year. Obvious differences, like the color of our ties and all sorts of other things. Well, I'd felt the same way last year. Well, still, high school is so free, it's great. The rules are lax, you can dye your hair however you want. It's practically a paradise. It is, that color looks really pretty. Ah, you think so too? I quite like it. You know, black hair just feels so serious. It's annoying, don't you think? Is that so? I'd known her for over 2 years, but her sensibilities were still as unique as ever. Is being contrary about everything a privilege of adolescence? I wouldn't really know. I think your hair is really pretty too, senpai. It has a nice, natural look. Though it's not as beautiful a color as yours and Nagisa's. Is that so? I like it. Unlike them, my hair was a dark brown, but it wasn't to the point where I wanted to dye it another color. I quite liked it myself, and Najisa had complimented it before. Is thinking that a little too much? I showed a cheerful Mimi-chan around the school building. I didn't know the school well enough to be a proper guide, but she smiled the whole time, even with me leading the way. Seeing that smile made me relax a little. An innocent smile has the power to heal. Yes, it does. Feeling a bit more energetic, I walked ahead of her with a spring in my step. I guess that's about it. You'll get used to the rest as you go. I see. Thank you so much, senpai. This was a huge help. After touring all the school facilities, I led her to the school gate. She had been smiling happily the whole time. We'd gone out together, just the two of us, once in a while, but recently Mimi-chan had been busy with high school entrance exams, so we hadn't had much chance to be alone like this. Maybe that was why her smile seemed even brighter than before. That brightness overlapped with Nagisa's. Was it because their hair color was the same now, or was it because her smile looked more innocent than before? I didn't know. I gently shook my head. Even if Najisa had rejected me, seeing Najisa and Mimi-chan was, as a senpai, no, as a person, it was just wrong. Even if their faces were similar, I shouldn't do that. We should probably get going. I'll walk you home. And no. Mimi-chan shook her head. I tilted my head. Since it's just the two of us, want to hang out somewhere before we go home? I've always wanted to take a detour after school. Hee, really? Then let's hang out for a bit. Okay, then let's go. Time waits for no one. Wait, you're too fast, Mimi-chan. You're too slow, senpai. She darted through the school gate. Whether inside the school or out, Mimi-chan was still Mimi-chan. It was to be expected, but she really hadn't changed. I hurried out of the school. Just then, a gentle breeze blew, making my hair sway. As if pulled by it, I turned to look at the school building. Was Najisa still at school? She went to the library to study a few times a week. I didn't know which days she went, but I couldn't help but look up at the windows of the floor where the library was. I hadn't seen her when I was showing Mimi-chan around, but she might still be there. Senpai. I heard a voice and my hand was pulled. Calm eyes, like the surface of a placid sea, reflected my own. You're too slow. Looks like I have to drag you along. Aren't you being a little forceful? If I'm not, you'll just keep dawdling, won't you, senpai? Or have you lost your wild instincts like a house cat or something? It's not that. She felt much more forceful than before. But it wasn't an unpleasant feeling, and I gently squeezed her hand. She squeezed back with the same amount of force. Just that simple gesture made me happy for some reason. I let her lead me away. By the time I realized it, I was no longer thinking about the library. Chapter 1, A Shard of What I Love. If you were to ask me why I fell in love with Najisa, it was because she was always so cool, working hard toward her goals. I was, for better or worse, an ordinary person. I'd lived a comfortable life, never having to particularly struggle or strive for anything. So, Najisa's efforts looked incredibly bright to me. At first, we were just friends. But gradually, I found myself drawn to her. Her profile as she quietly wrote with her mechanical pencil, the serious look on her face as she solved a problem, the gentle smile she would show me when she let her guard down. I loved every part of her. It started with loving her serious, hardworking expression, and before I knew it, I loved all of her expressions. Maybe it was simple. Maybe people would say, is a reason like that enough? But I did love her. No, I still love her. I love her so much that I wish someone would tell me how to stop. I like this time of year. Suddenly, the girl walking beside me spoke. Rather than the season, I guess I mean the Hazakura. It's more subdued than the blossoms, but it has a beautiful feeling. Don't you think it's nice? Note, the term Hazakura refers to cherry trees after their blossoms have fallen, when the fresh green leaves emerge. Ahaha, it is. It's very elegant. Come to think of it, I think Najisa liked cherry blossoms. I remembered back in junior high, a petal landed in her hair as she was watching the sakura, and I brushed it off for her. Before I knew it, my hand was reaching for the brown hair swaying in front of me. Senpai. No, what was I doing? Just because I remembered Najisa, I reached out without thinking. What was wrong with me? This was borderline obsession. Did you want to touch my hair? Yeah. I see, then you can, just for a second. She stared at me, unblinking. Her black eyes were of course different from Najisa's, but there was a similarity that nearly took my breath away. I gently stroked her head. The feeling of her soft hair swaying was pleasant. The girl who was surprisingly talkative when we spoke was now just watching me in silence. Your hair is so nice to touch. Of course it is, I take good care of it. I see, that's amazing. With most of my thoughts centered on Najisa, and with that love now shattered, I didn't quite know what kind of expression to wear. Just touching someone felt as difficult as solving a math problem, and I almost pulled my hand away. I didn't even understand why myself. Why? She suddenly spoke. Why what? Mimi-chan let out a small sigh, and then she tugged on my necktie. My body tilted, bringing our faces close, and a sweet scent filled my nostrils. My eyes widened. I'm asking why you have such a pained expression on your face while you're touching my hair. Please tell me. That's because I was rejected by Najisa. There was no point in telling Mimi-chan that, it would only trouble her. But being stared at by those black eyes, I started to feel like I had to say something. You've been distracted this whole time. Did something happen? No, nothing. Maybe I've just got a case of May sickness. Isai. She sighed, Oni-chan. The word made me flinch. Are you that shocked about being rejected by my sister? How did Mimi-chan know about that? The question filled my head. Mimi-chan gave a little laugh. It's about you and my sister, Senpai. Of course, I'd know something like that. If you knew, why did you ask? The thought crossed my mind, and she let go of my tie. Seeing you so flustered, I guess I hit the mark. I thought there might have been another reason. It's fine. I'm fine. I murmured the words as if to convince myself. They were so weak I almost laughed. People who say they're fine usually aren't. You're hopeless, you know that. She took a step closer to me. My heart skipped a beat. There were more things different about her than similar to Najisa, so why was I? I don't want to see you looking so hurt, Senpai, so I'll help you forget about my sister. Hi. In other words, I'll be with you until you've forgotten all about her. Be with me. No, I don't mean it like that. I know. To be rejected by Najisa, only to have her little sister, Mimi-chan, show me concern. Was this really okay? Was I just pathetic or what? So, Senpai, if there's anything I can do, please just say the word. She smiled faintly. The smile, illuminated by the setting sun, was breathtakingly beautiful, clear and transparent. I, a weak person, was on the verge of relying on her. Just as I was about to reach out my hand in a moment of desperation, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. NGH. I came to my senses and pulled Mimi-chan behind me. Could it be a wild boar or something? I'd seen news stories about wild boars in the city before, so it wasn't impossible. I'd heard that getting hit by a boar could cause serious injury. It was scary, but I absolutely couldn't let Mimi-chan get hurt. Bring it on. Even if I couldn't fight it off, protecting Mimi-chan was something I could probably, surely, maybe do. Just as I thought that, something emerged from the bushes. It had a long, thin body, 4 legs, and a tail. It was, without a doubt, a cat. A black cat had appeared. Judging by the clipped ear, it was a community cat. The black cat walked right up to us. So cute. I slowly crouched down and petted the black cat. It seemed used to people, showing no sign of dislike and letting out a small meow. Oh, good kitty, good kitty. Where did you come from, him? I started petting it all over, and it gave me a slightly annoyed look. Even that expression was cute, but I shouldn't do too much to annoy it. Senpai. I looked over and saw Mimi-chan giving me a completely exasperated look. Did you forget about me? And no, of course not. I just thought the cat was a little cute and I had to pet it. Isai. You really do like cute things, don't you, senpai? Mimi-chan crouched down and petted the cat. A cat-like girl petting a cat. I didn't say it out loud, but she seemed to sense what I was thinking and stared at me. What's wrong? Nothing at all. Kitties are so cute, so healing. I heard a sigh from beside me as I stroked the cat's back. Sorry for everything. I hunched my shoulders and continued to pet the cat. Thank you very much. She said suddenly. I tilted my head. Thank you for protecting me. You're welcome, I guess. It happened so suddenly it doesn't feel real. They say you can see a person's true nature in their split-second actions. This means you're a good person, right, senpai? Is that so? Hee, if that's true, I'd be happy. Being praised didn't feel bad. Though if a real boar had appeared, Mimi-chan and I both could have been hurt, but I could have at least been her shield. But even if you hadn't protected me, I probably would have been fine, senpai. Because I'm stronger than you. As she spoke, she took off her uniform blazer and rolled up her shirt sleeve a little. Here, feel. My arm is rock solid. Even if you tell me to feel it. I hesitated a little. I'd touched her hair just a moment ago without a problem, so why was I hesitating now? Touching another person shouldn't be something to be afraid of. Here, like this. Whoa, wait a second. She took my hand with her left and made me feel her right arm. It wasn't exactly rock solid, but it was certainly firm. My own arms had no definition, but Mimi-chan seemed to work out. It's so firm, that's amazing. Well, I do work out, so it's only natural. Mimi-chan looked a little proud. That expression was so fitting for her age, I thought it was cute. Just like before, she was the Mimi-chan I knew. Are you in a club? No, I'm in the go-home club. Joining a club seems like a hassle. More importantly, she brought her face close. I wasn't used to talking to people this close, so I was a little startled. I hurriedly backed away, which startled the black cat, and it ran off. I wanted to pet it a little more. Let me feel your arm too, senpai. Why? I want to prove I'm stronger. It'll be clearer if I actually feel it. Come on, hurry up. Wait a minute. She took off my blazer. It was surprisingly fast. I was bewildered as she rolled up my sleeve. Whoa, it's squishy. Squishy. No, that can't be right. I wasn't dieting, but I ate normally and didn't eat too many sweets, so I shouldn't be squishy. I shouldn't. I was starting to get worried. Your upper arm is really soft and fluffy too. Aren't there any better words you could use? Like what? Like toned or something. Is that really a fitting description? I think it's a little better than squishy and fluffy. The word fluffy is at best suited for whipped cream and pancakes. When used on a person, it kind of sounds like they're fat. Wait, am I? How about here? Eek. She rolled my sleeve up as far as it would go and poked my armpit. I shivered from the ticklishness and tried to get away, but I couldn't. She might have been right about being stronger than me. With surprising strength, she wrapped her arm around my waist and tickled my armpit. Wait, ahaha, hee hee. Senpai, your laugh is kind of gross. How rude. And who made me laugh like this in the first place? Wait, Mimi-chan. Yes, I'm Mimi-chan. Stop it. No. Then I'll tickle you too. I reached out and touched her shoulder. In that instant, our eyes met. She had a faint smile on her face, and she looked so much like Najisa. I silently pulled my hand away from her. I was reminded of Najisa's shoulder, which I usually saw from behind, and it made me feel a little sad. Normally, I could touch her without a second thought. Once Najisa was in front of me, I couldn't even do something as simple as tapping her on the shoulder to chat about nothing. It was like I was a fool. Since you're not fighting back, I guess this is the end. Wait, ahate. How did this happen? I was just trying to touch her arm, but I ended up in an unrelated tickle hell. Having lost my will to resist when I was reminded of Najisa, she tickled me until she was satisfied. In the end, Mimi-chan tickled me until she got bored. Come to think of it, most of my friends didn't touch me this directly, so maybe it was a little new. Though I almost died from lack of oxygen, but I felt a little refreshed. This kind of casual physical contact might just be able to make you forget the pain in your heart. I have to thank Mimi-chan. Hugh. Honestly, that was too much. You were just so fluffy, senpai, I couldn't help myself. What do you mean by fluffy? Fluffy is just fluffy. It doesn't mean I've gotten fat, right? Right. Why aren't you saying anything? Hey, Mimi-chan. I chased after her as she started walking away. Believe it or not, I had made a lot of effort to get Najisa to like me. I used to be very conscious of my appearance, and of course, I still put in a decent amount of effort now. My hair color and style were the same as when Najisa had called them cute. Like a fossil, I had stayed exactly the same. Not just my body, but my heart too, so much so that it was painful and bitter. Senpai. She turned around and hugged me. A sweet scent drifted gently by. The warmth of her body through the thin fabric was hotter, softer than Najisa's. Just touching her made my heart race. Before I could even find a reason, the question, how did this happen, popped into my head. I didn't dislike it. I didn't have much physical contact with others, but I didn't hate being touched. But my heart was beating so loudly, I thought I was going to go crazy. I felt like I had to pull away, but I didn't want to. Mimi-chan. There was a car just now. It was dangerous. Is that so? Indeed, I could hear the sound of a car driving by behind me. It seems I had been walking very close to the road. My heart was pounding. I had never been hugged this tightly by anyone before, so maybe that's why I was so nervous. Thank you, Mimi-chan. Thanks to you, I didn't get hit by a car. Mimi-chan. I gave off a "you can let go of me now" vibe. But Mimi-chan didn't seem to care. Not only that, she hugged me even tighter, so tight it was almost painful. You really are fluffy, senpai. That's not exactly a compliment. You're so warm, Mimi-chan. What's that supposed to mean? Are you treating me like a baby? Because it's true. So is what I said. The fluffy part. Yes, fluffy, about the same as that cat from before. Now that she mentioned it, I thought maybe it wasn't so bad. A cat's fluffiness has a healing effect. I didn't know if I had that same effect, but I hoped so. Maybe I'll be a cat in my next life. I tried to brush it off with that thought, but my heart was pounding too much for that to work. Mimi-chan seemed to finally be satisfied and released me. I let out a small sigh and started walking behind her again. I tried clenching and unclenching my fists. Nothing had particularly changed. My heart was still pounding a little, but now you understand, right? She turned her head and said, I'm stronger than you, senpai, so you can rely on me, okay? But I'm the senpai. When you're sad, things like senpai and kuhai don't matter, right? But that's so pathetic. Are you still saying things like that at this point? Huh? What do you mean by that? Wait a second. Of course, I didn't think I acted much like a senpai. Had she thought I was pathetic this whole time? I couldn't deny it. Well then, Mimi-chan. Yes. Could you keep me company for a little while? Not just for a little while, I can keep you company forever. Yuzuha had already kept me company more than enough. It felt wrong to trouble Mimi-chan too. And yet, before I knew it, I had chosen to rely on her. Was it because my heart was racing, or because she looked so reliable, or because she looked like Najisa? I didn't know the reason, but there was no turning back now. I tried to force a smile, but failed. Before I could, a grrr sound echoed. From my stomach. Hee. Should we stop by the convenience store? Yes. I was so embarrassed my face felt like it was on fire. Pathetic. So pathetic. Not only did I get my heart broken, but I couldn't even act like a senpai. I really was. I felt like I couldn't stop sighing. There's one right up ahead, let's go. Yeah. I walked into the convenience store, feeling dejected. Whoa, look at this, spring-limited gummies. So cool, they look so good. You suddenly got so energetic. Sorry. No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just think it's better to be energetic. She said softly. I didn't know what kind of feeling she said that with. Because she wasn't looking at me, but at the products. Right, it's better to be full of energy. You know, convenience stores have a lot of limited edition items, don't they? I quite like them. I get that. When you hear the word limited, you feel like you'll lose out if you don't buy it. Right, limited edition items have a special kind of magic. Not charm, but magic, huh? Yeah. Don't you think it makes you feel more drawn to it? I don't quite get that. She suddenly backtracked. You could have just agreed with me, I thought, as I took the gummies to the register. That's when I noticed the stuffed animals near the cashier. It seemed they were prizes from a lottery. Among them was a penguin character I liked. The stuffed animal was big and would probably look nice as a decoration on my bed. I hesitated. You usually don't get anything good from those kinds of lotteries. And at 600 yen a try, it was a considerable amount for a student. Honestly, I felt like I shouldn't do it. I felt that way, but... Please draw one from the box. Before I knew it, my hand was in the box. What amazing magic. Maybe that stuffed animal was calling to me, telling me to take it home. Okay, it's the F prize. Your prize is this towel here. I knew it all along. Besides, I didn't think my luck was that good. I was used to not getting the things I wanted. I quietly put the towel in my bag. Excuse me. Can I draw too? Yes, please. That'll be 660 yen with tax. Mimi-chan. A hand reached out from the side and rummaged through the box. Then she pulled out a ticket. No way, I thought, looking at her. She smiled faintly. G prize is an acrylic keychain. Here you go. We looked at each other. Silence fell upon the scene. Well, that's how lotteries are. Hi, Mimi-chan, let's go. One more time, please. Hi, she said with a serious face. I didn't think she needed to be so serious. Mimi-chan, are you okay? What do you mean? I mean, with money and stuff. It's fine. I started a part-time job last month. I see. Is it really okay to spend your precious part-time job money on this? I thought, but she didn't seem to be stopping. No, lotteries are meant to be drawn, but that's not what I meant. While I was thinking about these pointless things, she put her hand back in the box. She rustled through the tickets and finally found one she was satisfied with. She triumphantly held up the ticket, and the result was, it's an F. One more time. I'll draw one more time. Wait, this is bad. It feels like I'm watching someone get addicted to gambling. I immediately tried to stop her, but she threw the F prize towel at me before I could. I caught it reflexively, and she took the opportunity to draw a third ticket. S stopped drawing. G prize. Again. Whether it was the next time or the time after that, it was always F or G. The young clerk seemed to feel sorry for her and gave a wry smile. On her 9th try, I stopped her. That's enough. It's a waste to spend your precious part-time job money on something like this. How I spend my money is my business. Please just watch from the side, senpai. So stubborn. The Mimi-chan I knew was supposed to be a more flexible, easygoing kid who didn't get hung up on small things. I was seeing a new side of her. Her serious profile as she drew ticket after ticket that wouldn't be a big prize was a little like Najisa's, but it also had a completely different charm. It's the A prize. Please take that stuffed animal. Yes. The girl who had been drawing tickets with a blank expression finally showed some emotion. I couldn't help but chuckle. She had a cute side to her. I picked up the box with the stuffed animal from near the register. Since this was a special occasion, I decided to present it to her like an award. Here you go. It's great you won such a big one. I was about to hand it to her. She dodged it. I tried to give it to her right hand, and she moved her right hand away. I tried her left hand, and she moved her left hand away too. Then she crossed her arms, completely refusing to take it. Why? It's for you, senpai. Hi. I'm not interested in this kind of thing, she said and quickly walked out of the store. No way. Was she the type who liked the thrill of drawing the lottery but had no interest in the actual prize? As her senpai, I was genuinely worried she'd get into gambling in the future. I was about to chase after her, but it seemed I didn't need to. She was standing in front of the convenience store, eating the limited edition gummies she had just bought. The same kind I bought, but a different flavor. Is it really okay for me to take this? It's fine. You wanted that stuffed animal, right? Ah, yeah, how did you know? Of course I knew. You said you liked that character before, Senpai. And you were staring at it just now, like a kid before Christmas. Was it that obvious? He's so embarrassing. What does it matter? You got it in the end. I guess you're right. Hehe. I hugged the box tightly and let out a small laugh. Mimi-chan narrowed her eyes. Are you that happy to get that stuffed animal? Yeah, I'm very happy. Thank you, Mimi-chan. You're welcome. It was worth working like a dog for the past month. After saying that, she gave a gentle smile. I feel like I've seen all sorts of different expressions from Mimi-chan today. One moment she's angry, the next she's smiling cutely. My chest suddenly felt a little warm. Discovering small changes in the midst of an ordinary daily life is a very happy, very pleasant thing. My mood became light and floaty. The reason I laughed wasn't just because I was happy to get the stuffed animal. I was a little happy that you tried so many times for me, Mimi-chan. What? Even though you weren't interested, you spent your money for me and gave it to me as a gift. I was very happy. I'll treasure this stuffed animal. She widened her eyes and then finally laughed. You don't have to treasure it. Wait, the atmosphere was pretty good just a second ago. Was I imagining things? If the stuffed animal gets worn out, I'll get you a new one, so you don't have to treasure it. Even in 10, 20 years. Yes, if that is what you wish, Senpai. She said calmly. Mimi-chan might be more of a romantic than I thought. I let out a small laugh. I see, that makes me happy. But I will treasure it, because it's the first gift you've ever given me, Mimi-chan. I see. I gently put the box in my bag. It was too big to zip up, but I thought that was fine too. I opened the bag of gummies and put one in my mouth. The taste was ordinary, but for some reason, I thought it was delicious, probably. Hee hee. But I didn't know you were such a sore loser, Mimi-chan. Yeah, when I want something, no matter what happens, no matter how much I have to sacrifice, I want to get it. What about you, Senpai? She stared at me and I averted my gaze slightly. The taste of the gummy changed. Me? If I think it's impossible, I'll probably give up, because I'm not that strong. What were my words referring to? She, who surely knew, let out a small sigh. I see, that's life, I guess. She whispered the words, which sounded like both comfort and a mutter to herself. To be honest, I felt that either was fine. If you're going to give up cleanly. If you can't give up, struggle no matter what happens. It's because I can't choose either one that I'm constantly suffering in this half-assed state. And yet, reality isn't that simple. I wanted to take a step forward, so I confessed to Najisa. Even if it meant destroying our friendship, as long as we could build a new relationship, that was fine. But my confession failed, and I became afraid that we couldn't even be friends anymore. Even though I wanted our relationship to change, I became scared of change. I half-assedly took a step back. Wavering made my heart weak, and I couldn't even hold on to the things I wanted to. In the end, not only did I not get the position of Nagisa's lover that I wanted, but I also lost what I had until now. My weak heart could no longer struggle, nor could it give up. The crack that appeared in my otherwise unharmed life was enough to split my heart in two, though I think it's truly absurd. That's just one heartbreak. Would make me feel as if the ground beneath my feet was crumbling. Senpai, what is it? I'll make you forget my sister. So, for that purpose, you can tell me anything you want to do. Anything. Yes, anything. Her fingertip touched my lips. Along with the soft touch, she popped a gummy she had bought into my mouth. I bit into it and found it was very sour, but after the sourness came sweetness. Though after I swallowed it, all that was left was the sourness. How does it taste? I think it's a little sour. I see, I like this one. She said, putting a gummy in her own mouth. I could only watch her blankly. Section, excuse me. Come on in. A familiar scent filled my nostrils. The essential oil in the diffuser in the entryway was a little lower than the last time I was here. Hey, Yuika. While Najisa went ahead to her room, Yuzuha whispered in my ear. Are you okay? You could have turned down today's study session, you know. Her voice was considerate and gentle. She's usually so boisterous, but she's so gentle at times like these, I thought. I gave a vague smile. I'm fine. I've decided to go back to being friends. Besides, it's usually the three of us, so it wouldn't be right for me to be the only one not to come. If you're okay, Yuika, then that's fine. But if it gets tough, let me know, okay? I'll take you out somewhere. Ahaha, thanks. Today's study session had become a routine for us. It started as a way to get Yuzuha, who hated studying, to like it, but now it had become a regular test prep meeting. We had won during the third semester of our first year, but back then, Najisa and I were just ordinary friends. I never thought my state of mind would change so much in just a few months. I quietly headed to Najisa's room. I really hate math. I should have chosen the liberal arts track. An hour after we started studying, Yuzuha, probably at her limit, flopped onto the desk. I naturally met Najisa's gaze. We exchanged a wry smile and tried to encourage Yuzuha. Was she putting on an act for our sake? No, I felt like this was how every study session went. I let out a small sigh. Maybe I couldn't talk to Najisa like I used to. I thought that, but surprisingly, I was able to face her and talk to her normally. Maybe it was because Yuzuha and Mimi-chan had eased my mental burden a little. Though I wasn't completely back to normal. How can you even study, Najisa? You study every day, right? Yuzuha, now a puddle on the desk, said. Najisa laughed. Not really, I just do some prep and review. Sigh. I burned out during the high school entrance exams. Do you have any motivation, Najisa? Let's see, I guess I want to get into a good university, find a good job, and make my parents proud. I thought Najisa was amazing, as expected. Seriously thinking about her future at this age. The future, huh? I couldn't even imagine what would happen a year from now. This feeling in my chest took up all my attention. While I was wallowing in my own feelings, I couldn't think about the future. I see. The future, I want to be prime minister. So Yuzuha has such ambitions. I couldn't help but say. Yuzuha looked at me. Her golden hair swayed slightly over her notebook. Yeah, if I become prime minister, I'll make a law that lets me buy whatever I want whenever I want. Yuzuha, you should just study. What's that supposed to mean? I patted Yuzuha's head. We'd known each other for less than a year, but I had a pretty good grasp of her. Like how she always seems carefree, but actually thinks things through properly. And how she's surprisingly sentimental. I'd seen that side of her often since I was rejected by Najisa. It was nice to see a new side of a friend, but since this was the reason, I couldn't be completely happy about it. Sigh? Teach me this. I don't quite get it. This part. This is. Najisa and I peered at Yuzuha's textbook from both sides. My and Najisa's eyes naturally met, from one end of the textbook to the other. The hands we each had placed at either end were reflected in the corner of our vision, as if perfectly mirroring the psychological distance between us. I felt a dull ache in my chest, but I had missed the timing to look away. Najisa seemed to be the same. Her large brown eyes reflected my own, like a mirror. In those eyes, I once mistakenly thought were filled with affection for me. Looking back now, it felt like a distant past. Hey, you two, I don't care who teaches me, but could you hurry it up? Yeah, I'll teach you. The one who looked away first was, as expected, me. I took a quiet, deep breath and met Yuzuha's eyes. Her lips moved. Are you okay? She mouthed the words so only I would know. I nodded slightly. I'm fine. Compared to a month ago, I could smile properly and talk. I was always making Yuzuha worry. I'll treat her to something next time. You use this formula here. Yuika, you're getting better at teaching. Am I? Yeah, in our first year, you were the one being taught. Good job, good job. Yuzuha patted my head. It was a little embarrassing since we were in front of Najisa. The reason I started studying hard was because of Najisa's influence. I wanted to catch up to her as much as possible, to become the amazing person she talked about. As a result of continuing to study, my grades had gotten decent. The current me was mostly made up of the remnants of my love for Najisa. I thought that I would never be able to completely erase her influence on me. How does everyone come to terms with a finished relationship? How do they deal with the pangs of pain that come at unexpected moments? Hey, Najisa thinks so too, right? Yeah, you're amazing, Yuika. My heart jumped. Being praised by Najisa made me happy. Just a short phrase made me feel so much happiness and pain that for a moment I almost lost all expression. I smiled. Right, I've been working hard after all. Maybe I'm even better at teaching than Najisa now. Why don't you say that after your grades surpass Najisa's? NGH. Ahaha, but Yuika's rank is close to mine, right? I guess. First and 12th, was it? Yeah. What about you, Yuzuha? 30th. Is that in the whole grade, or in the class? No comment. The hottest. Chatting like this, I was gradually remembering what we used to be like. Right, this was how it felt. Before, the three of us would spend our unremarkable time together like this. I could smile surprisingly well. Maybe I had a talent for heartbreak. No, I don't need that kind of talent. Just as my mood turned a little strange, the desk suddenly vibrated. I looked and saw Yuzuha's phone ringing. It seemed someone was calling her. Ah, it's from my senpai. Wait a second, I'm gonna take this. She picked up her phone and stood up. After she left the room, it was, of course, just me and Najisa. Yuzuha's voice came from the other side of the door. I tried to smile. But Najisa really is amazing. Hi. You've been first in the whole grade since junior high. It makes me think, that's Najisa for you. Ahaha, thanks, I'm only good at studying. That's not true. I couldn't help but lean forward. Najisa blinked. Yuika. Najisa, you're not just good at studying, you're kind to everyone, and you're always working hard anyway. I think you're amazing. My voice got smaller and smaller. Even though 100 things I liked about Najisa came to mind, I couldn't put them into words properly. It made me anxious, wishing I could convey even a fraction of these feelings to her as they were. Hearing my vague words, she smiled faintly. You always praise me, Yuika. I was captivated. I really did love her. So much so that I wanted to save her smile in a mental photo album and look at it over and over. But I averted my gaze slightly. Thank you, Yuika, I'm happy. Yeah, hope you'll tell me anytime you want to be praised. Because I can list a lot of your good points, Najisa. Yuika. Whoa. Seriously. Yuzuha's voice cut into Najisa's words. She hurried back into the room. Sorry, I forgot I have a shift today, I have to go. It was rare to see Yuzuha this flustered. She hastily stuffed her notebook and stationery into her bag and stood up. Then, she gently patted my back. Get along even when I'm not here, okay? She whispered in a volume only I could hear, and then started walking. Yuika, Najisa, thanks for teaching me today, see you. Yeah, see you, good luck with your shift. I said, waving. Yuzuha smiled faintly and left the room. Silence fell in the room. Yuzuha is the same as always, like a storm. So energetic, I want to be more like her. I let out a dry laugh and said. Najisa nodded vaguely. The conversation died. So awkward. I never had trouble talking with my friends, but now I didn't know what to say. It seems the reason I was able to talk naturally earlier wasn't my own doing, but thanks to Yuzuha. I guess I don't have a talent for heartbreak after all. Estity, let's get back to it. Yeah, you're right. An empty spin. I couldn't remember the sense of distance, and the various other feelings from when Najisa and I were friends. Even if I remembered how we were when it was the three of us, when it was just the two of us, it was completely useless. Even though the memory was definitely there, I couldn't reproduce it. Words that should have come out naturally, once they didn't, I became lost. It felt like no matter what I said, it wouldn't be like me. I started studying again, or pretended to, and snuck a glance at her profile. It had been a while since I had looked at her profile from this close. Before and after the heartbreak, her face hadn't changed. But I felt like it was different from before. Her serious profile as she studied was still as beautiful as ever. My chest felt heavy. I moved my gaze from her profile to my notebook. Probably because I wasn't concentrating, my mechanical pencil had drawn a mysterious line. I need to erase it. I thought, reaching for my eraser, and my hand touched hers. I looked closely and saw that her usually neat notebook also had a black line ruining everything. Sorry. That's your eraser, isn't it, Yuika? Yeah, but you can use it first. Her slender fingers brushed against mine. I flinched. Hey, Yuika. A calm voice, brown eyes. They should have been the same but different, but for some reason, Najisa and Mimi-chan overlapped at this moment. Do you still like me, Yuika? The sudden question left me at a loss for words. What was her intention in asking that? If I said I liked her, would she be willing to go out with me? Or did she think it was gross to be liked by a friend and wanted me to say I didn't like her anymore? I didn't know. At least, I had never misjudged someone's goodwill before. Because whenever I said I liked them, my parents and friends would say they liked me too. Of course, there were people I didn't get along with, but I was sure that the goodwill shown to me by the people I was close to was not a lie. But Najisa, who I thought had shown me special goodwill, actually didn't have any special feelings for me. After misjudging goodwill once, I could no longer trust my own eyes. Whether it was obvious goodwill or words, I felt like there might be something hidden behind them. The person who I thought was showing me goodwill actually had other intentions, and I had just misunderstood. I was scared, confused, and lost. Sorry, I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Najisa. Najisa stood up and left the room. What was the right thing to say? Should I have said something, anything? But I didn't want Najisa to think I was gross. Even though I was the one who confessed, it felt strange to think that way. If only I could completely understand other people's feelings. And if only I could convey my feelings to them without any mistakes. But it's because we can't do that we're human. I couldn't help but flop onto the desk. It felt like ever since the heartbreak, I had been spinning my wheels. Even though I felt like I had to do something about it, when I was face to face with Najisa like this, my feelings for her would overflow. Even though it was so hard, so painful, I felt like I just wanted to throw everything away. I like you. I really did like her, so much it hurt, hopelessly. Even if I decided to go back to being friends, my romantic feelings wouldn't just disappear. The shattered pieces of my love were deeply embedded in my heart, and they still ached. What should I do? Even if I asked, I wouldn't get an answer. Because both the me who was asking and the me who was trying to answer were ultimately the same me, trapped by this love. Yuika. Najisa, who had returned at some point, called out to the me who had become one with the desk. I hurriedly got up. Sorry, I spaced out for a second. You don't have to be so flustered. More importantly, let's study. You're right. I looked at the problem book and suddenly felt a gaze. I looked up and my eyes met Najisa's. She was looking at me with deep eyes. Najisa, what's wrong? Nothing at all. Yuika, you. Her mouth opened and closed several times, and then she finally laughed. It's nothing. Sorry for asking a weird question earlier. It's fine, I'm the one who should say. Sorry for confessing to you. I swallowed the words that were about to come out. Because I felt that if I apologized for my love for Najisa, I would no longer be me. After swallowing my words, I couldn't say anything else. Najisa and I didn't speak again and continued to study. I quietly wrote with my mechanical pencil and then suddenly wondered about Mimi-chan. Her shoes were in the entryway, so she should be in this house. What was she doing now? I thought while looking at Najisa's profile. Najisa is Najisa and Mimi-chan is Mimi-chan, but their serious profiles were, as expected, very similar. It's not like that means anything, though. Chapter 2. The little sister of the one I love. Study sessions were held when midterms or finals were approaching. In other words, the exam period was just around the corner. Exams, of course, descend equally upon first years, second years, and third years. Isai. Mimi-chan's concentration seemed to have run out, and she started twirling her mechanical pencil. She had asked me to help her study today. I thought the school library was a bit iffy, so we came to the local library. Every time she twirled her pen, her yellow tie would sway with it. First years had yellow ties, second years had red, and third years had green. Personally, I like the most vibrant red. Senpai. Why are you looking at my chest? She said, exasperated. Did Mimi-chan think I was a pervert? I wasn't looking at your chest, I was looking at your tie. My tie? This is just the standard tie the school makes you buy. You see, last year the third years all wore yellow ties. Seeing a first-year Mimi-chan wearing one feels so new. I see, so that's what it was. Come to think of it, I was already a second year. Just a year ago, I was happy to be at the same high school as Najisa. Time really flies. Though I can still vividly recall the joy of that time, I don't really want to. I gazed at her blankly. Mimi-chan, why did you dye your hair this color? No particular reason. I might dye it gold in the future, depending on my mood. Gold, huh? Though I thought any color would suit Mimi-chan, it was a little hard to imagine. What color do you think is best, senpai? I think any color is fine. I'm sure they'll all suit you. Senpai, you're the type who, if asked what you want to eat, would say anything you make is fine, aren't you? You can't do that, it's troubling for me. Putting aside the food thing, I thought hair color should be a personal decision. But if I had to say. Black. Why? Because that's your original color, Mimi-chan. I think being your natural self is the best, after all. Then you should never wear makeup for the rest of your life, senpai. That's a bit. Just kidding, I'll think about it. Yeah. The sound of the twirling pen stopped. Perhaps the small talk had helped her regain some focus as she turned back to her problem book. The sound of a mechanical pencil gliding across a notebook. Her hair swayed gently with her movements. The sweet scent suited Mimi-chan, and I let out a small breath. She's so pretty. That serious profile, though similar to Nagisa's, was still different, but could I say it made my heart flutter a little? I had a feeling of my heart being shaken. Even though I thought they were different, I still looked for similarities. In an unguarded moment, I would see Najisa in her and almost rely on that feeling. It must be because I'm a hopeless person, but at the same time, I was also a little drawn to Mimi-chan herself. I'm such a mess. Senpai, please teach me this. Sure. This one goes like this. This wasn't the first time we had studied together like this. When we were just senpai and kuhai, she would sometimes ask me to help her study. Back then, my grades weren't very good, and I wasn't great at teaching, so I think I made her a little exasperated. And then, here. In the middle of explaining, I noticed Mimi-chan staring at me. What's wrong? Nothing. I just thought you've gotten really good at teaching, senpai. Yuzuha said the same thing. It's probably thanks to Najisa. I thought it would be unnatural not to mention her at all, so I said it with a smile. But Mimi-chan wasn't smiling at all. I see. Do you like studying, senpai? I guess I don't. There are plenty of more interesting things in the world than studying. Ahaha, that's true, me too. If I had to say, no, I'd say I absolutely hate it. She said that, but I thought she was studying hard. I was probably about the same. Even if you don't like something, if it's to get closer to the person you like, you can work hard at it. Most of my motivation came from Najisa, and compared to the me before I met her, I was like a different person. But you're always studying so hard, Mimi-chan. I just do the bare minimum. If I fail, it's a lot of trouble. If you don't fulfill your obligations, you won't be allowed any freedom. I tilted my head. The topic had suddenly gotten a little deep. Mimi-chan chuckled softly. I heard my parents were pretty elite back in the day. My sister and I were always told to study hard. My sister has that kind of personality, so she's serious, but I'm just like this. Mimi-chan let out a small sigh. I'm sure I couldn't understand the meaning behind that sigh. So, well, I have to do the basic studying or it'll be a pain. So, senpai, can you teach me the next problem? Yeah. I didn't know. Maybe you don't usually know the details of your friends' family situations. Even though I was Nagisa's best friend and Mimi-chan's senpai, I knew too little about their circumstances. Like what kind of feelings Mimi-chan studied with, or what kind of life Najisa had lived until now. Though I felt like I didn't just like Najisa for her surface, maybe I really had only seen her surface. So? No, that's not it. I can't use that as an excuse. Mimi-chan may not be that serious, but I like that about you. After thinking about what to say, I decided on the simplest words. Her hand, which had been on her notebook, stopped. That's about me. Like your vibe, or the slightly weird parts, and your competitive side. I see, you don't hide things like that, do you, senpai? I think it's a bit too direct, but I don't dislike it. She chuckled softly. That smile, different from usual, looked a little tired. She didn't reject the word like, which made me happy from the bottom of my heart, but despite my somewhat gloomy mood, I continued to teach her. If you master this section, you should be fine for the first semester exams. I see, then next. She put away her math problem book and prepared to take out another one from her bag. For some reason, her profile looked a little like the me I saw in the mirror every day. I couldn't help but grab her hand. Senpai. She widened her eyes for a change. The warmth from her hand brought me back to my senses. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. It's fine, senpai. Please be quiet in the library. Yes, I'm very sorry. I hunched my shoulders. What was I doing? You're always apologizing, senpai. She laughed softly. Her happy smile relieved me, but I could still see the fatigue in the depths of her eyes. I thought for a moment, then spoke. Mimi-chan, let's call it a day. Why, we still have time. There's a place I want to go today. And I want to go with you, Mimi-chan. With me, I don't mind, but... She looked confused, but still put her stationery in her bag. I also packed up everything on the table and stood up. Then let's go. Please lead the way. Leave it to me. I puffed out my chest a little. With that, the world felt a little wider. I took a light step forward. Sorry for the wait. It took me a while to pick out snacks. A short walk from a famous large temple nearby was a park. Mimi-chan was sitting on a park bench, and I ran up to her. It was an ordinary park, quite crowded on holidays, but deserted on a weekday evening. I sat down next to her. I bought these at the temple's gift shop. Take whatever you like. You took all that time just to choose these, she said, exasperated. I gave a wry smile. I had been trying to figure out what kind of snacks would cheer someone up, so I had taken my time. In the end, I had bought ordinary chocolate snacks and junk food. I had a general idea of Nagisa's preferences, but I didn't know Mimi-chan's yet. I just had a vague feeling that something sweet was in order right now. Well then, this one. Almond chocolate, sure, go ahead. She took the box of almond chocolate, opened it, and started eating. Does she like sweets? I handed her the bottled milk tea I had bought with it. It was quiet here. It was a little far from the tourist spots and felt like a corner of an ordinary residential area. That's why I liked it here. When I'm tired or down, I come here to space out or eat snacks like this. Alone? Yeah. If I brought someone else, they might get bored. I'm always alone when I come here. If that's the case, why did you bring me? I thought she would ask, but she surprisingly said nothing and just waited for me to continue. So, Mimi-chan, you're probably the first person I've ever brought to this park. I see. The young leaves of the cherry trees swayed in the wind. The old playground equipment looked a little lonely, though it didn't feel that way when kids were playing on it. Are you concerned about me? She rested her head on my shoulder. The slight weight felt a little comforting right now. Did I look that strange? I thought I was acting normal. I hesitated about how to answer, then spoke softly. I thought your expression looked a bit like mine when I want to come here and space out. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. You apologize too much, senpai. And you're not wrong. Her hair, swaying in the spring breeze, looked ephemeral and beautiful. My hand hesitated for a moment, then I patted her head. Even though they have no expectations for me anymore, they still act like parents at the weirdest times and tell me what to do. I think that's so unfair. Yeah. It's tiring whether they expect something from you or not, and being tied down feels awful. It would be so nice to live freely and happily. It would. Mimi-chan might be a surprisingly delicate child. It's just that she always looked so composed that I never noticed. There were still many things I didn't know about Mimi-chan, but that's why I wanted to know more about her. I've barely ever been to a park. I can count the number of times I've played on one hand. It's absurd, right? I didn't know Nagisa's past, and I didn't know Mimi-chan's past. I only knew about them after they entered junior high, and I had no idea what they had been through before that. The important thing is the present, and all I needed to know was the people who were here now. That's what I had thought until now. But sometimes, if you don't know the past, you might not be able to truly understand that person. I slowly stood up. Senpai. Mimi-chan, let's play. Hi. I squeezed her hand tightly. I came to this park to space out, but I thought Mimi-chan had her own way of dealing with things. I pulled her hand and started walking. Wait, senpai. Come on. I've been coming to this park since I was little. I know my way around. I didn't ask you that. I looked back and saw her making a childlike expression. That must be an expression that only belonged to her. I smiled faintly and sat her on the swing. The rusty chain made a clang sound, a uniform and a swing. It felt a little mismatched, but that mismatch felt kind of nice. I smiled. I'll push you, swings are fun, try it. Why are you being so forceful? You're forceful too, Mimi-chan. Come on, hold on to the chains, it's dangerous. I know. She gripped the rusty chains tightly. I gently pushed her small back. My parents used to push me like this when I was little, but this was the first time I had ever pushed someone myself. I had always thought that swings were something that someone would naturally push for you. After sliding down the slide, my parents would always smile at me. So, I probably couldn't truly understand Mimi-chan's situation, having grown up in a family where she had almost no chance to go to the park. Even if I did this now, I couldn't change the past. But right now, I really wanted to give her a push. Being pushed from behind by you is really unsettling, senpai. After pushing Mimi-chan's back for a while, she suddenly said, I grabbed the chains and stopped the swing. Please sit next to me. Okay, do you know how to swing? No, of course I do. Please don't look down on me. Then let's have a race. First one to reach top speed wins. Ready, set, go. What's top speed in kilometers? She said, exasperated, and started swinging. I, as if remembering the past, repeatedly bent and stretched my legs. I felt the wind. My body was moved by the wind and then pushed back by the wind. The feeling of my long hair swaying in the wind was pleasant. I remembered when I was little and on the swing, I felt like the freest, happiest person in the world. Though as soon as my feet touched the ground, everything would go back to normal, and in the end, I was still just an ordinary person. Mimi-chan's figure appeared on the other side of the wind. Though she was a little slower than me, she was definitely keeping up. The speed and movement of the swing gradually matched mine. Mimi-chan, are you having fun? I'm too busy swinging to think about that. I see. The chains made a clank, clank sound. What do you mean, I see? This isn't fun at all. I think it's fun. You're too laid back. I'm happy to see all your different expressions, Mimi-chan. Even if your body is moved by the wind, you can't truly be free. But as we swung at the same speed, looking at each other, my heart was certainly filled with joy and warmth. The distance between me and Mimi-chan was still far. We hadn't talked much, and we couldn't understand everything about each other just through conversation. And yet, as I got to know her hidden side little by little, I felt like I had finally stepped into the heart of Hanafusa Mimi, though it was difficult and painful to move forward. But I want to know Mimi-chan. That feeling was not a lie. You're really naive in strange ways, senpai. I heard the sound of shoes scraping on the ground. She had landed first and was waiting for me to get off. I followed her lead and stopped the swing. That side of you, senpai, though it can be a pain sometimes, I don't dislike it. Ahaha, I see. How was it? Playing on the equipment like this once in a while isn't so bad, right? It's not bad. But I would never play alone. Me neither. If you weren't here, Mimi-chan, I don't think I would have played on this equipment. I see, then we're in the same boat. We had a slightly off-topic conversation, and then stood up. Then we played on all the playground equipment in the park. The slide, the spring riders, but this park wasn't that big, so we were done in 30 minutes. We returned to the bench once more. Phew, that was tiring. When I was a kid, I felt like I could play forever, but at this age, it's so tiring. Why do you talk like an old lady, senpai? You're still in your teens. I'm already an old woman. I opened the cap of the plastic bottle and took a sip. I quite liked this milk tea, which was so sweet it was like drinking sugar directly. Why do we high school students like such sweet and fattening drinks? It's one of the 7 wonders of humanity. That was nice. I'm glad I got to see a side of you I didn't know, senpai. I see. I was a little embarrassed, but I was the one who said the embarrassing thing first, so I couldn't really say anything. She smiled faintly. Senpai. Under the sky that was gradually fading from crimson to ultramarine, she peered into my face. My heart beat a little faster. You're dumber than I thought. What? Aren't you? You suddenly told me to get on a swing, and you looked so happy just going down a slide. Being able to enjoy anything should be a good thing, right? No, I'm already in my 2nd year of high school. This is the real you, isn't it, senpai? I thought you were a more mature person. NGH. But it's a little cute. I stared at her. She narrowed her eyes. I want to know more about you, senpai. Will you tell me? Yeah. I want to know more about you too, Mimi-chan. Just as I was about to smile back, I caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the corner of my eye. I turned my head without thinking and saw Najisa. Her house shouldn't be in this direction, so she probably went to the temple to pray. I thought, and then noticed there was someone else with her. It was a girl from my class this year. It was already May, so it wasn't strange for her to have made new friends. Even as the sky darkened, I could see them chatting happily, which made me feel anxious. Najisa used to say that she and I were the best of friends. But what about now? No, we're not lovers, so it's too much to be jealous. Senpai. Her hand overlapped with my cold fingertips. I was startled and turned to look at Mimi-chan, and her face, illuminated by the faint light, was right in front of me. Shouldn't we be heading back? She smiled faintly. Did she realize I was upset and was being considerate, or was it something else? I didn't know the answer, but I smiled back. Yeah, you're right. It's getting a little dark, so I'll walk you home. Okay. We both stood up. Even as we started walking, Mimi-chan didn't let go of my hand. So we naturally started walking hand in hand like last time. though it was rare for Mimi-chan and me to walk hand in hand like this. Even though I should have been unused to it, why did it make me feel so calm? The warm and soft touch of her fingers calmed me down a little. I was a little conceited, thinking that I was gradually getting to know Mimi-chan and that we were closer than before. The feeling of getting closer to her should have been comfortable. Even so, why? Why did I want to rely on Mimi-chan? Even if Najisa and Mimi-chan were similar, I knew that Mimi-chan was Mimi-chan. When she hugged me last time, I was happy, and my heart raced. But that surely wasn't because I was happy to be hugged by Mimi-chan, but because I saw Najisa in her. I'm so terrible. Even though I'm terrible, the desire to know Mimi-chan and the desire to rely on her, combined with my feelings for Najisa, made me confused. Mimi-chan. When I called her name, she looked at me. Even though I was the one who called her, I couldn't look her in the eye. What is it, senpai? I probably can't forget Najisa. I said, walking slowly, so I'm sorry. You don't have to stay with me anymore. The feeling of wanting to know her wasn't a lie. I wanted to get closer to her too. But my fickle heart, the more time I spent with Mimi-chan, the more I would see her as Najisa. I would superimpose her on Najisa and want to rely on her. I knew how terrible that was. No, I won't leave you, senpai. I couldn't help but feel happy. Maybe I had been hoping to hear that from the beginning. I really am a hopeless person. Why? Because I'm a kuhai through and through. The words were both what I wanted to hear and what I didn't, and it felt strange. But my heart was certainly happy. My chest filled with tangled emotions. I couldn't say anything more and just walked with her. No matter how fast you go, if you keep walking, you'll eventually reach your destination. When it was completely dark, we arrived in front of Mimi-chan's house. Well then, see you. Ah, please wait a moment, you forgot something. Forgot something. I tilted my head, did I? I thought, and then she suddenly brought her face close. By the time I realized what was happening, our breaths had mingled, and in the next moment, our lips met. My heart was unusually quiet. I was so nervous when she hugged me, but I felt nothing when our lips touched, probably because my heart couldn't keep up with the situation. Yuika. When she called my name, all the blood in my body boiled. My body grew hot, and the sound of my heartbeat became clear. Once the trigger was pulled, there was no going back, and my heart started to beat violently. It hurt, it was hot. But I didn't dislike it. Ahaha. I just called your name and you reacted so strongly. Your face is all red. I didn't even have the leeway to feel embarrassed. I couldn't even look at Mimi-chan's face, and as I was about to look away, this time she pressed her lips against mine even harder. Something wet and slippery entered from my lips. This thing, like a piece of hot iron or like a mollusk in the cold sea, squirmed in my mouth. Every time it touched my teeth, gums, and inner cheeks, I would shiver. My head spun and I could barely breathe. Why, how, why? Even though my head was spinning, I couldn't think of any ideas to break this situation. And yet, I just felt so good. Even though my heart was aching, my chest was hopelessly throbbing. Puha, thank you for the meal, senpai. WI. Because you looked so pained, senpai. I thought I had to take my sister's place and let you vent those feelings. She said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I couldn't help but look at her, and she had the same smile as always. You can think of me as Najisa, Yuika, she said with a smile. Even though I had to refuse her, even though I had to tell her this was strange, I couldn't say anything, and before I knew it, I had nodded slightly. I thought I heard the sound of myself tumbling down a slope. Section. My first impression of Najisa was that she was a serious-looking girl. At first, I didn't pay much attention to this classmate named Hanafusa Najisa. After all, our seats were far apart, and our friend groups were different. The first time I spoke to her was probably near the end of the first semester of my first year of junior high. My midterm scores weren't great, so I went to the library to study for finals. But studying alone wasn't getting me anywhere. Even if I didn't understand something, there was no one to ask. As I was staring at my problem book, she spoke to me. If you don't know that problem, should I teach you? Since we were in the library, she asked in a slightly hushed voice. I couldn't help but turn around, and her brown hair, tied back loosely, came into view. Her smiling face, her bright eyes. The way she held her textbook to her chest, she looked like a serious honor student no matter how you looked at it. That's what I thought at the time. She seemed scary. No, it's fine. I can solve this much on my own. But you've been working on the same problem for a while now, right? She had me, I felt my shoulders shrink. You saw. Sorry. Amamiya-san was sitting in my usual spot, so I was a little curious. I widened my eyes. Amamiya-san, what's wrong? Ah, nothing, so you know my name. I do, I remember most of my classmates' names. And Amamiya-san has a mysterious aura. A mysterious aura. It was the first time anyone had ever said that about me, and I was surprised that she remembered her classmates' names. I remembered the girls' names, but I didn't remember the names of the boys I wasn't close to at all. As expected of Hanafusa-san, how should I put it, she had the kind of aura that made you want to call her class president. She probably remembered the names of almost everyone in her grade. More importantly, let me see your problem. I'll teach you. Whoa, wait a second. I thought she was a serious and scary person, but it seems that wasn't the case. Hanafusa-san sat down next to me, half forcing me. I thought she was the class president type, but she was surprisingly proactive, or rather. She was so motivated, it felt wrong to keep saying no, thank you, so I obediently let her teach me. Am I easily swayed? This part here you use this formula, and then. MHM. Come to think of it, Hanafusa-san had gotten first in the whole grade on the last test and was praised by our homeroom teacher. Is someone with such a good head on their shoulders also good at teaching? The problems that I couldn't understand before were now being solved easily. By the time the sun set, I felt like I could do anything. Maybe I'm a genius. Ahaha, you should review tomorrow, okay? People forget most of what they've learned in a day. What a pain. Do your best, or I can teach you again tomorrow. Is that okay? Don't you have to study too, Hanafusa-san? It's fine. When you teach someone else, you organize your own thoughts, so it's actually more efficient. I see. I see. Hanafusa-san knew a lot of things I didn't, and it felt a little cool. Just a moment ago, I thought she was a scary person. Even I think I'm a snob. Amamiya-san remembers my name too. She said suddenly. I smiled faintly. Because Hanafusa-san has a mysterious aura. I said, puffing out my chest, and she chuckled. Hee hee, what's that, are you copying me? Dahaha am I. Hanafusa-san's smile captivated me for a moment. Her serious expression when she was teaching me was cool, but her smile was so cute and fitting for her age. What's this? Hanafusa-san is just an ordinary girl. Thinking she was hard to approach was just my own assumption. In reality, that wasn't the case. Hanafusa-san was an approachable person. After that, I had her teach me almost every day. The after-school library was our secret place. Other classmates didn't come, and we would study quietly, occasionally chatting about unimportant things. It made me happy, and my heart would flutter. It was a very happy time. After this continued for a while, I came to like watching her profile as she studied hard. She was beautiful when she was studying seriously, and the way she brushed her hair back when she was teaching me made my heart skip a beat. I don't know when I started to be drawn to her. But in the secret time we spent together, I got to know her little by little, and those accumulated bits and pieces certainly made me fall in love with her. Before I knew it, I was completely in love. Just chatting made me excited, and just seeing her back in the hallway made my chest tight. Hey, Yuika, can I hold your hand? Sure. Here. Your hand is so soft, Yuika. Yeah, thanks. At some point, Najisa started to touch me. I, who had never seen her have physical contact with her classmates, was naively happy. So happy that I would circle the date on my calendar and arbitrarily call it an anniversary. I mistakenly thought that Najisa had feelings for me that were different from her feelings for others. Compared to the time when I was just happy to spend time with her, I had become selfish. Holding hands became a matter of course, and if we didn't, I would be depressed. If we did, I would be happy like a fool. Spending time with her like this made my feelings grow and grow. You have your number, right? Yeah, I have my number and your number, Yuika. So that means we can go to high school together. Yay. Yay, yay. Whoa, Najisa. The day of the high school acceptance announcements. We went to see the numbers together, and when we found my number and Najisa's, there was nothing that could have made me happier. Najisa seemed to be very happy too. She hugged me and lifted me up. It was embarrassing to do that in front of other people, but seeing her happy smile, I naturally smiled too. And that's when I made a fatal mistake. Najisa must like me too. Because, whether it was holding hands or hugging, Najisa didn't do that with other friends. I had never seen her smile so happily at anyone else. Most importantly, the touch of her hand on mine and the strength of her grip. I felt like I could feel her love for me in those things, so I got carried away and thought we were mutually in love. I failed to realize that it was just a misunderstanding. By the time we started our first year of high school, we had become closer than anyone, the best of friends. Partly because we were in the same class, we were always together at school, and we often hung out after school. Then, when we started our second year, I thought it was about time, and I confessed to her. Though I was a little anxious, I thought I wouldn't be rejected. The me who thought that was, without a doubt, a fool. I love you, Najisa. Like in a romantic way, so please go out with me. I'm sorry. I can't go out with you, Yuka. I'm truly sorry. My foolish misunderstanding was finally corrected at this moment. I still remember the cold sweat that ran down my back and how my throat became dry. My heart pounded in a bad way, and I couldn't hear anything around me. It felt like the colorful world was leaving me behind, and only I was left in a black and white world. Is that so? Oh, right. Sorry for telling you something like that out of the blue. You really don't have to worry about it. Let's still be good friends from now on. Yeah. And so my first love ended. The price of my misunderstanding was high, and from then on, I could no longer trust my own insight. I was a hopelessly conceited woman who didn't understand other people's feelings at all. I had to believe that. Some might say, why make such a big deal out of being rejected by your first love? But to me, it was like the end of the world. Though I genuinely think that the me who thinks that is really silly. Section. Yuika. I heard someone calling me, a soft, warm voice that gently tickled my ears. I squeezed my eyes shut. Can you open your eyes? I want to see your cute eyes, Yuika. It was Najisa's voice. As if drawn by it, I opened my eyes and saw a pair of brown eyes reflecting my own. The color felt so distant, mixed with the setting sun, it looked a little blurry. But if you get close, the distance doesn't matter. Warm breath blew on my lips, and her eyes were slightly shadowed. Long eyelashes swayed in the corner of my vision. Yeah, just as I thought. You're so cute today too, Yuika. Cute, she had said that word to me many times before. No matter how many times she said the same thing, I would find it fresh and happy, my heart would race, and my love for her would grow each time. I would think my heart was so simple, but being easily moved was my love for her. I couldn't resist, couldn't defy it. I love you. Because I love you, I want to be praised more by you. I want you to think I'm cute. For that, no matter how much effort I have to put in, I don't think it's a pain. And yet, it shouldn't be a pain. I think this lipstick suits you too, Yuika. I want to kiss you. And Nagi. Yeah, I'm Najisa. Can you say my name more? I like it when you say it. Najisa, Nagi. Nagi. I wrapped my arms around her back. I gripped her uniform tightly. On the other side of the thick blazer, I felt her. It hurts, it's painful, but... Yuika, I love you. The overflowing love was about to make my head and heart explode. My body suddenly grew hot, but a calm part of me whispered in my ear, "Are you a fool?" But I was just so incredibly happy. My chest felt tight, as if my heart was being squeezed. But that pain was two sides of the same coin as love. Love, 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 love. The two-syllable word filled my head. Your mouth, open it. No. Don't worry, there's no one else here. Don't you want to kiss me, Yuika? I do. He, right? I want to kiss you too, Yuika. She put her hand on my waist and licked my lips. Her actions, like a spoiled puppy, yet somehow seductive, had me wrapped around her finger. Her breath was gradually drowned out by the sound of my heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Urged on by the heartbeat that was about to break through my body from the inside, I slowly opened my mouth. She timed it with my exhale and slipped her tongue in. I reflexively tried to pull back, but her soft hand stopped me. Your tongue is so small, Yuika. What's that supposed to mean? It means it's cute. I love everything about you, Yuika. Yeah. A light smooch. But in the next moment, a deeper, longer, wet sound filled my ears, a sticky sound. It excited me so much, and I gradually sank into it. Deeper, deeper. Like sinking to the bottom of the sea, other sounds gradually faded away. In contrast, the sound we made together shook my brain dozens of times over. Every time my brain shook, my heart sank into the water, and I could no longer see or hear. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. Najisa, I love you. I love you too, Yuika. A sweet dream. A dream that was too good for me, a dream that could never come true. I wish I didn't have to wake up. If I could spend a happy time with the person I love, I wouldn't mind being trapped in a dream for the rest of my life. I gather the shattered pieces of my love, solidify them, and continue to watch the sweet illusion. If I could forget reality, I would surely be happy. Mchu. It became hard to breathe, and I barely managed to breathe through my nose. When I breathed, I inevitably smelled a scent. It was a sweet scent. Different from Nagisa's scent, it was a suggestive scent. That scent was a Mimi-chan. I gently patted her waist. Mimi-chan smiled faintly, and her lips parted from mine. The way she licked her lips was something Najisa would never do. But I couldn't look away. Did you have a good dream, senpai? The sounds of reality, which had become distant, started to become clear again. The shouts of students in sports clubs, the sound of musical instruments from afar. The silence that filled the sweet dream seemed to gradually fade away. I knew it. This is wrong. Wrong, why is that? She tilted her head slightly. The red tie swayed. It's weird to kiss someone you don't like, and it's also weird to do it as a substitute for Najisa. Is that so? But senpai. Mimi-chan made an innocent expression and hugged me. Her soft hands stroked my back. You were enjoying it too, weren't you, senpai? NGH. What's wrong with it being weird? Does it mean you can't do it if it's wrong? That's not true. She whispered. This is something you normally wouldn't do with the sister of the person you like, something you shouldn't do. Even though I shouldn't say it's right, Mimi-chan casually affirmed this wrong thing, so I started to feel like maybe it was okay. I am a weak person. Are you worried about me, by any chance, senpai? Of course I am, after kissing like that. You know, senpai, unlike you, I've kissed thousands, no, tens of thousands of times. So, at this point, I don't feel anything or dislike it, just because I kissed you, senpai. So you should just think about yourself. 10,000 times. How many times a day would you have to kiss to reach that number? This was only my second kiss. With just 2 kisses, my chest was about to burst with pain. My nonchalant attitude was no match for Mimi-chan's. I thought, it's amazing to be used to kissing. Will I become like that in the future? And, you see, think of this as a thank you for your concern earlier, senpai. If you can get over your heartbreak, I'll be happy, and you'll be happy too. Isn't that a win-win? Is it okay? Being a coward, I overconfirm people's feelings. Not by their attitude, but by their words. I want them to clearly convey their thoughts to me. I can't help but think that. Yes, so, senpai, please tell me anything you want to do with my sister. Okay. NGH, yeah. Doing this with my kuhai, with my friend's little sister. I must be crazy, I thought, but I was happy. Mimi-chan wanted to do something for me, and I didn't have to hold back the things I wanted to do with Najisa. I knew it was terrible, but I superimposed Mimi-chan and Najisa and kissed her. It felt good, the desire to know more about Mimi-chan and the desire to kiss her more. Both were my true feelings, and I couldn't deny them. The 2 desires became entangled and couldn't be easily undone. I realized I was smiling. It was different from the smile I had when talking with friends, and the smile I had when I was with Najisa. I think I had a twisted smile that I absolutely couldn't let anyone other than Mimi-chan see. Strongly aware of my own ugliness and my inability to let go of my love for Najisa, I blurted out my wish. I want to go on a date. A date. To go to the places I want to go, to have fun together. I want to go on a normal date like that. This wish was very childish. She smiled. I understand. Then let's go on the next holiday. Yeah. I relied on Mimi-chan's kindness, but she was willing to become Najisa, and that made me so happy that I didn't care how useless I was. Section. It might not be a good thing to match your interests to the person you like just to be praised. I like cute clothes. Makeup, accessories, and bags too. I prefer cuteness over sophisticated beauty and prettiness. But Najisa seemed to prefer it when I dressed up a little more prettily. She reacted better when I wore pretty clothes than when I wore cute clothes, so before I knew it, I started wearing pretty clothes more often. Now my closet is mostly filled with clothes that match her taste. It might be better to just throw them away, but the fact that I can't is what makes me me. Sorry for the wait. Najisa. Ah, Yuika. Good morning. Good morning. Today we met at the station. Brown hair, brown eyes. Her simply tied-up hair was the same as always, from the way she stood to the way she waved. Everything about her felt like Najisa. Did she buy those brown contacts specifically for this? No, I shouldn't think about that right now. You look so cute, she said softly. My body trembled slightly. Today I was wearing my favorite clothes. Completely different from Najisa's taste, I wore them because I wanted to. My makeup and hairstyle were also matched to this outfit, so I was scared. What would Najisa say? Yeah, it suits you. You really do look good in cute clothes, Yuika. I think it's great. Really? Really, I like this look. My heart was pounding. My insides were in turmoil. I was so happy my lips almost trembled. Having something I liked praised made me incredibly happy, but I also knew that she was saying this because it was what I wanted. Then, let's go. Here, your hand. Yeah. I squeezed the hand she held out to me. Nagisa's and Mimi-chan's hands felt different, but her acting was so realistic that just being praised by that voice made my heart flutter. I ignored the differences and filled my heart only with joy, though it was very comical. Where are we going today? She asked. I managed to squeeze out a smile. Well, it's a collaboration cafe, is that okay? Of course, let's go wherever you want to go, Yuika. If it's a place you like, I'm sure I'll have fun too. Ahaha, thanks. My chest ached, but I was happy. Completely opposite feelings swirled in my heart, and it almost stopped. I held her hand and walked through the city. We came to a place a little far from home today, so even if we walked like this, no one we knew should see us. Najisa herself included. I let out a small breath. Don't think about it. I decided to have fun today. Otherwise, no matter how much time passed, I would never be able to let go of this love. And so we headed to the cafe together. So cute. Seeing the food brought to our table, I was moved. This cafe, a collaboration with that penguin character, was filled with countless cute menu items. Not only that, the interior decoration made you feel as if you were in another world. There were many photo spots at the entrance, and I couldn't help but take several pictures. But she didn't look annoyed, she just smiled. I don't want to eat it. You have to eat it properly. It's food after all. I know. Let me look at it a little longer. The pancake in the shape of the character's face was so cute, I couldn't bring myself to cut it with a knife. I took a picture, and after looking at it for a while longer, I finally picked up the knife when the ice cream next to it started to melt. She was so ruthless, I couldn't help but cry out. It's over. It's a shame to let such a cute dish go to waste. Come on, I opened my mouth and ate the food she offered me with a fork. Since it was a pancake, it was of course sweet. But I felt it was sweeter than a normal pancake, surely because. She smiled as she watched me chew the pancake. I couldn't help but swallow. Don't look at me, eat your omelet rice. It'll get cold. You're right, well then, She opened her mouth slightly. It felt so embarrassing. But she gave off an I won't move until you feed me vibe, so I scooped up a mouthful of omelet rice with a spoon and brought it to her mouth. Her small mouth moved slightly. I could see why someone might want to watch that forever. It was so cute, it made my heart pound. Is it good? Yeah, the quality of these places is surprisingly high. Right. This is my first time here too, but it's amazing. A conversation no different from our usual ones. This normal conversation, which I had almost forgotten recently, felt very comfortable. Najisa and I had gone out together, just the two of us more times than I could count. It seems that the daily routine formed over a long period of time doesn't disappear in just a month or so. I watched her as I brought the pancake to my mouth. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? No, it's nothing at all. I loved this time I spent with Najisa. Just talking about unimportant things was fun, and the closer it got to time to go home, the more I wished it wouldn't end. If I hadn't confessed, maybe we could still be spending time together like this. Lying about my feelings and continuing to be friends, or being rejected and in pain, which would have been better. Najisa, do you like sweets? The words I managed to squeeze out were very hoarse. They're okay. But I like watching you look happy when you eat sweets. Yuika. I see. What about Mimi-chan? Does Mimi-chan like sweets? I wonder. I don't really know what Mimi likes. I stared at her. She ate without a care in the world for a while, then finally let out a small sigh and met my gaze. I think she probably likes them. She'll eat them if they're there, but not to the point of actively seeking them out. I see. So when she chose the almond chocolate before, it wasn't because she liked it. Then, what are Mimi-chan's preferences? Not just food, but hobbies and stuff. Even if you ask me that, it's a date, let's talk about something more fun. Was talking about Mimi-chan not a fun topic for Najisa? Like where we're going next, do you have a plan? Yeah, I was thinking of seeing a movie. Oh yeah, what movie? A popular romance movie right now. It's an original movie, but it has good reviews. She listened to me happily. Her calm expression was exactly the same as the Najisa I knew. Looking at her face, I felt the desire to know more about Mimi-chan gradually fade away. I just wanted to watch her every move and talk about unimportant things with her. That feeling filled my heart. After chatting at the cafe, we headed to the movie theater. I didn't particularly like watching romance movies. I just wanted to watch one with Najisa, create a nice atmosphere, or talk about our impressions after. I just wanted to do those simple things. When we arrived at the movie theater, we picked up the tickets we had bought in advance. After we sat down, a few more people came in. Partly because it was a holiday, but this movie was really popular. The time before the movie starts is kind of exciting, isn't it? Thinking, when is the movie gonna start? Ahaha, it is. It gets even more tense when the lights go down. I know, a movie is like a ride, isn't it? Najisa and I had been to the movies several times, but I had never once chosen a romance movie. Because it's about to start. Yeah, the movie theater darkened, and the atmosphere changed a little. After a few commercials, the movie officially began. As expected of a movie advertised as a sad love story, the content was a little bitter. Even though the situations were completely different, I would get emotionally invested, or rather, I would project myself onto it. Maybe I was getting too invested. Why did we meet? The images flowing from the screen felt so distant. I quietly watched her profile. Her face, illuminated by the light from the screen, was a little different from usual. Her eyes were filled with an unreadable emotion, and I wanted to touch them. I quietly touched her hand, which was resting on the armrest. If she showed even a hint of dislike, I would immediately let go. I thought, but on the other hand, my instincts were screaming to keep touching her. Her hand moved and intertwined with my fingers, and I felt a surprising warmth. Ah! I couldn't help but let out a sound. The sensation of touch was so clear, so comfortable, and most importantly, so happy. Just the fact that she had accepted my action made my heart race, and my heart was filled with satisfaction. Mimi, Nagi. With the joy, I lost my way, not knowing whose name to call. Who did I think was holding my hand just now? Which one would make me happier? The question was not answered, and only the comfortable sensation of being touched remained in my heart. In the end, I couldn't concentrate on the movie and just kept watching the girl sitting next to me, though I couldn't get close to the emotion in her eyes. It was pretty good. The ending was a little surprising. It was, but I'm glad it was a happy ending. Yeah, stories really should have a happy ending. After the movie, we walked together. The hands that had been holding until just a moment ago were now separated. And the girl I saw in the bright light was, as expected, the same girl as usual. Though she was exactly like Najisa, she wasn't Najisa. Even so, This is the first time I've seen a romance movie with you, Najisa. Wait, is that so? She tilted her head. I hugged my handbag tightly. I've actually always wanted to come see one. I've always wondered what kind of expression you would make. You should have just invited me. I wouldn't have said no. That's because... I stopped. The corner of the movie theater was very quiet, and no matter how small a voice, it would surely reach the other person. So, even if it was scary. I didn't want you to think I was gross. Gross? Because I like you, Najisa. The thought of my feelings being discovered, and you thinking I'm gross, scared me. So you thought I was the kind of person who would think you're gross. No, that's not it. It's just... I knew very well that Najisa wasn't the kind of person who would think that. In fact, when I confessed to her, she didn't show any signs of disgust at all. I just couldn't erase that possibility, no matter what. I thought I was such a coward, like an idiot. I couldn't express it well. In my daily life, I had become convinced that Najisa and I were mutually in love. But sometimes I would suddenly get scared. Things I could normally do became impossible, and in both good and bad ways, my heart would race. Just wanting to touch her, just wanting to talk about unimportant things, I would worry about all sorts of things and gradually lose myself. Because I wanted her to like me just a little more, I would change what I was about to say or force a smile. The scary and painful feelings and the happy feelings both wouldn't go away. Falling in love with someone is definitely not just a happy thing. But I like you, I like you, I like you, I really like Najisa, always. Today's date was fun. It was really like being with Najisa. I really was hopelessly in love with Najisa, and even though it was painful, I was so happy I was about to cry. Your feelings make me happy, Yuika. Her hand touched my hair. I looked up and our eyes met. She had a very gentle expression on her face. It hurts. It stings, my heart races, I'm so happy. How can I successfully let go of my love? Even if Yuzu had taught me how to deal with heartbreak, I couldn't do it. I'm selfish. Like a child throwing a tantrum because their toy was taken away, I'm just staying in place. Even though I want to let go of a love that can't be realized, I can't, so I'm hopeless. Hey, can I kiss you? Why? Because you're cute, Yuika. Is that not okay? It's not. My ear was touched. My body shivered, and my face grew hot. This time she traced the curve of my ear and touched my earlobe. The warm sensation was comfortable. I even wished she would keep touching it, even I thought I was hopeless. It's not okay. Hee, I see. Then close your eyes. Yeah. I closed my eyes, and she placed her hand on my chin. I felt a tension like when you're about to get a shot, but it was sweeter, more exciting. Her lips gently touched mine, not just once, but many times. Sometimes a smooch, sometimes like pressing our lips together, sometimes just sucking on my lower lip. The kisses, as if to make up for something, made my heart melt. I love you so much. I want to continue. But my feelings didn't get through, and I felt her face leave with a breath. I quietly opened my eyes. You have such a dramatic expression on your face. Do you want me to continue? She smiled brightly. I didn't know when to stop kissing, but she seemed to know very well. If I also kissed 10,000 times, would I understand? Hee. Should we continue at home? Continue. Continue kissing, or can we go further? Do you not want to do it with me? I don't not want to. I had never even kissed until recently, let alone thought about going further. I was falling. I knew this was wrong. Even if I wasn't exactly prim and proper, I, who should have been living a normal life, was about to do something that couldn't be called normal. My feelings for her were making me drown. I see. Whose house should we go to? My parents probably won't be home today. My house is better. If we ran into her, or if we had to do that in her house, there were many reasons. But none of those reasons mattered. I unconsciously chose my own home. This might have just been out of a silly desire. She narrowed her eyes. I understand. Then let's go. She gently squeezed my hand. Unlike at the beginning of the date, this time our fingers were intertwined. Just that one change in how we held hands made me so happy, and I squeezed her hand back. The feeling of being gently led by her was so comfortable it made my heart race. Your room is so pretty, as always, Yuika. Is it? Yeah, it's so neat, and the furniture is arranged so nicely. I had never invited Najisa to my room before, partly because I didn't want her to think I was weird, but also simply because I never had the chance. After all, our study sessions were always at Najisa's house, and more importantly, Najisa often invited me over. That was one of the reasons I had misunderstood. You can sit there, I'll get us some drinks. Coffee or tea, which one do you? That doesn't matter, does it? With a click, the sound of the door lock turning. She pulled my arm forcefully, and I immediately tried to steady myself, but this time my chest was pushed. My steady feet went straight back, and I fell onto the bed. A different sensation from when I collapsed onto the bed from exhaustion came from my back. I looked up at the room, and the light was brighter than usual, and it didn't feel like my own room. As I stared blankly at the ceiling, she swiftly drew the curtains, picked up the room's remote control, and then straddled my stomach. Was she used to this kind of thing too? Just thinking about it made my heart pound, and I hated this unrestrained feeling. Let's not dawdle. Should I turn off the lights, or leave them on? Turn them off. Okay. Well then, here we go. With a soft beep, the lights went out. Since it was still evening, crimson sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains. Even so, with the room's lights off, it became quite dark. In the dim vision, I could vaguely see her clothes. It was so dark that I couldn't even make out her hairstyle or eye color, but I could tell she was there. Even the sound of my own breathing became distant. I want to touch your hand. After I whispered, I felt her smile in the darkness. Was that childish? Okay. A soft touch on me. My right and left hands touched, and I felt a little relieved. Even though I was the one who told her to turn off the lights, I still felt anxious, not being able to see her face. Even though it would be more painful if I could see her. I was so selfish it surprised even me. Well then, I'm going to touch you, okay? Her fingertip touched my chest. Just that made my body almost jump, but I definitely didn't dislike it. My heart was pounding. It was beating so hard it felt like it was hitting me from the inside. As if with the breath exhaled from the depths of my throat, everything inside my body was about to come out. Ahaha, what a dramatic reaction. If you don't like it, you have to tell me right away, okay? After saying that, she reached for my clothes. Why was this happening? Even though my heart was beating so fast, even though I was happy to be touched by her, I felt like a big hole had opened in the center of my chest. I had always wanted to do this with Najisa. Just talking, holding hands was fine. But having her touch the places I wouldn't let anyone else touch, confirming our feelings for each other, was what I wanted to do most. Even though I thought that, all I could see in front of me was a bottomless darkness. You're wearing cute underwear. Can you see? A little. A little, huh? Even so, I can tell. You're wearing cute underwear, Yuika. Want to see mine? All sorts of thoughts flashed through my mind, but time didn't stop for that. I couldn't nod, nor could I shake my head, so I just buried my head deep in the pillow. A small sigh shook the air. Then I'll take mine off too. It's not very atmospheric if only one of us is undressed. Her hand moved. My heart jumped. It would be a lie to say I didn't want to see her skin. When we changed for gym class, I tried my best not to look because of guilt, but just a glimpse of her snowy white shoulders made my heart race. I held my breath and watched her undress. If she took off her clothes like this, I would never be able to go back. But if I could just fall into the abyss like this, maybe that would be fine. It would be better than having to live with this feeling for the rest of my life. Just as I was thinking that, the phone on the desk vibrated. I couldn't help but look at the light that faintly illuminated the room, and on it, it said Najisa. The message was an ordinary, everyday conversation. Something in my heart snapped. It was no good. My sanity, which had returned at the last moment, stopped me. Before I knew it, I had grabbed her hand. Yuika. I can't, after all. Why? Because Najisa is Najisa, and Mimi-chan is Mimi-chan. Even so, the me who is here right now is Najisa. The Najisa who loves you most, Yuika. Yeah, I know, but I'm sorry. When I said that, she let out a small sigh and picked up the remote control. With the same soft sound as before, the room returned to its brightness. The sweet atmosphere that had enveloped us also vanished with that light. She looked exasperated and got off me. I slowly propped myself up. Why did you come to your senses after getting this far? What's the big deal? Let's just do it. If you let it all out, you might be able to forget my sister. I can't forget. The voice I made was so clear it surprised even me. Mimi-chan, widened her eyes. Even if we kiss, go on dates, do more, I still can't forget. Nagisa's face will always pop into my head. The smallest thing will remind me of Najisa, and my feelings for her will overflow, and it hurts so much. I said, panting, and Mimi-chan stared at me. What is it about my sister that made you fall for her so much? Her serious side, her cool side, the side of her that always charges forward towards her goals, the side of her that's kind to everyone, her cute smile, the way she would hold my hand with a little hesitation. Everything, I used to love everything. I still love her, I love her the most, so much that it's hopeless. I wanted to do all sorts of things with Najisa, and I loved her so much that I was happy that Mimi-chan was willing to be her substitute. But even if Mimi-chan said it was okay, taking out my frustration on her for not being able to do things with the real person was still ugly and wrong. Even though I was the one who asked her to go on a date with me. I used to think that the feeling of liking someone was a softer, warmer, more comfortable thing, but in reality it wasn't. It was heavy, painful, and dirty, hopelessly. I'm sorry, Mimi-chan. I'm sorry. That's enough. Her head rested on my shoulder, almost like she had headbutted me, but it didn't hurt much. I was wrong. I thought that feelings for my sister would disappear if you just let them out. But that's not it, is it? You love my sister so much that you're crying. Yeah, I do. So much that I don't even understand myself anymore. I see. She didn't say anything else, just stroked my back. Why was she being so kind to me? I felt my chest slowly being filled. Before I knew it, something warm was streaming down my cheeks. Actually, I thought Najisa liked me too. Yeah. Because. She smiled so happily at me, and we made eye contact a lot, and she said I was her best friend. And she took my hand too. This was just the ramblings of a conceited woman. The person forced to listen to her and the person she liked must have been so annoyed. I know I do. I'm so stupid, so embarrassing, so gross. She didn't even like me that much, but I got all worked up on my own and confessed to her. Senpai. I know. It's gross to be looked at like that by someone you don't like, but I want to touch her, I want to kiss her. I was so happy just to see a little bit of her skin. Because. Mimi-chan listened to the words that flowed out with my tears. I used to think that it was a good thing to put your feelings into words, but ever since my confession failed, I became scared. If the feelings, the emotions that have taken shape, are not accepted, if they don't remain in anyone's heart and just disappear as sound, I feel like the feelings I've held until now, and everything up to now, will turn into foam and disappear. It's scary, it's painful, and it makes me want to keep my mouth shut. I like her. I fell in love with her. I can't hold it back. How can I stop liking her? The feeling of wanting to touch each other, wanting to hear her say she likes me, how can I? Please, I hope you laugh at me. Laugh at me for being conceited, for being a hopeless fool, for being a terrible woman. But Mimi-chan gently hugged my head. She combed my hair with her fingers, and I almost melted from that kindness. Right now, I have no way to stop the tears that are flowing. The makeup I worked so hard on is meaningless, and my face right now must be incredibly uncute. I'm very sorry. I'm the one who pushed you this far, senpai. No, that's not it. You're not in the wrong, Mimi-chan. I am. I naively thought that if I took my sister's place, you could forget your love. I'm sorry for making you do something so strange with me. No, me too. I'm sorry for making you do something so half-hearted with me. Senpai, please stop apologizing. I don't want you to look so apologetic. The senpai I know is usually smiling. Yeah. How did I interact with Mimi-chan before I was rejected by Najisa? Even though I tried to remember, I couldn't. I looked up and tried to smile. Mimi-chan's expression was full of worry. You don't have to now. You don't have to force yourself to smile. But if one day you can smile naturally again, please smile at me then. Yeah, thank you. You're welcome. Mimi-chan patted my head. Was our usual dynamic reversed? This was the first time I had ever cried out like a child like this and had someone pat my head. Even Yuzuha hadn't done this for me. Though I had told her that I had mistakenly thought Najisa liked me too, and about the failed confession, this was the first time I had completely let out the feelings buried deep in my heart. Though I felt embarrassed, I also felt a sense of relief. I couldn't say anything and rested my head on her chest. She usually felt her age, but at times like these, she seemed so mature, and I thought it was amazing. I, on the other hand, was always childish, both now and then. Even if you think it's gross, what does it matter? Hi. It's impossible to love someone with a beautiful heart, even if some people might think it's gross. If those are your own feelings, please don't deny them. Her gentle voice echoed in my head. It's true, maybe so. Denying your own feelings is a painful thing. No matter how depressed I've been before, I've never completely denied myself. But only this time, I would deny myself no matter what, even if it was such a painful, meaningless thing. Senpai, please stay as you are. Stay as I am. What was the original, former me like? It might take some time to remember, but one day, will I be able to overcome my love for Najisa and smile innocently again? After a while, we naturally separated a little. I drew the curtains and the western sun was blinding. I slowly sat down next to her on the bed. The bed made a creak sound. Thank you for today. I had a lot of fun. Is that so? I had a pretty good time too. Hearing you say that, were you forcing yourself after all? Was the cafe bad? Or the movie? It was the movie. Wasn't it a little too cheesy? Ahaha, maybe so. I thought it was pretty interesting. But you don't particularly like romance movies, do you, senpai? Why? Because your expression was so different from when we were at the cafe. When did she see that? I had been watching her for a long time too, but I didn't think she was watching me too. A little embarrassing. I see. If I had to say, I do prefer cute movies, I guess. What's a cute movie? That Mascots movie, it was released recently. It was cute and good, it was amazing. I see. Well, if it's on some streaming site, I'll check it out. So you're a streaming person, Mimi-chan. Such a modern kid. What are you talking about? You're only a year older than me, senpai. Ahaha, you're right. But I'm a VCR person. Isn't that a little too old-fashioned? It's probably my dad's influence. My dad calls both DVDs and Blu-rays videos. The conversation stopped for a moment. Mimi-chan stared at me. Come to think of it, she had said she rarely went to the park. This might mean she didn't have a good relationship with her family. I thought apologizing would be weird, so I rested my head on her shoulder. What are your parents like, senpai? She asked quietly. I hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly. They're kind. They'll properly tell me what I can't do, and if I'm feeling down, they'll take me somewhere to cheer me up. They dote on me. No, it's a little embarrassing, but they still dote on me now. Ahihi. She laughed happily for some reason. I tilted my head. Mimi-chan. Ah, nothing. I just thought that's what you were like, senpai. What kind of feelings? The feeling of being raised with love by your parents. I think it's a good thing. It's part of your charm, senpai. Being told that so directly made me a little embarrassed. Mimi-chan always said surprising things with a straight face. Lately, I've been flustered by the things she says. Is that so? Hearing you say that makes me a little happy. I smiled naturally, even though I felt like I had said a lot of embarrassing things. But thanks to Mimi-chan accepting them, I was able to smile without thinking. Maybe I really did want someone to understand everything about me. Like my feelings for Najisa, or my vague anxieties, all sorts of things. Though my anxious feelings won't completely disappear, but my chest still felt a little warm. Ever since I discovered that what I thought was Najisa's affection for me was a hallucination, I started to doubt other people's affection. But even if I can't be like I was before, I hope I can gradually learn to believe again. Mimi-chan, if you have any worries, tell me too. I'm always willing to help. You're right, I'll be counting on you then, senpai. After saying that, she slowly stood up. I should be heading home soon. I see, today was fun. Being able to go out with you, Mimi-chan. So it's me after all. Yeah. She let out a small sigh. Najisa and Mimi-chan were, as expected, a little different. Though they were as similar as twins, I didn't think they could replace each other. But that was surely for the best. They shouldn't have to be a substitute for anyone. Though I, who had once tried to make Mimi-chan a substitute for Najisa, had no right to say such a thing. I see, well then, finally. The girl who was heading to the door turned to look at me. She came towards me and squeezed my hand tightly. The way she looked at me was so gentle, it made my heart skip a beat. Even though I was definitely looking at Mimi-chan's eyes right now, even if I didn't think she was Najisa, my heart still started to race. No, but... As I waited for her to speak, her lips suddenly touched my earlobe. That bra. It suits you, senpai. It's cute. She whispered. Her words made my ears burn. Come to think of it, I hadn't put my clothes back on since they were taken off earlier. I hurriedly covered myself with the bedsheet. Ahaha, what's there to be embarrassed about now? You've been exposed this whole time. Why, you should have said so earlier. It feels so stupid that I was talking to you like this. I don't think it matters, and it was cute. It's your fault for not noticing, senpai. You're so dense. WH. Even my face started to burn. Mimi-chan, who had been so gentle just a moment ago, had a mischievous smile on her face. Should I call her a little devil? I felt a little awkward and looked away. It was true that it was too late now. It was too late, but I was still embarrassed. Underwear is something you don't usually show to others. Well then, see you next time. I had a lot of fun today too. Being able to enjoy the things you like with you, senpai. She left only those words and quickly walked out of the room. Left alone in the room, I let out a small sigh. So cunning. When she said that, I had nothing to say back. I'm glad she had fun, I thought, and put my clothes back on. While I was doing so, I remembered the word cute she had said earlier. Though that word could also be interpreted as the bra being cute. In fact, I had bought it because I thought it was cute. So I was happy to hear her praise it. When something you like is praised, it feels like you yourself are being affirmed, and your chest slowly warms up. This feeling stays in your heart longer than harsh words, and you'll remember it at unexpected moments. Mimi-chan is so cunning. In the midst of my swirling emotions, I found my feelings for her. It was definitely not a bad feeling, rather. NGHH. Mimi-chan was a more mysterious girl than I had thought. Maybe I had no right to say that about others, though. Chapter 3. The footsteps I like. No matter if something good or bad happens, tomorrow always comes. Since that day, I haven't had much of a chance to see Mimi-chan. You could say she stopped appearing before me altogether. I figured she must be busy lately, but I also felt that contacting her out of the blue would be too much. A week went by like that, and I started to forget what that day's kiss felt like. Even so, my daily life continued as usual. It was a holiday, just like any other. Najisa was standing at our meeting spot. I snuck up behind her, careful not to be discovered, and placed my hands on her shoulders. Whoa. Najisa, you're slouching. She must not have expected me to suddenly put my hands on her shoulders, because her body jolted in surprise. You scared me. That's bad for my heart, Yuika. Ahaha, sorry. Your shoulders just look so inviting. Nice shoulders, ma'am. Even if you say that. I looked at my own palms. The feeling of her shoulders still lingered on them, but it was okay. Compared to a little while ago, my heart didn't ache at all, and I felt like I was smiling naturally. I guess this was all thanks to telling Mimi-chan everything that day. Hey, you two. What's with the flirting? Yuzuha, you're late. No, I think you and Yuika are the ones who are early. It's just now the time we agreed on, you know? Yuzuha said, looking at her watch. She wore a smartwatch. I thought it was very her, stylish in a way. Well, our teacher always says that acting 10 minutes early is basic, I said, puffing out my chest. The truth was, I was just a little early because it had been so long since I'd gone out with Najisa. Though, of course, Najisa had arrived earlier than anyone. I'd never seen her be late for a meeting time. Don't make it sound so noble. I know for a fact you play on your phone during class sometimes. What on earth are you talking about? Yuika, you shouldn't do that. You have to pay attention in class, Najisa said. I thought she was amazing. Even though her grades were always at the top of the class, she never slacked off and always took class seriously. I, on the other hand, was either sleeping or on my phone, so there was no comparison. Ahaha, my apologies. But Yuzuha, you play on your phone or do your nails in class too, right? It's boring and my stamina refills. I can't believe you can play games in class. You should learn from Najisa. I am who I am. I won't be influenced by others, you know. Don't say it like you're some kind of say. Yuzuha really loves video games. There's nothing wrong with that, but I think cutting back on study time to play games is a bit, well, you know. All right, enough of that. Let's go. We've already decided to shop till we drop today. All right. Najisa, let's go. Okay. I'm so glad. Najisa was treating me the exact same way she always had, though that in itself made me a little sad. Still, it was so much better than losing all connection to her. I just have to take it slow. Even if it's just a little bit, I have to be content with these normal days we spend together and go back to being the person I was before I fell in love with her. I let out a small sigh and walked beside Najisa. Today will definitely be fine. It'll be fine. Since Najisa is treating me like a normal friend, I can definitely do it too. With that thought, I walked down the street. This pair or this pair, which one is better? This pair, I think. The shape seems to suit you better, Yuzuha. You think I'll go try them on then? Excuse me. Yuzuha called over a store clerk and tried on the shoes. Come to think of it, I haven't bought shoes recently. A student's allowance doesn't let you buy shoes that often, so it can't be helped. I wandered around the store, looking at all the different shoes. From cute to cool, and even some with colors that were way too bright. There was such a wide variety that I could look at them forever and not get bored. As I was browsing like that, I suddenly noticed Najisa looking at a pair of shoes. What are you looking at? Yuika, I'm looking at these. She pointed to a pair of white pumps with ribbons. They felt a little different from Najisa's usual taste, but they had an elegant cuteness that caught my eye. Since the three of us were out together today, I had dressed in my own favorite cute style. I thought that those pumps would probably go well with this outfit. They're so cute. Najisa, do you want to try them on? Ahem. Her gaze shifted from the pumps to me. My heart skipped a beat. Her serious gaze was so captivating that I couldn't look away. Yuika, why don't you try them on? Me. I thought you were the one who wanted them, Najisa. I do, I just think they'd look good on you. Why would you say something like that? You don't even like me. Thinking that felt like I was lashing out, which was lame, but she was probably just saying it as a normal friend. I quickly calmed myself down. Yuika, what's your size? I told her my size, and she briskly called a clerk, took the shoes, and had me sit on a nearby chair. To be honest, taking off my shoes in front of Najisa was embarrassing. I mean, I always take them off when I go over to her house, so why am I only feeling embarrassed now? Even though I thought that myself, taking them off like this was still a little. I suddenly remembered Mimi-chan taking off my clothes. No, that's not it. This isn't that kind of thing. Lift your foot. Okay. I thought she was just going to hand me the shoe, but it looked like she was going to put it on for me. It was embarrassing, but I couldn't refuse, so I quietly lifted my foot. The tips of Nagisa's fingers touched my ankle. I have to act normal. I have to be like a normal friend. Even though I thought that, my thumping, clamoring heart was telling me that there was no way I could act normal. Even when I tried to take a deep breath, the heat in my face didn't change. Having the person I like help me put on my shoes was embarrassing, but it also made me happy. Because it was like, no, let's not think about it. They're a little big, what about the heel? I stood up and walked a few steps. The size was indeed a bit big, and my heel felt loose as I walked. After walking for a moment, I suddenly lost my balance and nearly fell. Thinking, this is bad, I immediately reached my hands out in front of me, only to touch something soft. I shot my head up and our eyes met. That's when I realized she was holding me. My already racing heart let out a huge thud that felt beyond repair. If I pretended I'd twisted my ankle, would she keep holding me? I pushed that shallow thought to a corner of my mind. Ah, sorry. This size is usually just right for me, but maybe this brand runs a little big. Ahaha. After I let out a dry laugh, she tightened her embrace. I couldn't understand her feelings, and my body tensed up. She seemed to sense this keenly, and slowly loosened her grip. I almost let out an ah. I shouldn't be feeling reluctant to let go. And yet, I wished she would hold me tighter, even hold me tight enough to crush me to pieces. I thought you were going to fall, so I held on a little too tight without thinking. Sorry about that, okay? She said with her usual smile. I shook my head slightly. No, you were a huge help, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have fallen right over. Phew, that was close. This is how I was supposed to interact with her, as a friend. The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment, but by the time the clerk brought over another size of pumps, we were able to talk normally again. In the end, although we found a size that fit, I didn't buy them. Because if I kept increasing the number of things in my house that reminded me of her, it would become impossible to forget this love, even if I wanted to. We went back to Yuzuha together. It seemed she was having a hard time finding a pair she liked and was trying on several pairs. It looked like this was going to be a long battle. We glanced at each other and let out a small laugh. It was about 30 minutes later that Yuzuha finally decided which shoes to buy. Man, sorry about that. For making you two wait for me, Yuzuha said. No, it's fine. I'm glad you found a pair you like, Najisa replied. Totally, now I don't have to be a shoe refugee for a while. What's that supposed to mean? I asked and she laughed. Don't sweat the small stuff. More importantly, let's get lunch. I've already looked up a place. Which restaurant are we going to? You'll just have to wait and see. This way, this way. Wait, you're too fast. She pushed her way through the crowd. Our hometown is crowded on holidays too, but it's nothing compared to the city. The streets were overflowing with people, and it felt like I'd get lost if I wasn't careful. Unlike Yuzuha, who was used to the city, I was almost swallowed by the crowd. If I gave way to the people walking nearby, I felt like I'd never be able to move forward. Though maybe not being able to move forward, no matter what was just like me. Yuika, this way. Along with the voice, my hand was taken. I thought Najisa was also about to be swallowed by the crowd, but she was walking through it with confidence. The sight of her pulling my hand and walking ahead of me was, as always, beautiful. I couldn't help but squeeze her hand tightly. Let's stay like this so we don't get separated. Thank you for holding my hand. I'm glad I found you before you completely disappeared. Her voice was so gentle. I knew she was gentle with everyone, but I was sure I was the only one whose hand she was holding. While that made me happy, I knew I was both special and not special at the same time. But just for now, being able to hold her hand like this made me happy. being held by her, having my hand held by her. I wondered if it was really okay to be this happy, but at the same time I actually felt it. My mood grew heavy. If every time I touched her was going to be like this, my heart wouldn't be able to take it. Even though I thought that, it's not like I can choose my own feelings. Ah, I love her. Her back, her profile, no matter what she looked like. Confession, friendship, if only I could forget it all and just focus on interacting with her. Hey, Yuika. What is it? I was thinking this when you tried on those shoes. Your outfit today is really cute. It looks great on you. Huh. Cute, it looks great. Hearing that short compliment filled my heart with joy. I hadn't expected her to compliment me. This was the first time I'd been complimented for dressing like this, and I hoped she wouldn't turn to look at me. Because my face was so hot, and I was so happy, that I was making an expression I absolutely couldn't let the person I like see. I think you look good dressed like this. Ah, it's weird to suddenly say that, isn't it? Sorry. No, not at all, I'm happy. I'm always happy when you compliment me, Najisa. Yuika. We continued our conversation as we weaved through the crowd. I knew my love for her was over. Even so, being complimented like this made me incredibly happy. Even knowing the pain of love, the joy of love doesn't disappear. My heart ached in an unpleasant way. I like cute things and cute clothes. I see. I think this was the first time I had properly stated my own preferences. I couldn't say it back when I was desperately trying to match her tastes. Being able to properly state my own preferences like this, is that progress? Then again, the part that's regressed is so big that maybe it all just evens out. I like it when you dress like this too, Yuika. Yeah. I'm so happy. I said it in a voice almost lost to the clamor of the city. Our short conversation ended there, and we soon caught up to Yuzuha. She apologized for walking too far ahead, but her words didn't quite register in my brain. Even after we entered the restaurant and ordered, my mind was still full of Najisa, and I couldn't quite process reality as reality. All I could do was recall the touch of her skin and her words, or sigh, or look at my palms. Yuika, did something happen? Yuzuha whispered to me. Nothing at all. No, you're totally out of it. Are you okay? Yeah, if anything, I'm too full of energy. Oh. When I shifted my gaze back, my eyes met Najisa's. She said nothing, only watched me. Those eyes seemed somehow different from the familiar gaze I knew so well. When the food was served, I naturally looked away. The way she reached for the cutlery was the same as always. Was I just imagining things? I thought to myself as I picked up my own knife and fork. This is delicious, worth the research. It really is. Is this place famous? I guess so. It's been featured in all sorts of media, so I think it's pretty well known. The place Yuzuha chose was a cafe with a nice atmosphere. The interior was decorated with glass, letting in plenty of light. The atmosphere was also open and quite lively. I felt that eating in a place like this would make the food even more delicious. I naturally ordered the French toast, Yuzuha got pasta, and Najisa got pancakes. I remembered the time I went out with Mimi-chan. The pancakes we ate together, I can still recall them vividly. It surely wasn't just because the pancakes were delicious. It was probably because what happened afterward and all the various memories were just too memorable. Come to think of it, I think this is the first time I've seen you order something sweet, Najisa. Maybe, I don't particularly like or dislike sweets. Huh, so you were in the mood for something sweet today. Yeah, it's nice to have them once in a while. That's rare. Yuika is the same as always, though. Sweets are my fuel. You'll get fat. It's fine. I burn off all the calories I eat, probably. That sounds suspicious. Hasn't your tummy gotten a little soft lately? And no, it hasn't. Mimi-chan didn't say anything about my stomach. The bra, it looks good on you, senpai. It's cute. The words she'd whispered in my ear before swirled in my mind. My face suddenly started to burn, and I was on the verge of remembering strange things. Come to think of it, did I do something incredibly embarrassing? Having Mimi-chan pretend to be Najisa, getting kissed and my chest touched by her, and even trying to say, I love you to her. Even if I was reeling from a broken heart, I felt like I'd been way too lost lately. No, but I've stopped doing that kind of thing with Mimi-chan. From now on, I'm going to be reborn as a wholesome version of myself, probably. Miss Najisa, what do you think? That's what Yuika says. Ahaha, I think a little rounder is cuter, you know. Najisa, I don't think that counts as backing me up. Huh? Are really? If Najisa says so, maybe I'll just eat sweets to my heart's content for a little longer. That's what I thought, but I decided against it. It's not good to cater to others too much with things like this. It was only because Mimi-chan and Najisa both complimented the clothes I liked that I started to think this way. I really can't forget my own preferences, even if I want the person I like to say they like me. Well, you know. We're still growing, so even if we eat a lot, we'll grow vertically, not horizontally. Probably. I wish you could say that with a little more confidence. I spoke as I cut a piece of French toast and brought it to my mouth. It was delicious, as expected. The ones you buy at the convenience store sometimes don't have the egg mixture soaked all the way through, but the French toast from a restaurant really gets it right. As I nodded repeatedly, Najisa, sitting across from me, let out a soft laugh. It was a little embarrassing, but I was happy she would laugh for me. I smiled back and she offered me her fork. This is delicious too. Have a bite. Thanks. I took a bite of the pancake. It was indeed delicious. Oh, can I have a bite too? I'll give you a bite of mine. Sure, let's all trade a bite. Good idea. Then have some of mine too. The three of us tasted each other's dishes. As we talked about our impressions of the food, the conversation gradually grew more animated, and the topics went in all sorts of directions. I would offer a topic, Najisa would speak, and Yuzuha would drive the conversation. It felt like the everyday life we were about to forget had returned, and before I knew it, I was able to laugh naturally in front of Najisa again. I had always loved the calm times I spent with her. At some point, I fell in love with her too, and that love overshadowed everything else. But even if we can't be lovers, maybe it's not so bad to be able to spend calm, happy times together as friends like this. Though my chest still aches a little. Once you fall in love with someone, your emotions go up and down like a roller coaster, and it's exhausting. But I think it's probably like that for everyone. Man, I'm stuffed. All right. Let's just wander around for a bit. Yuzuha, you're so energetic. If anything, you're the one who's too gloomy, Yuika. You usually have this laid-back vibe. That's not true at all. No, Yuika might actually be a little like that, Najisa said. Wait, Najisa. See, Najisa gets me. When we first met, she also said I had a mysterious aura. Am I really that strange? With that question in mind, I walked through the city with them. The crowd was as overwhelming as ever, but this time Yuzuha walked slowly in front to lead the way, so we didn't get lost. The only thing was, it was a little disappointing that I couldn't hold hands with Najisa like before. My right hand felt a bit lonely, but I walked on, pretending not to notice. Hey, Yuika. What is it? Has Mimi been any trouble for you? I was startled. Why would Najisa ask about Mimi-chan? I did meet Mimi-chan through Najisa, so it wouldn't be strange for her to ask about it. But because of what had happened between Mimi-chan and me, I couldn't help but overreact. Why do you ask? Because you and Mimi-chan seem to be getting along well lately, she said in a small voice. Does she know about my recent relationship with Mimi-chan? No, if that were the case, her tone wouldn't be so calm. If she knew her own sister and her friend were doing something like that, she would surely be more shaken. I felt my heart race, but I tried to smile. Not at all. You see, Mimi-chan just started high school, right? I'm just showing her around the school and looking out for her as a senpai. She's no trouble at all. I see. I looked at Najisa. I think this was the first time I had ever seen her so expressionless. Come to think of it, when I first met Mimi-chan, although Najisa had casually introduced us, I don't think I'd ever seen Mimi-chan and Najisa looking particularly close. Does Najisa have some kind of feelings about Mimi-chan? That girl likes interesting things. I was a little worried she might be causing you trouble. I'm glad if she's not. Mimi-chan and I get along great, so don't worry. I see. She walked slowly, looking at me. I looked back at her, and she quickly averted her gaze slightly. If anything troublesome happens, be sure to tell me. Maybe I can help. Okay, thanks. You're so thoughtful, Najisa. I'm not thoughtful at all. Huh. She quickened her pace slightly. Her tied-up hair fluttered in the wind. It's nothing. Let's go. It would be bad if we got separated. After saying that, she looked only ahead and moved forward. What did she mean by not thoughtful? I was about to ask, but thinking about how to ask would make me stop walking, so I hurriedly picked up my pace. When the three of us hang out together, time flies by in the blink of an eye. My confession to Najisa and my relationship with Mimi-chan, it was as if they never existed. A holiday just like old times was coming to an end. I sank deep into the train seat and sighed. Najisa was probably tired from playing, as she was leaning on my shoulder, asleep. I thought that since she was asleep, it would be fine to pat her head without her noticing, but Yuzuha on my right was awake, so I decided against it. Yuika, I'm sorry about today, Yuzuha said suddenly. I tilted my head. What for? In the morning, I left you on your own, right? And I wasn't much help just now either. Yuzuha said this, then bumped my shoulder with her own. It's been so long since the three of us went out, so I thought we should have fun, right? So I made all sorts of plans, but it was all for nothing. So, that's not true. Thanks to you, Yuzuha, you were a big help. No, you're always a big help, so thank you. Sigh, I feel like I've become one of those troublesome women waiting to be comforted. But, you're welcome. Yuzuha seems nonchalant, but she's a very considerate person. Thanks to her, I was able to talk to Najisa naturally, and she kept me company to cheer me up after my heartbreak. I think she's a good friend. I let out a small sigh. You're always a big help to me. Well, that's nothing. I just hope you stop feeling sad soon. Yeah, that was probably the most comfort she could offer me. Stop feeling sad? I hope that day comes. I don't know what the future holds, but I was glad that Yuzuha was my friend with the same unchanging attitude. When I told her I liked Najisa, Yuzuha said she would help. She's a good person. I've been blessed with good friends so far. So, to avoid causing any more trouble for everyone, I have to properly go back to being my old self. As I renewed my resolve, my bag seemed to vibrate slightly. I instinctively looked inside and saw a message on my phone screen. The train doors opened with a PSSHH sound. I looked back and forth between the station name and my phone, hesitating for a moment. Then, I let Najisa lean against the back of the seat and stood up. Yuika, this isn't your stop. Sorry, I just remembered I have an errand to run. Today was fun. Say hi to Najisa for me. See you later. Huh, wait, Yuika. I stepped off the train just as the doors were about to close. It was a station I had never been to before, so to be honest, I was completely unfamiliar with it. I hurried out of the ticket gate and looked around. Our area is also pretty laid back, but just a few stops away, this place was also quite relaxed. It didn't have a transit hub like our station, and the station itself was quite small. Just as I was wondering where to go, my vision suddenly went dark, and I felt a warm touch on my back. I only knew that someone was covering my eyes. Guess who? The voice was very quiet and mysterious, a mismatch for this kind of game. I opened my mouth slightly. Mimi-chan. Wrong. If I said that, what would you do? That voice was definitely Mimi-chan's. I gently placed my hand over hers and moved them from my eyes. I wouldn't mistake Mimi-chan's voice. I see, she said, as if she were bored, and put a little distance between us. Of course, she was in casual clothes today, and they were a different style from before. That was only natural. Because right now, she wasn't a substitute for Najisa, but Mimi-chan herself. Her usual casual clothes were surprisingly girly. If I had to say, Najisa's casual clothes lean more towards sporty or easy-to-move-in types. I had never realized it until now, but maybe Mimi-chan's and my tastes are a bit similar. Those are your clothes, Mimi-chan, right? They're cute. Well, yes, they are. I didn't think you'd come. Hi. But you're the one who called me. That's right. The message that had just come to my phone was from Mimi-chan, asking me to come out. Because I suddenly received a station name and the two words, waiting for you, I thought something had happened. Even though I wanted to go home with Najisa, after seeing that message, I still chose to come here. Maybe it was because I hadn't seen Mimi-chan lately. I did, but usually things don't go as you wish. Is that so? Yeah. The shooting stars have never granted my wishes either. Did something happen? No, it's not that anything happened. I've always been this way, she said with a smile. I had seen her smile in various ways, but this was the first time I had seen this kind of self-deprecating smile. I was worried something had happened to her, but it seemed she didn't intend to say. We fell into a momentary silence, staring at each other. Even so, we naturally started talking again right away. I called you out, senpai, because there's something I wanted to talk to you about. Is it something important? It might be important to me, but to you, senpai, it might not be important at all. Then tell me. When I said that, her eyes widened. Even though it might not be important at all, you're making that kind of face, senpai. It's important to you, isn't it, Mimi-chan? Besides, it's fine even if it's not important at all. If it's you talking, Mimi-chan, I'll listen. That's true, you are that kind of person, senpai. Let's talk as we walk. Okay. I nodded, and she reached out her hand to me. I was startled for a moment, but I thought, I guess it's just one of those days, and took her hand. She seemed surprised that I would take her outstretched hand, her eyes widening. Even though nothing had happened, she reacted like that. But I felt that if she didn't want to talk about it, and I pushed her, I would never be able to get close to her heart, so I didn't press any further. The weather's gotten a bit gloomy lately, hasn't it? Even though we were walking down an unfamiliar street, her steps were light. I think Mimi-chan could probably have a good time no matter where she goes. Walking on an unfamiliar street made me a little anxious. To be honest, my sense of direction is so bad that without my phone's navigation, I'd get lost even in my own neighborhood. Now that Mimi-chan was here, maybe I wouldn't have to worry about getting lost. I couldn't help but squeeze her hand tightly. It was only natural, but this was the touch of Mimi-chan. Yeah, it's about to be the rainy season, I guess. I hate the rainy season, I hate the rain. My hair gets frizzy, and even if I wear nice clothes, they get wet. I get it. I hate downpours, but I also don't like drizzles because they get you all wet. But I do love the sound of rain. We hadn't chatted like this for a week. When I talk with Mimi-chan, I feel calm. Why is that? When I talk with her, there's a sense of peace in my heart that's different from when I talk with my other friends. Maybe it's because I bared my soul, and that brought me a little closer to Mimi-chan. Though that's just what I'm telling myself. She walked briskly, as if to escape the setting sun. Her back was, as expected, Mimi-chan's, and her beautifully dyed brown hair shone. Senpai. She stopped walking and turned to look at me. I was startled. Even though she looks so much like Najisa, she's different. Even though I fully understood that the person here was Mimi-chan, my heart still pounded a little. I thought it was just my imagination, but when I placed my hand on my chest, I could still feel my heart clamoring. Why, but I still like Najisa. After that, I thought a lot about what I can do for you now, senpai. If I can't be a substitute for my sister, there's only one thing I can do. She wrapped my hand tightly in both of hers. Senpai, Yuka-senpai, whatever you want to do, please do it all to me. Yuika, this might be the first time Mimi-chan, not pretending to be Najisa, has called me by that name. My heart was pounding so loudly. I had no idea why it was beating so fast. I wanted to think about the reason, but being stared at by her, I couldn't afford to. How is that different from before? It's completely different. Before, I said I would do anything until you forgot your feelings for my sister. But she let go of one hand, then she took my other hand. This pose was just like we were about to dance. I couldn't say anything and just looked up at her. Her black eyes were as beautiful as ever. This time, it's not like that. Anything is fine. Even things that have nothing to do with my sister, like if you want to eat something, or go somewhere you can't go with your other friends, or eat sweets until you drop, really, anything. It seems like a lot of it is related to food. I won't tell you to force yourself to forget about my sister anymore. Just, if you're sad because you can't forget and want to vent, please ask for my help. Why do you care so much about me, Mimi-chan? Because no matter how you look at it, I'm your kuhai and your friend. Those words made me genuinely happy. But deep down, I felt a little disappointed. As if there was something else I wanted to say. It should have been enough to be selfish only with Najisa. Could it be that, even without romance, I was just a selfish person to begin with? No, even so. So when I see you sad, senpai, I get sad too. I worry about you. I want my friends to always be smiling. Is that not allowed? She gazed at me, I shook my head. No, there's nothing not allowed about it. I'm happy that you care so much about me, but there's no need. Hi. I smiled at her. I can't cause any more trouble, and I don't think I should drag everyone into my heartbreak. So, then let's do this. Mimi-chan gripped both of my hands tightly. The force was so strong it hurt. I'll also tell you the things I want to do, senpai. Things I can't do with other people, or things I can't talk about, I'll confess them all to you. Is that still no good? Her serious eyes reflected my own. Even with everyone worrying about me, even with everyone keeping me company, my feelings of love still haven't disappeared. So I felt I couldn't let others continue to go along with me. At the same time, I wanted to get to know Mimi-chan better. If I could become better friends with her, it would surely be fun. I want to talk more with her to see more of her expressions. I spoke quietly. Is it okay? I might say some really troublesome things. With that kind of thing, we're in the same boat. I might do some really gross things. The gross things you can think of, senpai, aren't gross to me at all. Like at night, I might call you at a weird time. I'll keep you company. Until you fall asleep, senpai. And besides that, Yuika senpai. She called my name, as if scolding me for taking too many precautions. I've become timid when it comes to relationships. They're unstable, there's too much I don't know, and I'm powerless. She gently embraced me like this. There was the scent of Mimi-chan, a sweet, soft scent. I couldn't say anything and reached my arms around her back. Everything is fine. I won't reject you. In return, senpai, you have to properly accept what I do too. Okay. If I say what I want to do first, will you become more selfish too, senpai? Maybe I will. Can you show me an example, Mimi-chan? Of course, then senpai. Mimi-chan pulled away from me slightly. I felt a little reluctant, but I didn't let it show on my face. She stared at me for a while and finally spoke slowly. Please kiss me, senpai. As long as you kiss me, senpai, the contract is formed. Both of us, me and you, senpai, will do what the other wants for each other. A kiss. Come to think of it, this might be the first time I've initiated a kiss with Mimi-chan. We've kissed several times, but being asked to kiss her like this feels a little embarrassing. Why a kiss? I don't know why she's asking for a kiss. I don't know, but if this is what she wants to do right now, I hesitated a little. But I want to know, what kind of requests will Mimi-chan make of me from now on? If I make a request, what kind of expression will she make? As if bound by that thought, I straightened my back slightly. I've never stamped a contract before, but maybe this is the kind of tension it involves. I gently pressed my lips against hers. And with that, the contract is formed. You can make a request of me anytime. You too, Mimi-chan. Mimi-chan was unfazed, but I was about to lose it. My face was as hot as if it were my first kiss, my heart was racing, and I felt like my heart was about to fly off somewhere. Could it be? No, there's no could it be about it. I really am drawn to Mimi-chan. But I still haven't forgotten my love for Najisa, so developing a crush on her little sister feels so indecent. But this feeling isn't a lie. The emotions swirled in my heart, making it restless. Yuzuha was so good to me when I was heartbroken, so why can't I feel the same way about Yuzuha as I do about Mimi-chan? It's not fair if only I make a request. It's your turn to say something, senpai. Then let's just walk around like this, and chat while we're at it. Hee, sure, what should we talk about? In that case, let's talk about my favorite character. Didn't you already talk about that before? There's always a separate stomach for talking about your favorite characters. A separate stomach. What will my relationship with Mimi-chan become? It's precisely because I've been worrying about all sorts of things lately that I'm so happy to form a new relationship. I walked through the streets, chatting with her about trivial things. Now, I no longer feel any fear of the unfamiliar streets. Only the feeling of wanting to talk with her more filled my heart, and so, I spent the time with her until the sun went down. Section. There are countless things I wanted to do with Najisa. Things like holding hands on a date, kissing, or even more. I had been hoping to do these things with her someday since middle school. However, I've recently learned that even if those things don't come true, life goes on, and a today that's the same as yesterday will arrive as a matter of course. Even if the wishes I wanted to come true didn't, now that I'm used to it, maybe it's surprisingly not so bad. It's all thanks to the people around me that I can think this way. I walk down the stairs with a light step. The familiar high school staircase is the same as always, with a little dust collected in the corners. I arrived at the second floor, where the first-year classrooms are. Our class homeroom had already ended, but it seemed the first-year classrooms were still in homeroom. I thought it might be a bad idea to wait in front of the classroom, but then my eyes met with Mimi-chan's inside. She stared at me, I gave a little wave, and she waved back. I couldn't help but smile and decided to wait for her by the classroom door. Yuika-senp. A little while later, Mimi-chan came out of the classroom with the other students. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Don't worry about it. It was fresh to see you in class, Mimi-chan, so I had fun watching. You really look like a high school student, Mimi-chan. What's that supposed to mean? Are you treating me like a child, senpai? Who knows, I might think of you as a little sister. Mimi-chan made a slightly displeased face. That expression is so childish, I thought to myself, though I'm not one to talk. Have you gotten used to high school life? Well, thanks to you, senpai, it's been pretty fun. I hang out with my friends sometimes, and high school is freer than middle school. I know. Maybe it's the difference between compulsory and non-compulsory education. My homeroom teacher said that college life is even freer and more fun, which has me a little excited already. Though before that, there's the hell of exams waiting for me. When that time comes, Yuzuha and I can comfort each other about how hard studying is. Though I don't really want to think about next year right now, in many ways. But is this really okay? If you hang out with me like this, you might get into a fight with your friends, you know. What kind of logic is that? Well, you know, if you only hang out with a senpai, won't your classmates say, "Are we classmates not important to you?" What kind of world are you imagining? She said with an exasperated sigh. No, don't look at me like that. You can't underestimate this kind of thing in high school, because just a 1-year age difference can mean a lot. Like a dolphin and a whale, wait, that doesn't seem like much of a difference, does it? You have to cherish your same grade friends, mum. Somehow, today's Yuka-senpai is a bit. A bit what? Annoy tireso nothing. I think I heard something I wasn't supposed to ignore. And she almost said all of it. Have I become like one of those annoying local senpais? Sigh, you're the one who should be asking if it's okay, senpai. If you're always looking after a kuhai, something might happen, you know. That's not a problem. Because Mimi-chan is my important friend. Senpai, you really are. She sighed softly and, taking my hand, started walking. I thought she was the type to be shy about doing this on school grounds, but she's surprisingly bold. Not that I dislike it. Friends don't usually have this much physical contact, but I don't feel particularly embarrassed about touching her. But in this respect, Mimi-chan is definitely different from Najisa. They're sisters, but they're different people, so I guess that's only natural. As we walked out of the school building, a wind that felt like the coming of summer brushed against my cheeks. Feeling that breeze, it felt like my confession to Najisa was a long time ago. You're so cunning, senpai, or should I say, naive in weird ways. I think you have a naive side too, Mimi-chan. Which part? Ahihi. I wonder where. What on earth is it? Could it be that she doesn't realize it herself? The naive or childish side that she shows without meaning to. I couldn't help but let out a small laugh, and Mimi-chan tugged on my hand slightly. But Yuika-senpai. Quietly, she whispered in my ear. I felt my body jolt. You kissed your important friend whom you cherish like a little sister, didn't you? Zahi. With an innocent face, you're surprisingly bold. I like that about you, senpai. Mimi-chan really is a mysterious girl. Sometimes she's innocent, sometimes she's mature, and sometimes she does strange things out of the blue. I'm always at her mercy, but I don't dislike it at all. In fact, I want to know more about her. Mimi-chan. Yes, I'm Mimi. Not Najisa, but Mimi Hanafusa, so you can call my name as much as you want. Her words, carried on her breath, shook my mind. It felt like someone was breathing warm air directly into my brain. Even though the students around us were living their everyday lives as usual, it felt like only the two of us were in a non-everyday atmosphere. I felt like I was being swallowed by that atmosphere and almost forgot to breathe. As I took short, repeated breaths, I suddenly felt a gaze from somewhere. I couldn't help but look around, but no one was looking at us. Maybe everyone was too focused on themselves or their friends to pay attention to anyone else. Was I just imagining it? Even though I thought that, I still felt like something was off. Yuika-senpai, what's wrong? It's nothing. I was just a little worried if anyone was watching us. It's fine if they see us, right? To outsiders, we just look like a friendly senpai and kuhai. If anything, you being so nervous about it will make it look weird, you know. Well, you have a point. See. Come on, senpai, let's show them, please. I guess you're right. Mimi-chan glanced behind her as if to confirm something, then smiled at me. For a moment, I was almost bewildered, but I smiled back. Mimi-chan's smile was cute today, too. I listened to her and held her hand confidently. She squeezed my hand back tightly. This kind of ordinary, everyday life is, as I thought, fun and makes me happy. And so, we walked out of the school grounds together. Our time after school as students isn't long. At most, it's 3 or 4 hours, and we always go somewhere, or do something, or don't do something. In elementary school, some students would play dodgeball during the 20-minute breaks, and I always thought it was amazing how they could have so much fun in such a short time. High school students playing all sorts of games in a limited time might not lose to elementary schoolers. I was reminded of this once again. Did you see that just now? If this were a real game, that would have been a home run. She swung the metal bat with a crisp sound, then turned to me and smiled. Her smile, slightly glistening with sweat, looked healthy and refreshing, completely different from her usual self. Ahaha, amazing, amazing. You're really good at this, as expected of someone who works out. Hee hee, you flatter me. Watch, I'll hit a home run level ball this time too. Go for it. Mimi-chan swung the bat with a spirited expression. The small batting cage in the city was crowded and lively. It was an old facility, but it seemed to have been loved by the local residents for a long time. I was surprised when Mimi-chan said she wanted to go to a batting cage, but seeing her like this, I was glad we came. It seems Mimi-chan unexpectedly likes this kind of physical activity, and, as far as I knew before, she's quite competitive. Her first impression was that of a quiet girl, but first impressions are really unreliable. The old Mimi-chan was cute too, but seeing her swing the bat so happily like this, I might have come to like her even more. After the ball came out of the machine, she swung the bat with a practiced form. And then, oops, a miss. Maybe because she had hit more than a dozen balls and her arms were getting tired, she swung and missed by a wide margin. It seemed that was the last ball, and after a moment, she came out of the batter's box. Good work, you hit really well. That was terrible. I usually hit much better than this. Do you come here often? I guess so. Well, I've been coming here for a long time. I like to exercise. When I'm exercising, I don't have to think about unnecessary things. I see. Unnecessary things, huh? I still don't really know what those are for her. If I ask her carelessly and she rejects me, I might never be able to step in again. I have to find the right time, I thought. The problem is, I have no idea when the right time to step into someone's heart is. Why don't you give it a try too, senpai? Hummy, I'll pass. I'm not very athletic. It has nothing to do with being athletic. If you practice a lot, you can reach an average level. Come on, come on, come on. Aye. Somehow, today's Mimi-chan is more forceful than usual. Is it because the exercise has her spirits high? I had no choice but to decide to play just one round. It's been a long time since I held a bat. We had softball in middle school, but this was my first time playing baseball. I felt the weight of the metal bat. As soon as the ball came out, I swung the bat frantically. Or rather, I was swung by the bat. I spun around completely. I have no idea what the correct posture and body movement are, but I can be sure that this isn't it. In fact, the ball is so fast. Even though it's a slow pitch, it doesn't feel slow at all. After that, I swung the bat several more times but didn't hit a single one, and so the round ended. I walked outside, out of breath. I thought I would be laughed at, but Mimi-chan's expression was the same as usual as she handed me a towel. Here you go. Ah yeah, thanks. I took the towel and wiped my forehead. It's been a while since I exercised, but it surprisingly didn't feel bad, though my back and shoulders hurt a bit. What's wrong? You have a strange look on your face. Is my expression that strange? Yes. It's the face you make when you win a prize from a randomly bought popsicle. What kind of expression is that? I thought you would laugh at how bad I was, I muttered, and she widened her eyes. Why would I laugh at someone who's trying their best? For a moment, I forgot to breathe. Her smile was just so beautiful. It made my heart beat a little faster. Though your movements were indeed unstable and your swing was slow, it wouldn't be wrong to say you were bad at it. But that's just you, senpai, and... She tilted her body and looked up at my face from below. Since I'm always looking up at her, it felt a little fresh. Whether viewed from below or above, her black eyes were beautiful. You were cute, panting while you swung the bat. Is that so? Are you embarrassed? I'm not embarrassed. That was a lie. I'm often told I'm cute, but I feel like the cute, my other friends say, is a little different from the cute, Mimi-chan says. This caused my heart to beat faster and faster, and my cheeks to gradually heat up. It felt the same as when Najisa complimented me, but also a little different. This unclear feeling seemed to flow through my whole body with my blood, making my mood very complicated. I also wanted to act more like a senpai and be a bit more composed. Mimi-chan is beautiful. What? Mimi-chan, swinging the bat happily, was cool and beautiful. HMPH. She slowly straightened her posture. When she stood up straight, I could still feel the height difference. Both Mimi-chan and Najisa are a little taller than me, and I'm sometimes envious of them. If I stood on my tiptoes, I could probably reach. No, what am I even trying to reach? Maybe because we've kissed several times, I feel like kissing has become too familiar, but maybe that's not it. Then compliment me more. She squeezed my hand. Perhaps because she had swung the hard bat several times, her hand felt softer than usual. I also gently squeezed her hand back. Mimi-chan is amazing. MHM. I think your competitive side is cute too. That one doesn't make me so happy. I'm happy that you complimented me, and I'm happy that you do so much for me. I see. How long is this situation going to last? As I was thinking that, she gave a satisfied smile. Well done. I also like that you're easily swept along, but also a little naive and gentle, senpai. Are you complimenting me? This is my highest level of praise. Please accept it. Then I'll accept it gratefully. Thank you. I smiled at her. She smiled back at me. Somehow, it felt a little embarrassing. Mimi-chan is a friend, but she's different from my other friends. Even if we interact as usual, the atmosphere becomes strange. It felt like being tickled by soft feathers. It's precisely because it's not unpleasant, precisely because it feels comfortable, that I feel at a loss for what to do. Ah. Senpai, look, it seems we can play table tennis here too. Oh, you're right, want to play a game. Good idea, then the loser has to face a penalty. Hi. If we're going to compete, we have to be serious. Come on, let's go, Yuka-senpai. Wait a minute, you saw how bad my motor skills are, right? What kind of penalty are you planning to give me? Don't sweat the small stuff. Is this considered small stuff? We finished the procedures and went up to the second floor where the tables were. There weren't many people playing table tennis, which was just right. Because with my athletic ability, the ball could fly off in a strange direction. And then, the table tennis match, needless to say, was my utter defeat. But Mimi-chan looked so happy, as if she had grown wings and was lightly swinging the racket, that I felt it didn't matter if I lost. Did Mimi-chan's wings stir the strings of my heart? Thinking that might be a bit too sentimental. In the end, I treated her to snacks at a nearby cheap sweets shop. This area is our local spot, so it's just a familiar place, but it seems to be a fairly famous tourist spot, and today there were many tourists curiously walking the streets. It's a local place I've known since I was a child, nothing special. But no matter when I come, I see unfamiliar faces, so it's also a bit fun. Though there are many tourists on weekdays too, so walking around here can be a bit tiring. I rarely come around here. Is it because of the crowds? No, you see, aren't there a lot of shops selling snacks around here? I'll buy and eat them without thinking, so I try to avoid coming here. I think it's fine to buy a little to eat. And my friend also said that being a little rounder is better. Ahaha, Najisa said the same thing. I think constantly giving in to temptation is not good for various reasons. It costs money, and more importantly, there's a sense of guilt. Just as I was thinking that, she took my hand. She squeezed it tightly, as if to confirm something. Mimi-chan. Yuika-senpai, let's go in there. She said this and pointed to a nearby cheap sweets shop. Before I could answer, she pulled me into the shop. As soon as we entered, I saw kinpeido and candies sold by weight. They're so pretty, the candies and kinpeido. And the fact that they're sold by weight is great, it makes you want to buy all sorts of flavors. You really like this kind of thing, don't you, senpai? I guess so. I like colorful candies, or snacks with cute shapes. Just looking at them makes me happy. Even though they disappear when you eat them. Snacks, of course, disappear when you eat them. Even so. Yeah. If you can enjoy them until they disappear, then it's fine to eat them. Because the memory that they were beautiful will definitely remain in your heart. I see. You don't like them, Mimi-chan. I didn't ask what she didn't like. She didn't know how to interpret my vague words and gently picked up a container for selling by weight. The red lid looked strangely dazzling. Well, I sometimes wonder what meaning there is in fleeting feelings or things. If I could, I'd want everything to last forever. I see. I think most things disappear quickly, whether it's words, feelings, or happy times. It's normal for everything to have some kind of end in sight and then gradually disappear towards that end. However, even if it will disappear someday, I don't think that such feelings or times are meaningless. Because even if they disappear, something will surely remain. Without the accumulation of these fleeting things, we wouldn't be who we are now. I'm not saying I don't understand her feelings. Things that you hope won't disappear, that can last forever. Of course, I have them too. Najisa too, I really wanted to keep innocently liking her forever. If I had just kept that sweet and sour feeling of love locked up in my heart, right now, surely, just kidding. Mimi-chan, if you have sweets, you'll eat them, right? Huh, yes. Then, let me borrow that. I'll pick for you. I guess that's fine. I took the container from her and filled it with candies, kinpedo, and other things sold by weight. There was a beautiful light blue, soda-flavored kinpedo. Candies of primary red and blue. Kintaro candy that looked a little cute, but also not so cute. Ignoring the color coordination, the actual taste, and the weight, I filled the container with as many candies of my favorite colors and shapes as possible. Mimi-chan's eyes widened as she watched my strange behavior. Don't worry, it's all on me. Though the person actually eating them is Mimi-chan. There, that should do it. It's so random, isn't it? Like a child's toy box. Maybe. But these are all things I like. I see. I'd be happy if you could take it home. And then, I hope you'll think of today while you eat it. That's fine, I guess, she said absent-mindedly. I smiled. Thank you. If you get lonely, I can always make you the same thing again. What? So, it's okay to eat them all. Until an everlasting memory is left in your heart, Mimi-chan, I'll make you the same thing as many times as it takes. As I said that, I made her hold the container with the lid on. The container, filled with my favorite things, was a bit unsightly because it was so full. But I think this is probably the unvarnished me. Pht, ahaha, what is this? Mimi-chan laughed like a child. Seeing her smile, I felt a little relieved. I knew that not everything could be solved immediately, but if she could cheer up even a little, I was happy. You're more childish than I thought, senpai, maybe even more childish than me. Yeah, maybe so. But I'm happy. I'll cherish it while I eat, so please bring me here again, senpai. Yeah, of course. Then, let's pick out some other snacks too. Huh. Okay. Snacks someone else pays for are the best. Mimi-chan seemed to have regained her usual composure, directly picking up a basket and putting many snacks in it, along with the container sold by weight. It's fine. It's fine, but I wish she would consider my wallet a little. Maybe I should start working a part-time job like Mimi-chan. Watching Mimi-chan innocently picking out snacks, I couldn't say anything and just went to the cashier. The most expensive thing was the candies and kinpedo sold by weight that I had stuffed into the container without thinking. Although it was a big blow to my wallet since I don't have a part-time job, I endured it. It's fine. If this small amount of money can buy Mimi-chan's smile, it's cheap. It should be cheap. Probably. We decided to eat a few snacks near the store. Mimi-chan looked happy holding a super long fugashi that only tourists would buy. So innocent. This is the first time I've bought a snack like this. Hee, is that so? Senpai, you look like you've bought it before. You seem like a cheap sweets shop master. Well, you could say that. Leave the cheap sweets to me. Kind of feeling. I said casually, picking up a small mochi snack. This cheapness, different from regular snacks, touches the heart or becomes a memory. So I actually quite like cheap sweets. Though some might retort that as long as it's sweet, I like anything. Yes, it's true that I like them. As long as it's sweet, I basically like it, but it's not like that. No, who am I even explaining this to? This is so sweet. Well, it's pretty much just a lump of brown sugar. Looks-wise, it's 100 points. Taste-wise, it's maybe 30. Isn't that a bit harsh? I wish she wouldn't be so strict with cheap sweets. Cheap sweets are cheap sweets. I want her to enjoy the cheap feeling to the fullest. Though what the cheap feeling even is, I don't know. How's your mysterious, colorful mochi, senpai? Hi, it's sweet. Is it good? Or bad? It's sweet, right? I thought since we're spending some money anyway, maybe we should have gone to a cafe. It's my treat anyway. But, just as I have feelings for cheap sweets, does Mimi-chan want to feel something from them too? I brought the mochi to my mouth with a toothpick. This kind of thing is surprisingly no big deal. Maybe so. But this isn't bad either. She said this while nibbling on the fugashi. Should I say it's a bit silly or cute? I couldn't help but want to smile. I remembered the rabbits we kept in elementary school. We were occasionally allowed to give them snacks, and I think I fed them carrots. But if she knew I was thinking this, she might get mad. I ate my mochi while watching her. Today, I was the one who suggested doing what Mimi-chan likes. Last time, I wanted to go on a date with Najisa and had Mimi-chan act it out with me, so today was a sort of repayment. Though wanting to know more about Mimi-chan was also part of the reason. In fact, it seems I saw a lot of new sides to her today. For example, she unexpectedly likes sports, or she doesn't really like cheap sweets. Come to think of it, the casual clothes Mimi-chan wore last time were a cute style. I thought that even if you like sports, you don't necessarily wear clothes that are easy to move in. Najisa, who is better at studying than sports, also wears sporty clothes. It seems that one's usual lifestyle image and clothing taste don't necessarily match. Ah, right. I swallowed the last bite of mochi and, suddenly remembering something, rummaged through my bag. Then I took out a few character keychains. Ta-da! You gave me a stuffed animal last time, so I wanted to give you something in return. Pick one. What character is this? Strange, her reaction wasn't what I expected. I thought she would be more, how should I say, more excited. I gave a wry smile. It's a friend of the character you gave me before. This one is a dog, this one is a cat, and this one is a giant salamander. Isn't there something weird mixed in there? What's so weird, how rude. These characters are pretty popular. But on second thought, Mimi-chan probably doesn't need a character keychain like this. After all, she said she wasn't interested in these characters. The only thing I could give in return was something like this, so I brought it, but I can't cause her trouble. Just as I was about to put the keychains I had taken out back into my bag, she reached out and picked up the dog character keychain. She twirled it around for a bit and then suddenly smiled. I'll take this. As a memento of today. I see, I'm glad. No matter the form, it's still gratifying when your own feelings, or rather, your own actions, are accepted by others. I used to take this kind of thing for granted, but now I know that it's not at all a given, but something to be grateful for. So even a moment in this everyday life can feel fresh and make my heart pound, while at the same time bringing a sense of relief and joy. It's precisely because I once lost all color that I can now see how vivid and beautiful the everyday is. Just for that, maybe it's enough to say that this heartbreak was worth it. Though you could also say that the environment I was in before was so blessed that a single heartbreak changed my world. I have blessed friends and family and have hardly ever suffered any hardships. I think that's a good thing, but it might also be a bad thing. The rest of the snacks, I'll take them home to eat. Senpai, can you help me carry this to my house? Mimi-chan, who is more fit than I am, pretended the bag of cheap sweets was heavy and picked it up. I let out a small laugh and took the bag from her hand. The bag was, as expected, very light, and even I could carry it. It's precisely because of this that I feel I can sense how Mimi-chan sees me, though all of this might just be a delusion. Mimi-chan, I called out to her as she was about to walk ahead. Between the crimson and ultramarine sky, her face looked no different from usual. Whether it was her black eyes, her slightly melancholic expression, or her thin lips that conveyed a strong will. Why does just taking in this ordinary, everyday scene make my heart beat faster? It was a flutter in my chest that was different from the thrill of a crush and different from the pain of a broken heart, a flutter of unknown origin. But I knew it wasn't a negative feeling. After all, my mouth doesn't feel dry, and I don't feel a stinging pain in my back. But, what is it, Yuka-senpai? She suddenly gave a small smile. Just that made me feel happy, and the moment I felt happy, the meaning of my heartbeat changed. It went from being of unknown origin to a feeling I knew well. This feeling of my heart pounding was extremely close to what I used to feel for Najisa, but also different. It's nothing. I felt a sensation like the inside of my chest was being caressed. As if pushed by that feeling, I smiled. I'll be careful not to crush the cheap sweets. All right, let's go. You're so strange, senpai. Hehe. I walked forward with a light step. The streets were still crowded, but even without holding hands, I wouldn't lose sight of Mimi-chan. And so, I carried the bag to her house. Chapter 4. Like and like. I figured this had a different meaning than when the three of us held a study session here before. I stood in front of her house, a little nervous. It seemed her family used a home delivery service. A small cardboard box sat at the entrance. The label read lenses or something, so they were probably contact lenses. Najisa's name was on it, but I didn't think her eyesight was that bad. No, I shouldn't be staring at someone else's delivery. It's rude, and more importantly, I felt like I'd come off as creepy. Come on in, senpai. Oh no, it's fine, this is far enough. It'd be a bother if I came in this late, right? It's fine, my sister might be one thing, but you're my guest. With that, she opened the door. Her movements were incredibly slow, completely unimaginable from her usual self. She moved her body carefully, not letting the door make a sound, as if she didn't want anyone to find out. Why was she being so cautious in her own home? As I was wondering this, she beckoned to me from the crack in the door. I gave a small nod and, like her, quietly slipped into the house. Before, I had always entered her house openly, invited by Najisa. This felt a little like I was doing something wrong. Ah, my sister and mother seemed to be back. Just leave your shoes anywhere. Okay, excuse me. Mimi-chan kept her voice low, and I matched her. Polished leather loafers and high heels were lined up neatly. I was about to place my own shoes next to the loafers, but she put hers there first. I gently placed my shoes next to Mimi-chan's. Seeing this, she let out a soft breath. As you know, my room is on the second floor. She tiptoed as she walked. I could sense someone in the living room on the first floor, but they didn't seem to have noticed us, nor did they call out a welcome back. Is this okay? I thought, but followed her anyway. We passed in front of Najisa's room and arrived at Mimi-chan's. I had been to Mimi-chan's room a few times in middle school, but this was the first time since she started high school. Mimi-chan's room was almost unchanged from the last time I was here. There were hardly any decorations, just a spare shirt hanging on a hanger, and nothing particularly special. That's weird. Mimi-chan looked at the hanger and let out a small cry of discovery. I tilted my head. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. She said that and sat on the bed. As before, without making a sound, I felt this was very unlike her. But I still don't know much about her, so it would surely be wrong to jump to conclusions about what's her style. Please, sit next to me. Okay. I sat down gently beside her. There was a sweet scent. It was the familiar smell of Mimi-chan, and it felt a little comforting. But right now, it was a bit awkward. I quietly placed the bag on the small table. She put her bag and my bag together on the floor. With nothing else to do, silence fell. I felt I had to do something, but I didn't know what. However, since she had invited me to her room, there must be a reason she wanted me here. I decided to wait for her to bring it up gently. It was very quiet. Najisa must be studying next door, and their mother must be doing something downstairs. Yet it was so quiet it felt like nothing else existed. Why is this, I wonder? Her head rested on my shoulder. Her long hair tickled my neck a little. Before, I was sure I never wanted you to see me in such a pathetic state, Yuika-senpai. Her voice was small, but for some reason, that voice pierced my ears. Knowing your weak side, senpai, made me feel like I could show you my weak side too. I see. Until just a little while ago, I had never shown my weakness to Mimi-chan either. She was my kuhai, and I wanted to act cool, but more importantly, we didn't have the kind of distance where we could show or have our weak side seen. However, since my heartbreak, the distance between Mimi-chan and me has closed. Lately, I've been showing my weak side or kissing her. The position of a friend's little sister is a delicate one, seemingly easy to get along with, yet a little awkward. Even so, now I don't see her as Najisa's little sister, but as Mimi-chan, a unique individual. Not that that changes anything. I took her hand. I'm a child who doesn't exist. A child who doesn't exist. Yes, my parents are both what you'd call elites, and since we were little, they always expected us to become like them. I said nothing and listened quietly. She was surprisingly talkative. My sister, for better or for worse, lived up to those expectations. As for me, well, as you can see, I tried at first, but my abilities just couldn't keep up. A Mimi-chan. So I decided to stop trying. As long as I could live happily, nothing else mattered. But, well, the consequences of betraying expectations are not pleasant. She sighed softly and looked at me. The room, with the curtains drawn, was a little dark even with the light on. Even though they've given up on me, even though they think as long as they have my sister, it's fine. But every time they see me, they have all sorts of things to say. If I fail a test, it's a real disaster. Her voice was extremely cheerful, just like when I told Najisa I wanted to stay friends. So, I became a child who doesn't exist like this. I live quietly in the house, unnoticed by anyone, not meeting anyone. That way, I don't get tired. Are you okay? I felt that anything I said would be out of place, so I just asked that. She giggled. I'm used to it. How many years do you think I've lived in this house, senpai? Even if you're used to it, I'm sure painful things are still painful. Hee, I guess you're right. Is it the same for you, senpai? Yeah, even if I put on a good face, my heart is a complete mess. It feels like a wound that's always exposed to the air, never even scabbing over. I think I kind of get it. The nature of family problems and a broken heart are surely completely different. Even so, I could somewhat understand her feelings. With no power or strength, I can't solve anything. Just empathizing takes all I have. Even if that's all I can do, I want to believe it's not meaningless. Sometimes I think it's their fault for having expectations and then getting disappointed on their own. Sometimes I blame myself for not being able to meet them, and then I hate myself for it. And sometimes I wonder what I am, being kept alive by parents I'm hated by. It's so busy. You have a lot of hard things to deal with too, Mimi-chan. I do. But lately, it's been a little fun. Is that so? High school is freer than middle school, and I have friends. And most importantly, I have you, senpai. Those words made my heart leap. What on earth does that mean? How does Mimi-chan see me, and what does she want from me? But being needed by someone is a nice feeling. My heart was racing, and I had a feeling I wanted to be needed by her. Maybe I'm much weaker than others. You've been interested in me for a while, senpai, haven't you? Why? Even if you ask me why, isn't it normal to be interested in a friend's little sister? What do you mean by why? And no. Never mind. For you, senpai, it's just a given. That's all it is, right? With that, she took my hand. She leaned her body slightly, bringing her face close to mine. Her lips touched my ear. Senpai, don't you think it's the fault of the person who makes you misunderstand? Is that so? I don't think it's the fault of the person who makes you misunderstand. Because if that were the case, it would feel like I was lashing out at Najisa. A little, though I do feel a little like it's the fault of the person who makes you misunderstand. But for the one who was dumped to think that feels incredibly stupid. It is. It's all the fault of the person who makes you misunderstand. I hate that hearing those words made me think, it is. Najisa did nothing wrong, yet I wanted to push all the blame onto her. I think I'm ugly. I used to believe I was a good person, but in reality, I'm an ugly, dirty, terrible person. So, it's your fault, senpai. She pressed down on my shoulders. Then, just like last time, she straddled me. It was, of course, the first time she had treated me this way in her room. A distinct weight and a sweet scent. My head spun as I looked up at her, and her face felt very far away. The parts of me she was touching were so hot, as if they were about to melt. What on earth was I so afraid of? Once you took an interest in me, I misunderstood. Once you smiled at me, I felt like I had value. You have a lot of good points, Mimi-chan. Is that so? Then senpai, please let me do what I want. We made that kind of contract before. I can do whatever I want to Mimi-chan at any time, and Mimi-chan can do the same to me. So today, I plan to go with Mimi-chan to the places she wanted to go and learn about her. And this was her turn. I don't know if this is okay. But perhaps because we sealed our contract with a kiss instead of a stamp, even as she pressed down on me now, I didn't feel any rejection. No, far from it, I was even a little expectant. Expectant to do things with her that I couldn't do with anyone else. As I squeezed my eyes shut, she licked my neck. Along with a hot breath, I felt the touch of her tongue. My heart pounded, and I not only closed my eyes but also turned my face away. Senpai, can I leave a mark? You don't ask. Is it because you might not be able to stop yourself from saying you want it? Or is it that you won't be able to stop yourself from saying no? She spoke in a cheerful voice, as if she could see right through me. We had already agreed that we could do as we pleased, so there was no need for her to ask. Being asked like this made it hard for me to say yes. Even though we've done much more embarrassing things, just as I was thinking that, a sharp pain ran through my neck. The mark she mentioned didn't seem to be a hickey, but a bite mark. She bit my neck with enough force to almost hear her teeth grinding. Even though it hurt, I didn't want to refuse. If the mark disappears, I'll put another one on as many times as it takes. Until I'm branded onto you, I'll do it forever. Is this your way of returning the favor for the Kinpeito? Hee, maybe so. Please allow me to imitate you, senpai. She undid my tie and unbuttoned a button. The sounds seemed exceptionally clear. I was nervous that my underwear might be visible, but she had already seen it before, so it seemed too late to cover up now. Besides, would she praise me again? The thought that I was even thinking that was so shallow it almost made me laugh. I felt her breath and prepared for the coming pain, but she gently sucked on my skin instead. It didn't hurt. Because it didn't hurt, I was confused. As if she were trying to carve the feelings that could only be born here and now into me, she repeatedly left marks on me, and my heart beat faster and faster. Even without her constantly leaving marks, I felt her feelings would remain on my body forever. But she didn't seem satisfied, occasionally leaving bite marks or hickeys on my neck, chest, and collarbone. Senpai, Yuka senpai. A Mimi-chan. Feel me, don't forget me, desire me. Her voice was calm, yet it shook my heart. That voice, close to a cry, echoed in my head and wouldn't leave. More than the confusion of the unfamiliar first kisses, this more dizzying, strange sensation shook my body and soul. I was panting like I'd just finished a marathon. I opened my eyes slightly and saw her face. I had closed my eyes out of embarrassment, but seeing her face put me at ease. I found her so endearing, which made me feel foolish. What on earth is going to happen to me? With a little self-loathing, I gently pulled her head into my arms. Her hair spread over my open uniform. Soft, ticklish, pleasant, hurt me more. Okay. She moved her head on my chest. Then she unbuttoned another button and sucked hard above my bra. It hurt. But I think, for the me right now, this is probably just right. Even though I still like Najisa, I'm still attracted to Mimi-chan. What am I doing? These feelings are wrong. And yet, it feels so good, so many marks. So cute. I thought it was useless for her to say that now, but I was still happy. And because I was happy, I hated myself. What exactly is the feeling of liking someone? Liking friends or family, you can have as much of that as you want. But this kind of liking, you have to have only one. Though maybe that's just what I think. What about everyone else? With all these marks, I won't be able to go to gym class. What does it matter? If you're open about it, it might surprisingly work out. Then, can I leave marks on you too, Mimi-chan? That's not allowed. I hate things that hurt. That's not fair. It's not, I'm very unfair. Because I'm the Kuhai and little sister character. Should she be the one saying that? I thought so, but I didn't say any more, just looked down at the marks on my body. The memory of the cheap sweets will someday turn into a happy memory. A memory that will make me think back fondly and say, oh yeah, that happened. But what about this? What kind of memory will these bright red marks become in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years? When I look back on them, how will I feel? How am I supposed to feel? The questions didn't stop, but the gentle throb that ran through my chest didn't stop either, and I almost sighed. Senpai, is there anything you want to do to me right now? She asked suddenly. I stared into her eyes. No guilt, no worries, the same as always. Seeing her like that, I thought, thank goodness. But it's also true that it was a little boring. Anything. Yes, as long as it's what you want to do, senpai. Or then, even though she said I couldn't leave marks on her, she said I could do whatever I wanted. Is it because she trusts that I won't do anything she truly dislikes? After a moment's hesitation, I gently rested my head on her chest. I felt a soft touch and a heartbeat. The heartbeat was surprisingly fast. I don't know why her heart was beating so fast, so I couldn't be happy about it. Hold me. Okay. She gently held me. It felt so good in my heart. Right and wrong, difficult and easy, everything seemed to be blurring. Even so, being held by her like this was so comfortable that, at least for this moment, I just wanted to not think about anything, completely relax, and surrender myself to this feeling. I rubbed my head against her chest for a while like that. By the time we naturally separated and I was getting ready to go home, it was already late. I felt bad making Mimi-chan sneak around, so I stopped her from seeing me off and went to the entrance alone. As I slipped my feet into my shoes, I smelled a refreshing scent. I reacted to it and turned around. You came, Yuika. The person standing there was, as expected, Najisa. I don't know how long she had been there, but she was in her uniform, standing in the hallway. Najisa, Sorry for bothering you, I'm just about to leave. Najisa didn't answer. Maybe because the hallway light was off, I couldn't see her expression clearly. It should have been brighter when I came, but now it was almost completely dark. Wait, your tie is crooked. Even in this darkness, it seemed she could see my tie. Had she been standing here all this time, her eyes adjusted to the dark. No, that can't be. She has no reason to be standing here, and she should be busy studying. I felt her approach and was about to say I could do it myself, but she reached out from the darkness first and grabbed my tie. Her grip was surprisingly strong. Unlike Mimi-chan, she shouldn't be training that often. Hey, Yuika. She lowered her voice. She rarely used that tone at home. Her unusual demeanor left me a little stunned. What were you doing with Mimi? Her tone sounded like a simple question, but also like an interrogation. My heart leaped. Did she see us, or did she hear us? No, that's impossible. The door was closed properly, and we hardly made any noise. I kept my voice low too, so there's no way Najisa could have found out what Mimi-chan and I were doing. I let out a soft breath. We were eating snacks. Snacks? Yeah. You know, there's a general store on that little street. We went there together and bought some snacks. Her slender fingers pulled hard on my tie. She always dresses so neatly, so I figured she'd be good at adjusting other people's ties too. I had hastily retied my loosened tie just now, so there must have been a lot of things wrong with it. My hands aren't that nimble to begin with. The closeness made my heart race in more ways than one. Najisa still smelled nice, and just being touched by her made me happy. But I was also worried she would notice the marks Mimi-chan had left. I could no longer touch Najisa with the same pure feelings as before. Though that can't be helped. I see. I hope you'll continue to get along well with Mimi. She seems to like you a lot, Yuika. Yeah, of course. Mimi-chan is a very important friend to me, so we'll continue to get along. She tied my tie tightly. Then she looked at me. We were so close I could almost feel her breath. Because I had done that with Mimi-chan dressed up like Najisa, my heart beat even faster. It was a distance where we could have kissed if our lips just moved a little closer. But I felt that even if I stole a kiss, it would be meaningless. With a kiss, the feelings are the most important thing. If it's just lips touching, it surely has no meaning, as if I know so much about it. Najisa. Are you okay? When I asked, Najisa laughed in the darkness. What about? Her voice was devoid of any emotion, which startled me. I couldn't help but widen my eyes. This was the first time I had ever heard Najisa speak in that tone. But before I could figure out what it meant, she moved away from me. Please take care of Mimi, because I can't do anything for her. Okay. Najisa, who can meet expectations, and Mimi-chan, who cannot. There might be a considerable distance between them. However, Najisa must still care about Mimi-chan. The Najisa I know is that kind of person, but I also feel it's not just that. Hey, Yuika. Just as she was about to say something, footsteps came from the stairs. They were undoubtedly Mimi-chan's footsteps. She hadn't made a sound just now, but now her footsteps echoed through the entire hallway. Thump, thump, thump. Her footsteps sounded, getting closer and closer. Never mind, let's study together again next time. Okay, excuse me. You too, Mimi-chan, see you later. I called out towards the stairs. There was no reply, but the footsteps stopped. I left the dim entrance just like that. When I looked up at the sky, the sun had completely set. The days have been getting longer lately, but at this time, the sun still sets. With a slight sense of relief, I casually looked back at their house. I had never felt this way before. The reason I felt heavy and pained must be because I learned about their family situation. I sighed softly and started walking. What can I do for Mimi-chan and Najisa? The tiny me can only think of listening to their troubles. Section. I always think, isn't the interval between midterms and finals too short? Midterms just ended, and a month later, it's finals again. Students are chased by schoolwork every day, with no time to play. Well, maybe that's an exaggeration. As for why I'm thinking this, Yuzuha looked at her test results and slumped onto her desk. We had a big celebration party right after midterms ended, but not long after, the test results came back and our spirits dropped. This is the norm for us students, and an inescapable fate. That being said, since we're students, our duty is to study, and more importantly, my grades are pretty high up, so even seeing my test scores doesn't get me too down. Look at this, I got last in the class. It's hilarious. And we even had a study session. I've learned the importance of reviewing. Honestly, our high school is, after all, the top college prep school in the city, and the exams are on the difficult side. So I don't think she needs to be that depressed even if she came in last. What about you, Yuika? Did you get good grades? They were decent, I guess. I did review after all. Whoa, awesome, you're amazing. What act are you putting on? The senpai character. Why? Anyway, you did manage to avoid failing, right? You said retakes are a pain. Of course. Yuzuha puffed out her chest. I sighed softly. Don't be so proud. But still, that's impressive. You worked hard. Right. Praise me more. Yes. As we were talking, a corner of the classroom suddenly got noisy. I looked closely and saw many classmates gathered around Nagisa's desk. It seemed everyone was praising her for getting first in the year again. She's been a little celebrity since her first year, always getting first in the year, gentle to everyone, cute and beautiful. I'm sure many people have misunderstood like me, confessed to her, and been shot down. Though she doesn't talk about that kind of thing, so I don't really know. Does she have a lover? I wanted to ask, but I still couldn't bring myself to. If she said yes, I might go crazy. It would surely be the same now. Nagisa's the same as always. If she were good at sports too, she'd be a perfect superhuman. That's what's good about her. If she were perfect at everything, she'd be too hard to approach. Coming from the super unathletic Yuika, that's very persuasive. Who's super unathletic? What were your gym grades again? No comment. I know this, of course. I'm bad at sports, have a terrible sense of direction, and am not dexterous. I'm a person with fewer things I can do than things I can't. That said, I don't particularly dislike this version of myself. I believe ability isn't everything, and my close friends often praise me. That being said, so much has happened lately that I also feel like, what am I even doing? It might be surprisingly difficult to always like yourself. After school today, wanna have a party to celebrate the end of exams. Let's invite Najisa too. Didn't we just have one? What does it matter? It's always good to have a chance to liven things up. Come on, go invite Najisa. Yes. I think she's just being considerate of me. I should be getting over it by now. Lately, I've had a lot of opportunities to be with Mimi-chan, and I feel like I'm gradually coming to terms with my feelings for Najisa, but the day I can completely forget is still far away. I slowly got up and walked towards Nagisa's desk. Yuika, what's wrong? Even with so many people around, she noticed me right away. I love that about her. Just that was enough to move me so much that I almost couldn't say what I wanted to say. But I put on my usual smile and said, Yuzuha and I are having a party to celebrate the end of exams today. Do you want to come too, Najisa? Hearing me say that, Najisa made a slightly troubled expression. Her expression sent a sharp pain through my chest. I'm sorry, I have to review a bit today. I see, you're amazing, Najisa. Good luck. Yeah. Mimi-chan sometimes suddenly makes a pained expression. Is Najisa okay, then? I thought. I've been with Najisa a lot since middle school, but I've never seen her say she was having a hard time or was tired. She always had a gentle smile and could casually meet the expectations of those around her. So she might be fine, but remembering Mimi-chan makes me a little worried about Najisa too. That being said, even if I worry, there's nothing I can do for her. If I meddle too much, she might find me annoying, and more importantly, Najisa never shows weakness. How much should I intervene to be correct, and what distance should I keep to be the right answer? The appropriate distance between people, I still don't understand it now. I was rejected. When I returned to Yuzuha's desk, she narrowed her eyes. I see, can't be helped. Let's just the two of us go. I guess so. Where should we go? Last time's celebration was at karaoke, so we discussed our after-school plans while waiting for the next class to begin. Because I felt like I would think too much, I didn't look at her. And because of that, I felt like she was looking at me, but in the end, I never found out if that was just my imagination. When I returned to my seat, Najisa was only looking forward. And then after school, we ended up stopping by a nearby fast food restaurant, talking about test results, school life, or just trivial daily conversations. Since our first year, Yuzuha and I have surprisingly often chatted like this. I was originally the type to have a narrow and deep circle of friends, so I almost never hung out with a lot of people. I listened to her voice and the surrounding clamor while nibbling on my fries. I'm not a huge fan of fast food restaurants, but how should I put it? It has a high school student feel, so I don't hate it. Maybe it's because eating in this kind of noisy environment that I think this way. By the way, have you been hanging out a lot with that girl, Mimi, lately? I was a little surprised to hear Mimi-chan's name from Yuzuha. Yeah. We hang out together, why do you ask? No reason, just heard some sightings. Sightings? Depending on who saw us and when, the situation could be very different. When she went on a date with me as Najisa, I chose a place quite far from here, so it should be fine. There's nothing to hide about the fact that we're good friends. It's just that, if it were discovered that there's something behind our relationship, or if our contract were known, it would certainly be a lot of trouble. In my life so far, I've never done anything I'm ashamed of. But lately, I've had a secret I absolutely must keep, and I'm living a life beyond common sense. And since the other person is Mimi-chan, I don't dislike it. Just about that, but I'm relieved. It's good to be friends with all sorts of people. Huh? While I was a bit confused, I bit into a fry. The table started to shake. I wondered what was going on and looked at the table to see my phone vibrating. It seemed someone was calling me, and it was Najisa. The relaxed atmosphere immediately tensed up. I hesitated for a moment, then pressed the call button. Yuika. It was rare for Najisa to be so loud. I was so startled I almost dropped my phone, but I quickly regained my composure. Najisa, what's wrong? You're in such a panic. Mimi got into a fight with our mother and ran out of the house. Mimi-chan did. It seems she got scolded about her test results. I was in my room, so I don't know the details, but I looked at the clock hanging in the shop. It was 6:30 p.m. It was getting dark, a time when it could be a little dangerous. I grabbed my bag and stood up. I'm worried she might do something dangerous out of desperation. Yuika, please help me look for her as much as you can. This was the first time I had ever heard Najisa talk like this. I couldn't help but grip my phone tightly. Okay, I get it, I'll look too. I'll contact you if I find her, bye. After hanging up, I immediately prepared to leave, but before that, I looked at Yuzuha. Sorry, it seems Mimi-chan ran away from home. I have to go look for her. She crumpled up her hamburger wrapper and stood up. Okay, I'll clean up here, you go look for her. I'll come look too after I'm done cleaning. Okay, thanks. I walked quickly through the store and rushed out as the automatic doors opened. I couldn't think of any place Mimi-chan might be. I just ran, panting, and once again went to the places we had gone together. The movie theater we went to together, the small station we usually don't get off at, the batting cages, the shopping street lined with candy stores. I followed my memories to various places, but I still didn't see her, and a dull ache started in the back of my throat. That time, the day she invited me to her house, maybe I could have done more. I can't change her family environment, and I can't interfere in her family matters, but I shouldn't have just empathized, I shouldn't have just comforted her. Specifically, what could I have done? How could I have relieved her stress? If I, as a senpai, could have said something more useful. If I could have gotten deeper into her heart. In the end, I was probably just afraid of getting deep into someone's heart and being rejected and hurt. Because I didn't want to get hurt, I shut myself in my shell and couldn't even save a troubled Mimi-chan. I'm completely useless. Even if you're afraid of change, you can't create anything. What if Mimi-chan disappears somewhere? Anxiety and impatience swirled in my heart, almost tearing it apart. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? The sound of my heartbeat was too loud, making me lose my composure even more. My throat tightened, my eyes grew hot, and my steps almost stopped. But I can't stop yet. I ran all over the places she might be, but to no avail. I was just running aimlessly when my phone vibrated again. I thought it was Najisa or Yuzuha who had found Mimi-chan and immediately pressed the call button. Did you find Mimi-chan? I asked without waiting for the other person to speak. There was no reply. Instead, a suppressed laugh. That voice was, Mimi-chan. That's right, senpai, good evening. Her voice was the same as usual, and I felt my heart being thrown into turmoil. This is no time for good evening. Senpai, everyone's worried about you. Mimi-chan, where are you right now? Where am I wonder? Well, it doesn't matter. I'll go back eventually, so you too, senpai. How can it not matter? I was out of breath. I usually don't exercise except for gym class, but I've been running non-stop, so just talking is a bit tiring. But I have to say it now. I'm worried about you, I'm scared. I'm so scared that Mimi-chan will disappear forever that my chest is about to explode. So, tell me where you are now. I walk down the dim road, illuminated by streetlights. Even a familiar road is scary when it's dark, and I rarely walk this road, so it's even scarier. But Mimi-chan might be in the darkness ahead, so I have to keep going. Tap, tap, tap. Only the sound of my footsteps echoed around me. Even in a tourist area, if you step into a side street, it's just a normal road. There are hardly any people on this kind of night road, and it feels like it will dissolve my fragile heart into the darkness. I'm in a place you'll never find, no matter how much you look, senpai. You said it before, didn't you, senpai? My fingertips grew cold. All my senses gradually drifted away, as if my very existence was about to disappear. If you think it's impossible, you give up. Isn't that fine? If you just give up and go home, you'll see me eventually. That's not fine. My throat hurts, my legs hurt, and my chest hurts. Contrary to the various senses that were growing cold and disappearing, only the pain was vivid. I want to see you now. I want to see you right now. I want to see Mimi-chan. Why? Mimi-chan is my important friend, and I want to know more about you. The thought of Mimi-chan being alone on a dark street like this is unbearable. So, don't worry, I'm in a bright place. A thump sound came from the other side of the phone. It sounded like a soft object hitting another soft object. It was very similar to the sound of collapsing onto a bed, exhausted. A bed? Is Mimi-chan in some hotel? No, that's probably not it. Then is she at a friend's house? I can't imagine. I don't think she's bad at relying on others, but I also don't think she's the type to go to a friend's house at a time like this. Then, where on earth? No, wait a minute. There's one more place I went with Mimi-chan that I haven't been to yet today. I thought it was impossible, but I started running again. Mimi-chan, stay right there. Okay. The sound of fabric, a familiar sound even through the phone. As they say, so close yet so far, but I never thought she would be there. I desperately moved my aching legs and ran on the way home. The last time I ran this much was probably during the winter marathon. I was almost last in that race, but I'm probably much faster now than I was then. Even though I'm out of breath, even though my lungs hurt so much they feel like they're going to tear, my legs keep moving forward. I'm drenched in sweat. On this day, infinitely close to summer, it's only natural to be like this when running at full speed. But this also proves that I can't leave Mimi-chan alone. Even if my own heart is a blur, my actions are still a mirror reflecting my heart. It was only by moving my legs like this that I first realized. The feelings I have for Mimi-chan are much stronger than I thought. It has nothing to do with her being Najisa's sister. I want to know more about this person, Mimi Hanafusa, more and more. I want to get closer to her. If I can take one step into her heart, touch its center, I ran while thinking, and finally arrived at my own house. The Amamiya nameplate was the same as always, and from the outside, the atmosphere of the house hadn't changed much either. I caught my breath a little and put my hand on the doorknob. The door opened without any resistance. I took a deep breath and said, "I'm home." "Welcome home, senpai." I took off my shoes and tossed them aside. Then I pushed off the floor with force and walked forward. And just like that, I hugged her tightly. She smelled like me. It was the scent of the shampoo I usually use, and the moment I confirmed that, my vision blurred. "Senpai, this is tight." "Shut up. You're all sweaty, you're getting me all sticky. Deal with it." I hugged her with a force so strong it felt like I was about to break her. This wasn't a dream, nor an illusion, it was the touch of Mimi-chan. She was, as always, warm, soft, and a little bigger than me. I was relieved. The relief was so strong it was painful, gripping my chest, and even though I was happy, I could hardly breathe. Even though I wasn't sad, tears streamed down my cheeks and were absorbed by her clothes. "You took your sweet time getting back. It's your fault, you idiot. I thought you'd give up looking for me right away and just go home." "How could I? You're important to me, Mimi-chan." She wrapped her arms around my back. "Am I important?" "Yeah, even though I'm always showing you my useless side, and as a senpai, I can't do anything. But you're my important friend." "I see. You got all sweaty just to find me." "Yeah, I'm surprisingly persistent." "Thank you very much. I'm sorry." "It's fine. but you have to properly apologize to Najisa later. She was worried about you. Okay. As we talked, my body and mind gradually calmed down. My heart finally stopped pounding, and I could breathe properly. Then, I remembered I was hugging Mimi-chan while drenched in sweat and was about to let go of her. Mimi-chan. What is it, senpai? No, it's not what is it. I smell like sweat. You were the one who hugged me first, senpai. Please put up with it. Being answered with the same words left me speechless. Mimi-chan had a nice scent. Did she just take a shower? That's why I was even more concerned, but she seemed strangely happy. After we had been hugging for a while, my mother poked her head out from the end of the hallway. You're back. Wait, what are you two doing? You could say we're sharing the joy of reunion, or something. Whatever it is, go take a bath, will you? Dinner's ready. Okay, thanks. Mimi-chan nonchalantly let go of me. That made me a little anxious, but I told myself Mimi-chan wouldn't disappear and headed to my room. After grabbing a change of clothes and contacting Najisa and Yuzuha, I went to take a bath. I don't know if it was because I had run all over the place, but today's bathwater felt more comfortable than usual, as if it were seeping into my body. I let out a deep breath and sank into the tub. Senpai. Mimi-chan's voice came from behind the door. I exhaled and lifted my head from the hot water. It might not be the right thing to say right now, but I was happy that you worked so hard to find me. It was hard to discern her emotions from the voice coming through the door. What kind of expression was she making now? I was curious, but I couldn't go and see. I made a water gun with my hand and shot out a little hot water. My mother taught me how to do this a long time ago, but being clumsy, I can't shoot the water straight. The hot water that hit the ceiling made a dripping sound. It's easy to lose track of time in the bath, but thanks to the sound of the droplets, I knew roughly how many seconds had passed. After thinking for a full 30 seconds, I spoke. It's not inappropriate at all. I'm sorry for making you feel lonely. I was the one who ran away from home, so why are you apologizing, senpai? Because, even though I was soaking in warm water, I felt my fingertips growing cold. Interacting with people is surprisingly scary. The foolish me has finally realized this recently. I just want to talk, but the words almost don't come out. My chest feels tight, and it becomes painful. Talking with people is fun, it's happy, and until now, I believed it wouldn't be painful at all. If I had gotten a little closer to you, Mimi-chan, if I could have done something, this wouldn't have happened. What's that supposed to mean? Her voice sounded exasperated, and I shrunk my shoulders. Before, I knew you were in pain, Mimi-chan, but I was so busy just barely empathizing that I couldn't do anything. Hey, senpai. Her voice got closer. I saw a shadow behind the door. Why does having a single door between us make me so anxious? We're not that far apart. I wasn't hoping for you to offer a concrete solution or to somehow fix the painful reality. A serious voice. Unlike me, her voice was clear. I just wanted you to know. I wanted you to feel this feeling with me just a little, so you didn't do anything wrong, senpai. Those words made me feel a little lighter. What is the right thing to do for people? How deep into someone's heart is the right amount to step? What is wrong to do? My head is so full of things I don't know right now that I'm on the verge of losing myself. But even if I feel a little lighter, I still can't be at ease. In the end, my problem is my problem, and the responsibility is mine. The fact that I ran away from home is also. Even so, with a splash, I stood up from the bathtub. I walked across the wet floor and touched the door. Of course, I couldn't feel Mimi-chan's touch or body heat. I let out a small breath. I want to do more for you, Mimi-chan. When you're sad, I want to be by your side. So, let me get deeper into your heart. It's ridiculous to think you can't get deep into someone's heart without permission. A normal person might be able to be more relaxed, or to see the distance and judge how deep they can go. But I don't understand anymore. Since that incident with Najisa, I can't trust my own judgment. The thought of what would happen if it were all a misunderstanding makes me anxious, timid, and my heart keeps shrinking inward. Even though I know that if I keep being afraid, I won't be able to do anything. Say you'll let me in. After I squeezed out those words, the door opened. My body, leaning against the door, almost fell forward. And the hand that supported my body was Mimi-chan's. I had been held by Najisa before, but this was completely different from then. The situation, the feelings, the eyes looking at me were all different. The seemingly emotionless black eyes reflected my figure. Not that that changes anything, but when I came to, I had my arms wrapped around her neck. Senpai, are you crying again? I'm not crying. You're surprisingly a crybaby, senpai. I said I'm not crying. You're hopeless. Let's just say it's the hot water. My heart has become much more fragile than before. When my heart becomes fragile, my emotions easily overflow and are immediately revealed on the outside. I feel it's pathetic, but it's not like I can stop the overflowing emotions myself. Mimi-chan hugged me tightly. So hot. Her body temperature should be lower than the hot water, but it felt hotter than when I was in the bathtub, like I was about to melt. I'm a lot of trouble, you know, she whispered. I might consult you about all sorts of things, and I might even crush you. That's better than disappearing somewhere. You can consult me about anything. Though I can't say I can help, but I'll try. At times like this, I wish you'd just say it with certainty, senpai. Can I also consult you about trivial things, like what to eat for lunch tomorrow, or which clothes suit me better? Of course. So don't disappear on me without telling me again. Okay. Even though she calls me senpai, I don't feel like a senpai at all. I clung to her like a child, and she hugged me back. I feel a bit pathetic for feeling so relieved by this, but the dam of my emotions is definitely unstoppable. Yuika-senpai. A voice came from above my head. I lifted my head slightly. Please come deeper into my heart. Those words made my heart beat faster. She accepted my feelings and responded. Just that fact alone filled me with emotion. When I don't like something, I'll say I don't like it. So you don't have to worry, senpai. Just come deep into my heart. Okay. I can't naively think that I'm someone who can understand others' feelings like I used to. But with Mimi-chan, I think I can treat her like I used to. We stopped talking and after a while, separated by unspoken agreement. Mimi-chan left the changing room first, and I dried my body with a bath towel. Come to think of it, I hugged her in this state, and I feel like I did something incredibly embarrassing. But the feeling of relief was much stronger than the feeling of embarrassment, and my heart wouldn't calm down. After changing into my pajamas, I went to the living room. My father was already home, and our family was gathered around the dining table. Mimi-chan looked a little out of place, but my father and mother didn't seem to mind much. I may not be one to talk, but how should I put it? They both seem pretty easygoing. Is it their personality or their attitude towards life? Though I've also been saved by that. It's been a while since Yuika's had a friend over for the night. My father said with a grin. Why does it feel so strangely embarrassing to see your own parents talking to your friends? Am I really in my rebellious phase? No, of course I know I'm in my rebellious phase, but has Yuika been any trouble for you? No, Yuika-senpai has been very good to me. Ahaha, I see. I was just asking to make sure. I wish he wouldn't brag about his own daughter. It's embarrassing. I shrunk my shoulders. My mother's cooking was delicious today too, but my face was so hot I couldn't taste it. I glanced at Mimi-chan sitting next to me. She looked a little awkward, but not that nervous. It seemed the two of them were getting along well, which was a relief. As I sighed in relief, her foot touched mine. She poked my toes with her toes. It tickled, and I couldn't help but stare at her, but she seemed unconcerned. Even though she told me to get deeper into her heart, I can't ask her now why she's doing this. And Mimi-chan was also talking to the two of them as if nothing was wrong. I'm glad Mimi-chan is a good kid. Please take care of Yuika from now on. Take care of, I'm the senpai, you know. I know that, but you know. Memo. What kind of reaction is that? I tried to put on a very dissatisfied expression, but it seemed to have no effect. Am I really that unreliable? I'm the one who's being taken care of more, Mimi-chan whispered. I see. I'm glad to see you and Yuika are getting along so well. I was so tickled. I finished my meal faster than usual and went back to my room. In the end, I was the one who initiated contact with her foot before standing up. I'm full. Okay. And so I returned to my room. I'm a little tired today. Maybe because I was alternating between anxiety and relief, I feel my heart is much more tired than my body. Though my body is also about there. I flopped onto my bed and smelled a faint scent of Mimi-chan. She really had been staying here. It's my own bed, but it doesn't feel like my own. But I don't hate it. Before I knew it, I had dozed off. Just as I was about to fall asleep soundly, the door opened and I saw Mimi-chan. I yawned and sat up. She closed the door and sat next to me. Did I wake you? No, it's fine. More importantly, did they say anything strange to you? No, just bragging about you, Yuika-senpai. I see. They seem very kind. I understand why you grew up to be the way you are, senpai. I don't know whether to be happy about that or not. My head still seemed a little fuzzy, and I couldn't help but lean on her. She quietly stroked my head. So relaxing. But this really doesn't feel like a senpai. Even so, I feel it's not right to refuse. If you don't mind, you can come over to my house anytime. Okay. The conversation ended there. I let out a soft breath. This might be the first time I've told someone about myself like this. Like my weaknesses, or the me I didn't even know myself. Even after seeing all these sides of me, she's still willing to be by my side, which makes me so happy. I'm far more ugly and hopeless than I ever thought. I hate that, but Mimi-chan is willing to accept me as I am. I've also thought, is it okay to stay like this? But it will probably take a lot of time to heal a fragile heart and be able to smile innocently again. If Mimi-chan is willing to stay by my side until then. Yuika-senpai. What is it, Mimi-chan? Can you not call me Mimi-chan? She asked with a serious look in her eyes. If we're friends, it's better to just use our first names. Like Suramoto-senpai, or like my sister. Because I met her as Nagisa's little sister, I unconsciously started calling her Mimi-chan. But on second thought, I call my friends by their first names. Mimi-chan is an important friend too, so maybe calling her Mimi-chan all the time is too distant. That's what I thought. But for some reason, the thought of calling her by her first name made my chest tighten. This is the first time I've felt this way about wanting to call someone by their first name. I opened and closed my mouth several times, then made up my mind and said it. Mimi. Yes. Yuika-senpai. You still call me Yuika-senpai. Would another way of calling you be better? No, this is fine. This is better. Yuika-senpai. Mimi-chan. Mimi suddenly smiled. My heart leaped. Even though there was nothing strange, my face was incredibly hot. I couldn't look her in the eye and turned my face away. But she reached out her hand and turned my face back. Her black eyes were dazzling. At the same time, I was aware of my racing heart. A part of my mind quietly said that this wasn't right. Even though I still like Najisa, I feel I shouldn't fall for someone else. Since there's no progress with Najisa, I'll fall for someone else. That's too casual, too frivolous, I don't like that. But my thoughts and my heart aren't connected. The turmoil in my chest won't subside. What should I do? I like you as you are, senpai. Like a word I've said and heard many times. But hearing it from her, it sounded like the first time, and it shook my eardrums. Even though I know she doesn't mean it that way, my heart misunderstands. I can't help but think she's so cunning. A little ditzy, naive in weird ways, and gentle, you have a lot of little flaws, but I think that's what's good about you, senpai. I don't feel like you're complimenting me at all. I'm just stating the facts. I hate that way of putting it. I said that, but I didn't actually hate it. I didn't hate a single thing she said. If you ask me why, I'm sure it's because. I leaned my body slightly towards her. Just the fact that she didn't complain that I was heavy or tell me to stop made me feel at ease. Even if she didn't say it was okay, just letting me breathe quietly like this made me happy. We talked on and off like that, sitting together for a while. When I came to, it was late at night, and it was about time to go to bed. We took turns getting ready for bed and went back to the room. It seemed she wasn't planning to sleep in the guest room, but in my room. I was about to get a futon from the guest room, but Mimi got into my bed first and took my hand. Her grip was very weak, but I felt that force strongly and gently lay down next to her. It was different from usual, but there was still the scent of Mimi. I turned off the light with the remote, and the room's atmosphere suddenly became quiet. When I turned over, our eyes met. This feels so fresh. I've never been on a school trip with you, Mimi. It's a bit like being on a trip. It is, isn't it? That slightly embarrassing, slightly happy feeling you get when you sleep with a friend, what is it? I let out a small laugh. Yuika-senpai, if I graduate and you don't have any other plans, do you want to live together? I widened my eyes. You mean as roommates? Well, yes. Something like that. I had never thought about living with a friend. I'm sure it wouldn't be all fun and games, but I thought it sounded a little interesting. More importantly, Mimi must want to leave home as soon as possible. I'll have to save up money. Does that mean you're saying yes, senpai? Yeah. I see. My eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness. Her black eyes didn't blend in with the night, but stared straight at me. Somehow, her gaze felt gentle. Staring at each other quietly in the dark made my heart pound, but I also felt a sense of calm. The conflicting emotions filled my heart at the same time, making me restless. She brought her face a little closer. "You seem sleepy, senpai." A tiny voice was exhaled with her breath. I felt my eyelids naturally close. Mimi's face was hidden by my eyelids. I felt no anxiety about this and completely closed my eyes. With my vision blocked, I could feel her breath even more. Having someone by my side when I sleep seems to be more reassuring than nerve-wracking. I hesitated a little, but still reached out and wrapped my arms around her back. Perhaps due to sleepiness, her touch felt distant, yet warm. I let out a soft breath. "Thank you so much for today. I'm looking forward to living together." Yeah. Good night, Yuika-senpai." With those words, her breath came closer. A soft touch on my lips. Usually, I would open my eyes to confirm, but today I was too sleepy and couldn't be bothered. I don't know if it's because I'm used to the act itself or because the person is Mimi. I don't know the reason, but I feel even sleepier and my heart is calm. Even though my heart sometimes beats fast, at times like this, it's very calm, which I find very strange. It seems the meaning of a person's actions changes easily. I was about to say good night, but as my consciousness chased the fading touch, it gradually blurred, and when I came to, I was already asleep. Before that, her warm hand stroked my head. I had a feeling. Section: "I'm so sorry, Yuika. Mimi caused you so much trouble." The next day, Najisa apologized to me first thing in the morning. It was early, so there was no one else in the classroom. But even if no one else saw, being apologized to by Najisa made me feel a little bad. It's fine. My family, as you know, is the type that doesn't sweat the small stuff, and I had fun too. Don't worry about it. Hearing you say that, I'm relieved. She let out a breath of relief. I think Najisa is really serious, though that's also one of her good points. The conversation stopped for a moment. I glanced at the clock. It would be a while before the other students arrived. I'm more worried about whether my parents caused Mimi any trouble. I think you know, Najisa, but the two of them. I stopped mid-sentence, because Najisa's eyes were wide with surprise. I wondered if something had happened and looked around. Nothing special. The classroom was still just the two of us, and there was no sign of anyone in the hallway. The silence was painfully sharp. I was wondering what was going on when Najisa spoke. "Mimi." "Hi." "You called her Mimi, not Mimi-chan." She asked me to. Come to think of it, I call my friends by their first names. It felt wrong to keep calling her with a sense of distance. "Najisa." She touched her tie and blinked several times. I know Najisa has her own thoughts about Mimi. Is this attitude of hers related to that? No, but she was so worried when Mimi ran away, so why is she showing this subtle attitude now? "You and Mimi get along well, don't you?" "Yeah, Mimi and I surprisingly get along." "I see. It's not because Najisa told me to get along with Mimi that I'm doing this. But I do want to get closer to her, though I might end up worrying more than before because of it. Do you like Mimi?" My reflection was in her brown eyes. Different from Mimi's eyes, it was a light that resided only in Najisa's eyes. It's not that I like or dislike either one, but I quietly met her gaze. "I do. Mimi is a good friend of mine." That statement wasn't wrong, but it wasn't entirely correct either. Mimi and I are certainly friends, but I seem to have feelings for her that go beyond friendship. No, maybe they already have. That's good. If you get along with Mimi, Yuika, I'll be relieved too. She smiled slightly. That smile was exactly the same as always, the refreshing and gentle smile she shows to teachers and us. The smile I love most, but for some reason, it looks so stiff now. No matter how I look at it, it's the same as usual. Did Najisa have something unpleasant happen at home too? Like being held responsible for Mimi running away. If you have any worries, you can talk to me. Just as I was about to say those thoughtless words, footsteps came from the hallway. Yuika morning. Peeking out from behind the door was Yuzuha. Probably because of yesterday's incident, she came to school earlier today. I gave a small wave. "Oh, Nagisa's here too. Morning." Yeah. Good morning." Hearing Najisa say that, Yuzuha tilted her head. Then she looked at me. Her eyes seemed to be asking me, did something happen? I shook my head. Nothing special should have happened. Since I can't peek into Nagisa's heart, I have no way of knowing what she's thinking right now. As for the relationship between Mimi and Najisa, I don't know the details either. Although there were some things that were hard to understand, Najisa immediately put on her usual smile and started talking, and I missed my chance to speak. But I learned yesterday that if you don't take a step, nothing will change. I'm still afraid of failure, but I don't want to regret it like I did when Mimi might have disappeared. I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Najisa, you come too. Hi. See ya. I took the hand of a confused Najisa and went outside the classroom. The usually bustling hallway was quite quiet at this time. About you and Mimi, I still don't know the details. I said as I walked. I was a little afraid to turn and look at her. But if you're both worried about something, I want to be of help. Are you worried about something? I clearly said the words I couldn't say before. The words sounded thoughtless, and I felt they lacked the power to move hearts. But I want to believe they aren't meaningless. If you're worried about something, or if you're not happy, even if it's just a little, I hope you'll tell me. I felt my hand being squeezed tightly by her. I stopped walking and turned around to see her with her usual smile. It was really just like usual, which made my heart ache. There's nothing. Really, there's nothing at all. Those words sounded a little cold. It was a clear rejection. I was suddenly breathless and pulled back the foot I was about to step forward with. I knew, of course, that it was wrong for me to interfere when the other person didn't want me to, so I let go of her hand. I see. Sorry. I'll go to the restroom alone. She let out a small cry for a moment, but said nothing more and didn't follow me. Getting deep into someone's heart is really hard. If you're rejected and you still try to force your way in, will anything change? No, that would surely be meaningless. I went into the restroom even though I didn't need to and stared blankly at the mirror. I was the same as always, just like Najisa. My hairstyle, my hair quality, my expression were all the same. If I became a different me from usual, would anything change? I thought, and undid my tied-up hair. My hair fell softly to my shoulders, and a me that wasn't me showed its face. This hairstyle wasn't the one Najisa had praised, and it felt unlike me, even though my hair is down in the morning and right after a bath. Yuika-senpai, what are you doing? Suddenly, someone called out to me from the entrance. I turned to see Mimi. Mimi, what are you doing here? I wanted to apologize directly to my sister and the others. On the way, I sensed you, senpai, so I came to see. My presence. I was puzzled and she came over. Oh, what a rare hairstyle, it looks good on you. Being praised is still nice. Though with Mimi, she would probably praise me no matter what hairstyle I had. Is that so? Yes, I think it suits you better than your usual style. I see. Najisa likes my usual hairstyle, but of course, Mimi's tastes are completely different from hers. I let out a small sigh and looked at her. Mimi, you're as cute as ever. Well, thank you very much. Did something happen? I was startled. My expression should have been the same as usual, so why would she know? Why do you ask? No, even if you ask me why, you just have that look on your face. Even if she says so. I touched my face, but I couldn't feel any difference. So what happened? Well, I briefly explained what had happened with Najisa. Mimi listened, nodding, and after making a thoughtful expression, she said, "Just leave it alone." Hi. Mimi smiled slightly. My sister is actually very stubborn. Once she decides not to say something, she'll die before she opens up, no matter how much she's worried. Is that so? Yes, so even if my sister is worried, we can only wait. Until the stubborn sister wants to tell you, senpai. I felt impatient. If I do nothing, I feel like things will get worse, and I can't sit still. But since Mimi, her family, says so, I guess I have no choice but to leave it alone. Please don't make that face. Your feelings definitely got through to my sister, senpai. Yeah. Besides, intervening isn't everything. Sometimes just being by someone's side can save them. It's the same for me. She allowed me to get deep into her heart for my sake. She didn't really need to do that. But I don't want to regret it, and I want to do as much as I can for my friends, so I'm this impatient. I feel anxious. I'm afraid that important people will disappear for some reason. All right, senpai, let's go. I'll be anxious by myself, so please come with me to apologize. I understand. I nodded and started walking with her. She took my hand from behind. After walking for a bit, I saw that Najisa was still in the hallway. When she noticed us, she took a few steps closer. Mimi. Good morning, Oni-chan. Good morning. I'm sorry about yesterday, for causing you trouble. I'll come home properly today. Mimi said and bowed her head. Najisa just accepted it silently. but somehow the atmosphere was a little tense. Mimi pulled my hand. "I'm sorry, Oni-chan." As we passed each other, Mimi said again in a low voice. Najisa glanced at Mimi, then looked at me. Our eyes met, and she immediately looked away. Najisa didn't walk with us, but went somewhere else. Her back was incredibly straight, and she felt so distant that someone like me could never reach her. Mimi pulled me back to the classroom, and this time she apologized to Yuzuha. Yuzuha smiled and told her not to worry about it, and Mimi looked slightly relieved. This was certainly a real scene, but it had a strange feeling, as if I were dreaming. Mimi and Yuzuha exchanged a few more words, then returned to their classroom. I just watched her leave. I shifted my gaze back to Yuzuha. She had her hand on her chin as if in thought. "Yuzuha, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I just think that girl might be a formidable enemy." "And no fighting, okay." "No, that's not what I meant. Never mind." "Yuika seems to be having a tough time too." "Why?" Yuzuha placed her hand on my shoulder. "What kind of feeling is this?" With an indescribable feeling, I pulled myself together and chatted with her as usual. Najisa returned to the classroom after the bell for class had rung. When she returned to the classroom, her expression was more serious than usual, as if she had made up her mind, her lips tightly pursed. After school, Mimi seemed to have a part-time job, and Yuzuha had something to do at home, so they both left school first. Najisa had also left the classroom at some point, so I decided to go home alone. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I walked home alone. I felt it was a bit boring to go home normally, so I decided to take a detour to the tourist area. There are many famous old buildings around here, and tourists were walking around in kimonos. "I want to rent a kimono once too," I thought as I walked towards the street with the cheap sweets shops. Lately, they have rainbow cotton candy and warabimachi you can eat while walking. They're really trying, aren't they? I bought some warabimachi to eat while walking and decided to eat it nearby. The warabimachi was soft and sweet. I think warabimachi is a gentle food. Though I thought so, I somehow didn't find it very interesting. I shouldn't dislike being alone, but lately I've mostly been with someone, so maybe I've forgotten what it's like to be alone. I walked through the streets lined with old buildings and into a side alley. It felt like the era had changed all at once. I think it's important to preserve old things, but I also think it's good to mix in new things. Though it's not like I have anything in particular I want to pass down. As I walked on my usual way home, I could hardly see anyone. It seems everyone isn't interested in a normal residential area. Will anyone be able to hang out with me tomorrow? As I was walking leisurely, I suddenly saw someone who shouldn't be here. Mimi. She said she had a part-time job, but for some reason, she was standing there. When she saw me, she smiled at me. "Senpai, what a coincidence." "More than a coincidence, don't you have your part-time job?" "I think I got the schedule wrong. Today was my day off." "Ah, I see. Since we have the chance, shall we go home together?" "I guess so. Let's go home together." While I was wandering around by myself, the sun had almost completely set. From here, my house is closer, but it might be dangerous, so it's probably better to walk Mimi home. The two of us started walking side by side. A breeze that felt like the beginning of summer blew between us, carrying a refreshing scent. I looked up and saw that Mimi's eyes seemed a little more distant than usual. "What's wrong?" No, it's nothing." Her black eyes seemed to blend into the approaching night. I wondered what this indescribable feeling was. I stared blankly at the yellow tie that felt more vivid than usual. She didn't ask me today why I was looking at her chest. The two of us walked blankly and arrived in front of my house. She stopped walking. "Well then, this is far enough." "No, I'll walk you home. It might be dangerous." "It's fine. I'm not a child who needs you to worry about me, senpai." She feels a little different from the usual Mimi. It would have been fine before, but I feel like the recent Mimi would have frankly said, "Please walk me home." Maybe because of what happened yesterday, she feels embarrassed. But I'm still worried. Just as I was thinking of forcing her to let me walk her home, she took a step closer to me. Her bright brown hair flew softly. I followed the hair that filled my vision with my eyes, and a refreshing scent rode the wind and tickled my nose. Different from the usual Mimi. It was different from the scent of my shampoo and body soap, though until just now, it felt like there was an even more different feeling. The Mimi right now is just like Najisa. Yuika senpai. My thoughts stopped, Or rather, they were stopped. With a more forceful and agile movement than usual, she kissed my lips. It was very sudden. She wrapped her arms around my waist and just like that, greedily, as if to taste all of me, she entwined our tongues. It was a bit rough, a kiss that felt like it was about to melt. Sometimes she moved along the line of my teeth, sometimes she touched the inside of my cheek, sometimes she moved along the surface of my tongue. When the long kiss, which felt like a lifetime's worth of kisses, ended, she let me go. Since I didn't even have the leeway to breathe, I was out of breath. WI. Because you were so cute, senpai, I couldn't help myself. He. Is it because her tone is so much like Nagisa's? It felt just like being called cute by the real Najisa. My blood felt like it was boiling. At the same time, a sense of guilt ran through my body. Even though I had decided not to see Mimi as a substitute for Najisa anymore, I'm still seeing Nagisa's shadow in Mimi. I'm terrible. Even though I had decided to see Mimi as Mimi, why am I still so? I'm so sorry, please forget about this, senpai. Well then, see you. Hey, wait, Mimi. She started jogging away. It was too much. This was the first time I had been kissed so forcefully, and my feelings couldn't keep up with the situation. I touched my lips. Her touch still lingered there. It felt completely different from our usual kisses, and the rough feeling wasn't so bad. Wait. I feel like if I think that far, I can never go back. What will happen to my relationship with Mimi from now on? I let out a small sigh, and I felt Mimi's outline in my heart become blurry. But I hope I can get to know her better. I hope I can get to know her more deeply, know what she's thinking, what she's feeling, know everything. If I do, then surely. I put my hand on my chest. The feeling of guilt and the pleasant feeling were exactly half and half, and it felt both painful and pleasant. Section: Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5. My sister's friend. Even now, I still remember the first time that person came to my house. That day, I knew my parents would be home late, so I came to the living room, which was rare for me. I was just playing a video game with nothing to do when she arrived. All I knew was that she seemed to be a classmate Najisa had brought over. She wore the same middle school uniform as me, but the color of her tie, a grade above mine, was strangely dazzling and left a strong impression on me. Sorry, did I wake you? No, I wasn't sleeping, so it's fine. I was just playing a video game. A video game? Hey, what game is it? My first impression of her was that she was a person with a very cute smile. Even though there was nothing to be happy about, she spoke to me with a gentle smile. What a strange person. She was probably invited over by Najisa, so was it okay for her to be talking to me in a place like this? Even though I thought that, seeing her get interested in a normal game, sometimes happy, sometimes surprised, was a little interesting. Is it that rare? It's a pretty normal game. Yeah, because I've hardly ever played this kind of game. Well, do you want to try playing? Is it okay? It won't explode if I touch it, right? What do you think a game console is? I thought she was being too dramatic. Even though she was just playing a game, she tilted her body unnecessarily and made loud noises. This might be the first time I've seen a beginner play a game. Most of my friends have been playing games since they were little, and Najisa is that kind of person, so she doesn't play games at all. I couldn't help but laugh. And then, I was surprised at myself for laughing at something like that. This was the first time I had laughed in front of a stranger. Though in this house, the number of times I've laughed can be counted on one hand. For some reason, I found that I could laugh in front of this mysterious senpai. How should I put it? She's a floaty person. Should I say it's the feeling of her hair or her personality? Anyway, this unidentified senpai was floaty and soft, like fluff, and I don't know if it was my imagination, but she had a spring-like scent about her. Ahaha, senpai, you're so bad at this. Oh, and more time. I was wondering why you were so slow. What are you doing, Yuika? The person called Yuika jumped in surprise. Sorry, I got too into it. Well, it's fine. Right, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Yuika Amamiya, and you are. She's my little sister, Mimi. That's right. It's nice to meet you. It was just in passing, but this was the first time Najisa had introduced me to a friend like this. Because Najisa and I have never been that close. She, who met the expectations of those around her and was always doted on, and I, who couldn't meet expectations and was always treated as a burden. It's impossible for us to get along, and there was even a time when I hated Najisa. But after starting middle school, I began to understand that she had her own troubles, so I stopped hating her. But to say we should get along now is just too insincere. We could never get along. It's impossible to start getting along at this age. Even sisters who were originally close grow apart at this age as their social circles expand, and they no longer interact as deeply. Since I've heard this, our distance will only grow. Even though we're sisters, I've never thought of Najisa, who is only a year older, as an older sister. It's nice to meet you, Mimi-chan. She smiled slightly and asked for a handshake. I couldn't bring myself to ask, what's there to be happy about? Though I didn't ask, I thought to myself that this person must have grown up with the love of her parents, unlike me. Her eyes were innocent, believing in the goodness of people. I should have scorned such innocence, but for some reason I didn't dislike it, and before I knew it, I had shaken her hand back. What is this person? I don't understand. I don't understand, but looking at her floaty smile, I felt like my own heart was becoming floaty too. Even though I felt it was stupid, it was by no means unpleasant. As I was puzzled by this first-time feeling, Yuika-senpai and Najisa went back upstairs. She suddenly turned and waved at me. Mimi-chan, teach me how to play video games again next time. The season shouldn't be spring. But her smile was so gentle and warm that it created the illusion that spring had arrived. It was like the pleasant feeling of a spring breeze caressing your cheek and a ticklish feeling. Just looking at her smile, I felt like I was going to get hay fever. With an indescribable feeling, I let out a quiet sigh. The living room, after the spring breeze had left, became very quiet and the game became a little boring. After that, nothing particularly eventful happened between us. Sometimes I would play games with her when she came over to play, or we would chat for a bit. In the accumulation of these ordinary daily events, I felt a strange emotion budding in my heart. At that time, I didn't know what this rather unsightly emotion, like a dandelion about to turn to fluff, was. Hey, Mimi-chan. One day at school, she ran towards me waving. I remember she had just said to be quiet when walking in the hallways, but even though she was a third year, she completely ignored the school rules. I let out a small laugh. Senpai, what's wrong? Today I want to hang out with Mimi-chan. I came to invite you. With me? Yeah, it's a rare opportunity, so I want to get to know you better. Is there anyone else who would be so direct? As far as I know, she's the first. Should I call it group politics? Social life is surprisingly tough, and everyone should be putting a lot of effort into it. She smiled innocently, as if to say she didn't know about such things. Even though she's a senpai, she doesn't act like one. But around this time, I started to hope that Yuika-senpai would always stay as she is now. I love her innocent smile. Just looking at it warms my heart, and I naturally smile too. Maybe it's because I've been overthinking things my whole life that I was drawn to her smile. Sure, where are we going? Where do you want to go, Mimi-chan? Even though you're the one who invited me, you're asking me. True. Then I'll act like a senpai, and be your knight in shining armor, Mimi-chan. Act like a senpai, you say. When I laughed, she got a little upset. You think I'm usually not like a senpai, and am just a ditz, don't you? I would never do something so childish. I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, leave it to me. Well then, see you after school. Okay, see you later. The last time I waved and said goodbye to someone was probably in elementary school. This embarrassing feeling felt strangely nice. I said goodbye to my senpai like this, met up with her again after school, and we went out to play together. The place she chose was a rather large park. This place, the autumn leaves are always beautiful this season. I know I didn't say it out loud, because she looked so cute saying it with a proud face. Is that so? I've always wanted to see it with you, Mimi-chan. So why? Because, we rarely hang out together, right? I've always kind of looked up to the idea of the two of us seeing something beautiful together and saying how beautiful it is to each other. She shouldn't know me that well. Why is she so nice to me? You could have seen it with my sister, couldn't you? For convenience, I call Najisa Oni-chan when we're outside. Because I'm not used to calling her that, it feels strange even to me. To me, Najisa is Najisa, not an older sister. It has to be with you, Mimi-chan, because I was looking forward to doing this with you, Mimi-chan. So, why? I've always thought it would be fun to walk outside together like this. With you, Mimi-chan, I thought it would be fun. With me, it's fun. It's fun, very fun. My heart was beating so fast. This was the first time someone had expressed such pure goodwill towards me. I have many friends. We usually say we like each other or that we're cute, but this was different. Yuika-senpai's words were like magic, seeping into my heart. Why, how? Countless words filled my heart, but only hers stood out vividly. The autumn wind blew her hair. The branches and leaves rustled, and she squinted as she looked up at the trees. Her profile was so dazzling, so beautiful, so cute that I couldn't help but gasp. What is this feeling? My heart was beating so fast that I wondered if I was sick, and my chest felt like it was going to split open from the inside. But I wasn't in pain. What a strange feeling. I'd be happy if you were having fun too, Mimi-chan, she said with a grin. At that moment, I finally understood. I like Yuika-senpai. Yes, I'm having fun too, a lot of fun. No, I'm having a super fun time. That's great. Why is this? It's not like a big event happened, or she helped me when I was in trouble, or a dramatic encounter. But before I knew it, I was drawn to her. She was a type I had never met before, not flattering, not pretentious. What you see is what you get. Before I knew it, my eyes started to follow her smile, which was always shining. Just being illuminated by her smile, even the empty me could smile brightly. I thought I would never fall in love with anyone. I always thought that as long as I didn't waste my energy and just made friends I could have fun with in the moment and lived as I pleased, it would be fine. I became unable to be satisfied with the status quo. I couldn't help but wish her smile was only for me. Even if all my other friends disappeared, as long as I could be alone with her, it would be fine. I started to think that, though I quickly realized that this was an impossible wish. No, maybe I already knew how my senpai felt. One day, after my senpai and Najisa had graduated from middle school, I happened to find Najisa's door ajar. For the meticulous and serious Najisa, this was rare. I thought to myself as I casually glanced into the room and saw my senpai and Najisa. Here, I don't really get it. Oh, that part. A page from an ordinary daily life. There was nothing strange, nothing unusual. But seeing this, I felt my heart being crushed with a creak. Like an unoiled machine, it made a harsh sound. Because my senpai, Yuika-senpai, smiled at Najisa in a way I had never seen before. She was several centimeters closer to Najisa than she was to me, and she smiled at Najisa. And Najisa also smiled at my senpai in a way she never showed at home. I thought, so that's how it is. My senpai likes Najisa. And Najisa also likes my senpai. Haha. I'm so stupid. There was no room for me to intervene from the beginning, yet I still wanted to monopolize her. Really, like a fool, it's not that I didn't understand. Yuika-senpai was always happy when she talked about Najisa, and when Najisa watched me talk with my senpai, she was different from usual. I just didn't want to admit it and kept looking away. If they're in love with each other, then it can't be helped. If being with Najisa is the happiest thing for my senpai, then that's fine. Najisa has also been pushed around by the adults around her, so she has the right to be happy. As for me, it doesn't matter. Even if I can't be with my first love, as long as I can live happily, it's fine. Lies, all of it, all lies. Shut up. My heart wouldn't calm down. I knew it, but I was lying to myself, so I wished these unnecessary words would stop coming out. I understand, but I can only convince myself this way. Because I can't destroy my senpai's happiness. I want my senpai to be with Najisa without any anxiety or obstacles. That way, her brilliant smile, which I love most, won't be clouded. I convinced myself of this and left Najisa's room. From that day on, my world lost its color again, and I forgot what fresh emotions were. And then, about a year later, I entered the same school as my senpai again. Since it was the high school with the highest deviation value in the city, the entrance exam was harder than I thought. Even so, I didn't want to lose my connection with my senpai, though I knew that having a connection was more painful. One day, about a month after entering high school, I noticed something was wrong with my senpai. A shadow had fallen over her smile. She would sometimes suddenly make a pained expression, as if she were enduring pain, and lower her gaze. Did something unpleasant happen? I wanted to ask, but even if I did, she surely wouldn't answer me. I was convinced that Yuika-senpai would hide it so as not to worry me. I thought, could it be? And decided to ask Najisa. Did something happen between you and Yuika-senpai? Najisa replied, she asked me to go out with her. That's great, you like her, don't you? Of course you're going out, right? No, I refused. What? Because I have to work harder. I have to work harder and harder to meet everyone's expectations. I have to be better than anyone else. What is this? What is this? What is this? You've got to be kidding me. I almost wanted to grab her, but I stopped myself. I knew that the expectations of those around her were almost crushing Najisa. But if that's the case, why did you spend time so close to Yuika-senpai? Why did you only show her the smile you don't show anyone else? Why? If you weren't going to go out with her from the beginning, if you valued the expectations of those around you more than your own happiness, then you should have just kept a normal friend's distance from Yuika-senpai, right? My feelings couldn't keep up. I understand that there are things you can't help, but do even if you know it's no use. Just like how I knew it was impossible to go out with Yuika-senpai, but I still went out of my way to choose the same high school as her. Najisa had her own troubles, and even though she liked the other person, she decided not to go out with them. So what? The expectations of those around you, you should just throw them away. It's definitely better to go out with the person you like and live as you please. But Najisa has always been so serious, and Yuika-senpai must have fallen for that part of her. Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. If this is the path Najisa chose, then so be it. And while I was angry, there was also an uncontrollable joy in my heart. This way, my senpai won't be going out with Najisa anymore. I have a chance. Just thinking that, a dark joy filled my heart. My senpai must be hurt, and Najisa is probably worried. Even so, I'm happy, because something I thought was out of reach might be within my grasp. That's right. Stop pretending to be a good person. I've never been a serious person. No matter what happens, no matter what means I use, no matter what sacrifices I make, I will get what I want. That's me. So, no more holding back. Even if Yuika-senpai likes Najisa, I'll just steal her away. I'll steal her body and soul. I made up my mind and started thinking of a plan. Section. At first, I made up many excuses to get close to Yuika-senpai. My senpai was still the same as always, but her smile was weaker than before. As I spent time with her, I felt a little bitter from the details of her attitude and words that showed her feelings for Najisa. To slowly turn Yuika-senpai's heart towards me, I used every means at my disposal. In the end, we made a contract and started living our lives as Mimi Hanafusa and Yuika Amamiya. To make my senpai understand me better, I confessed my weaknesses and pain to her. She also told me her true feelings, and our distance grew closer and closer. To go out with her, I turned my worries, my pain, everything into a weapon, and as a result, I'm closer to her than ever before. However, senpai. When I called out to her, my senpai jumped in surprise. For the past few days, my senpai has been acting a little strange. I thought something had happened between her and Najisa, but it doesn't seem like it. If anything, she seems to have something she wants to say to me. She would occasionally glance at me, and when our eyes met, she would look away. I don't remember doing anything strange. I can't understand. Even though I told her she could get deeper into my heart, if she's not willing to go further, I have no way of understanding. What is it? It's not what is it, you seem out of it, senpai. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, is it? I couldn't help but sigh. It's a rare occasion that I came to see my senpai after school, but if my senpai is like this, it's no fun. Today I even chose a cute cafe that I thought my senpai would like. If she's not happy, then there's no point in coming here. It's obvious something is wrong, senpai. Please tell me anything. We're friends, right? My senpai made a subtle expression. She stared at me intently, as if she were blaming me for doing something wrong. I couldn't help but tilt my head. Because words came out of her small lips. The kiss Mimi gave me before was rougher than usual. What? Even if you tell me to forget it, I can't. The Mimi back then was so different from usual. I have no memory of this. At least not in the last few days. I haven't kissed her, nor do I remember telling her to forget it. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind. The delivery package from that day. The spare tie that disappeared from my hanger. Najisa, who wanted to say something to my senpai when she was leaving. I see. We both think the same way. Should I say, as expected of sisters, or should I lament that we have the same thought process? No, either way, I'm not going to let her interfere now. Even if she only now realizes how important what she lost was, I have no intention of backing down or pretending to be a good person anymore. Even if it means I'll completely lose my place at home, I will definitely get what I want, no matter what I lose. Hee hee. Senpai, was kissing me that pleasant? I said with a bewitching smile. Probably because she didn't expect Najisa to do something like that, she seems to be convinced it was me. In that case, I'll use that. I don't know what she was planning, but I'll just take all her actions as my own. If that can make Yuika-senpai's heart lean towards me even a little, that's fine. It's not like that. It's fine, you don't have to hide it. Let's go out after we finish this. Yeah. From this reaction, Najisa seems to have kissed her quite intensely. I felt a little uneasy. I think it's cunning to try to seduce Yuika-senpai now, even though she was the one who dumped her. What on earth does she want? Is her goal to destroy our relationship? I don't think so. Najisa is different from me, she's not that black-hearted. No matter how you look at it, she's a serious person, and as her family, I know that best. No, but there's something more important than Najisa right now. After finishing my meal, I left the shop with my senpai. Usually, we would chat a little more, but today I took her hand and walked to a deserted alley. I looked down at her and met her gentle eyes. She looked a little confused, but more than that, she looked expectant. That's what's so honest about Yuika-senpai, and I think she's very cute. I gently lifted her chin and kissed her directly. It was the same touch as my first kiss with my senpai. I was quite nervous then because it was my first kiss, but now I'm a little more composed, though my heart is still pounding fast. Senpai, please focus on me. It's still too early to confess my feelings. My senpai is hurt because of Najisa, so if I confess my feelings to her, she surely won't be able to handle it. So I don't say it, but instead, I pour all my feelings into this kiss. I entwine our tongues more roughly than usual, licking each of her teeth one by one. Nagisa's feelings were probably like this too. A deep kiss as if to release pent-up feelings. But my senpai doesn't think the person kissing her is Najisa. No, who knows? Maybe in her heart, she thinks it might be Najisa. Ha. Mimi. You too, Yuka-senpai, please kiss me. I held her waist and kissed her more deeply. This time, my senpai also actively entwined her tongue with mine. The way she kissed me, as if she were panting, as if she were drowning, was so endearing. I'm probably not normal. If someone were to look into my heart, they would probably say I'm dirty. However, I can't hold back my feelings anymore. In the end, once you fall in love with someone, you can't stay pure. I want to touch her, I want to be touched by her. I want to touch every part of her until there's no place I haven't touched. I want to touch everything about her, even her heart if I can. After our lips parted, she made a reluctant sound. Back in middle school, I never dreamed I would be doing this with Yuika-senpai. A future I never imagined is surprisingly not bad. In fact, it feels great. I want to deepen our relationship and do more intimate things, but if I'm not careful, I might be rejected by her. So, I'll confirm step by step, slowly. The more I'm about to lose my cool, the more I'll try to stay calm. You don't have to forget today's kiss. You too, senpai, if you want a kiss, just tell me anytime. Mimi, who have you kissed like this before? She asked, her cheeks flushed. I smiled. Ah, come to think of it, I think I said I've kissed 1,000 times before. That was a lie, you know. Hi. You're the very first, senpai. Are you happy? Yeah, my senpai muttered. Hearing the unexpected words, I widened my eyes. Ah, no, that's not it. I mean, I'm relieved to know you're not living a debauched life, or... I kissed my senpai's chattering lips again. A blurred sound echoed between us. If I deepen our relationship a little more, it should be harder to refuse. Because I absolutely must steal my senpai's heart, failure is not an option. However, if Najisa plans to take some action from now on, I can't be complacent either. I'm also happy that you think that, senpai. Elahi. My senpai quickly moved away from me and started walking. That's enough for today, see you tomorrow. The bright red-faced senpai unilaterally declared this and ran off. I watched her go until she was out of sight, then placed my hand on my lips. No matter how many times, kissing her feels so good, and my heart pounds. It's completely different from the unpleasant pounding I always feel at home. After falling in love, I learned that there are different types of heartbeats. Even if it's ugly, dirty, or disgusting, only the feeling of liking someone is something you can't lie about. As if to hide the rapid heartbeat that was almost about to break, I started walking towards home. I have something to get back from Najisa. She should be home by now anyway. Today isn't a day to go to the library, and after exams, she mostly stays home to study. I quietly returned home, and I didn't see my parents' shoes yet. I gently took off my shoes and went inside. I tiptoed up the stairs and stood in front of Najisa's room. Then I slowly opened the door. Najisa was, as always, facing her desk, seriously solving problems. When did I realize that the back I used to think was so big was actually very small? I deliberately put my weight into it and took a step. The floor creaked. Mimi, at least knock when you come into a room. Yuika-senpai. The her that turned around had a stiff expression. Even though she was so shaken just by having her name called, she kissed my senpai. It seems it wasn't a planned action, but a spontaneous one. Did she feel a sense of crisis seeing my relationship with my senpai improve? Or did she actually see what I did to Yuika-senpai in my room before? Whatever the reason, it doesn't matter. I'm not trying to compete with Najisa, nor do I want to win against her, nor do I have a rivalry with her. I just like Yuika-senpai and want to have all of her. Whatever Najisa thinks, it no longer has anything to do with me. Was it pleasant, kissing Yuika-senpai? What are you talking about? How clumsy. You're so good at putting on the model student act in front of the adults around you. I gently touched Najisa's cheek. The mechanical pencil fell to the floor. It made a surprisingly loud noise. A mechanical pencil might be surprisingly heavy. Though that's not important. I'm sorry, Najisa. Though I have no intention of being forgiven, but like last time, I opened my mouth to apologize. And then, I pressed my lips against Najisa's. Of course, it's completely different from Yuika-senpai's lips. If I were kissing my senpai, it would be pleasant, but kissing Najisa, I feel nothing. This is just the task of taking back the kiss that was stolen from my senpai by Najisa. So I kissed her roughly, just like before. Najisa made a move to resist, but she, who only ever studies, couldn't possibly win against me in a contest of strength. I held down her hands and kissed her deeply. She didn't even bite my tongue. In that regard, her rationality as an older sister must have kicked in. Unfortunately, I don't possess the rationality of a younger sister. After I moved my lips away, Najisa glared at me. What are you doing all of a sudden? With this, I've taken back the kiss with senpai. I won't ask you why you pretended to be me and kissed my senpai, because I'm in no position to say anything to you, Najisa. But I won't give my senpai to you. I will become my senpai's lover. I said this, looking straight into her eyes, and she looked away. Najisa seems to understand her disadvantageous position too. Even though they were in love with each other, she was the one who voluntarily gave up her advantage. At this point, I'm not going to sympathize with her, nor am I going to be angry at her for dumping my senpai. Why? Because you hate me. I laughed. No, aren't you a little self-conscious? I just like Yuika-senpai, though at first I thought it would be fine if Najisa went out with her. She bit her lip. I picked up the mechanical pencil. The proof is that I didn't interfere in middle school, right? But you dumped Yuika-senpai, Najisa. I understand how you feel. I understand, but you were the one who made the choice, Najisa. You were the one who gave up the chance. So, even if Yuika-senpai and I become close, even if we go out, you have no right to complain, right? I gently made her hand grip the mechanical pencil. Instead of holding Yuika-senpai's hand, Najisa chose to hold a mechanical pencil. To bear the expectations of those around her that would bring no benefit, she decided to face a notebook. If that's the case, then it can't be helped, I thought. No matter what happens, I will go out with my senpai. No matter who interferes, no matter what problems stand in our way, I will become my senpai's lover. And be happy with my senpai. When I stated my resolve, Najisa's eyes wavered. I thought, why did it turn out like this? Though I'm the same, still having expectations of those around me. Like, don't just get angry, praise me a little too. But if you don't break free from that bondage, you're helpless. So I decided to live with Yuika-senpai after graduating from high school. Until then, no matter what happens, I will make her heart belong only to me. What about you, Najisa? What do you want to do with Yuika-senpai? Her voice was intermittent, as if her neck was being strangled. I think if she could have given a clear answer here, she wouldn't have dumped my senpai in the first place. I wasn't expecting her to retort directly, nor was I going to say, no hard feelings no matter who wins like in a story. After all, the one who released my shackles was Najisa. I wanted to be a normal little sister. I wanted to give up the person I liked to her like a good person. But it's too much to ask for that. It's fine, you don't have to say anything. I just wanted to tell you how I feel. See you later, Najisa. Thanks for the kiss. I waved and left her room. That should be a warning to Najisa. She must also understand that it's useless to try to seduce Yuika-senpai with a half-baked resolve. Even if she makes up her mind and takes action, I have no intention of backing down at all. I'm not normal no matter where I go, but if I were normal, I wouldn't be this close to my senpai now. So, I'm glad I'm not normal. I went back to my room and called my senpai. The phone rang 3 times before she picked up. I thought to myself that even though she's so shy, she still answers the phone properly, though I like that about her. Mimi, what's wrong? Nothing, just wanted to hear your voice. I see. I spoke to her in a slightly louder voice than usual. I don't know if the room next door could hear. Are you home already, senpai? Yes, I'm home now. What about you, Mimi? I'm home too. MHM. She's probably imagining all sorts of things about me at home. Her breath contained such complex emotions. It would be a lie to say it's not painful, but if this pain can be a weapon to get closer to her, then I think it's fine. To achieve my goal, I should use any means necessary, regardless of whether it's shameful or not. Even if I can't have a beautiful love story like in the movie I saw with Yuika-senpai that day, as long as I can connect with the person I like and be with them forever, I don't care if it's dirty. I don't have any problems today. If I feel exhausted, I'll tell you, senpai. If you're so worried, I'll come over to your house to play soon. Okay, I'll be waiting. We chatted like that for a while. Talking with her really calms me down. I lose track of time when I talk with her, but it seemed to be time for dinner and her parents called her. Sorry, it's time for dinner. Well then, see you later. Okay, see you. The call ended as she spoke. Even after hanging up, the afterglow of our conversation lingered for a while. It's not something I need to confirm at this point, but I really do like Yuika-senpai. Just hearing her voice makes me happy, and my heart flutters. Every word she says seems to melt into my heart. I hope that one day, her smile will be only for me. For that, I'll have to come up with more strategies. I pressed my hand tightly against my chest. I won't let anyone interfere. No matter what happens, I will make Yuika-senpai's heart mine. I made up my mind and let out a small breath. Afterward, nice to meet you. I'm the new author, Anzu and Yukai. This is my second work, but it's different from my previous childhood friend story, so I was able to write it with a fresh feeling. My first work, losing my first experiences at the hands of my twisted childhood friend, is also completed, so I would be happy if you could check it out too. And now, this work is a Yuri story about a love triangle, swaying between the girl you like and her little sister. Lately, most of the works I've written have been one-on-one, so I thought I'd like to write a love triangle soon. This work started from that idea, and I hope you enjoyed it. The protagonist of this work, Yuika, for better or for worse, is not very used to worrying or being lost. As a result, she has become timid, but on the other hand, Mimi is the type who will never hesitate once she makes up her mind. They have similarities and completely opposite traits, and I hope I was able to write their relationship well. From now on, I would like to delve deeper into Nagisa's part as well. Will Yuika be able to completely give up her love for Najisa? To what extent will Najisa intervene in Yuika and Mimi's relationship? I would be happy if you could watch over them together. Finally, a word of thanks. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all the readers. I look forward to seeing you all again in the future. Well then, see you. Short Story Collection, Side Story 1. Hairstyles and Her. Perhaps, more than hugs or kisses, a relationship where you let someone touch your hair might be said to be on a deeper level. As for why I'm suddenly thinking this, Yuika-senpai, is there any hairstyle you want? I'm currently having my hair touched by Mimi. It's rare for her to offer to come over to my house, so I thought something unpleasant had happened, but it seems not. She just wanted to be in contact with me. That's fine with me. Why do you want to do my hair? I've always looked up to the idea of changing a friend's hairstyle. I see. Indeed, you probably rarely play with a friend's hair. You might have some physical contact, but you don't touch their hair. Mimi, do whatever you want with it. Ah, but if possible, I'd like you to make it a cute hairstyle. You can rest assured about that. You have a good base, senpai, so any hairstyle will be cute on you. Probably. I felt strangely uneasy, but I just said she could touch it, so I can't take it back. I could feel her excitement from her fingertips, so I decided to say no more and leave it to her. It feels like it's been a long time since someone did my hair for me. However, I'm not nervous. I trust Mimi so much that I even feel it's okay for her to play with my hair, and she has responded to my trust. The me in the mirror had a relieved expression that surprised even myself. I felt I was a little too relaxed, so I tried to make a serious face, but it was no use, and I quickly became soft again. Are you playing a staring contest? And no, I'm not. She seems exasperated. I'm not a strange girl, I just wanted to show a bit of a senpa-like feeling. She braided my hair while I was sighing. Mimi was more dexterous than I thought, and her movements as she touched my hair were smooth. She doesn't usually do complicated hairstyles, but it seems it's not that she can't, but that she doesn't. The her that was seriously braiding my hair felt a little different from usual, and I thought that was nice too. Done, please look. She quickly showed me the back of my hair with a hand mirror. Her movements were so skillful I thought she was a beautician. Could it be that she wants to be a beautician? I thought to myself as I looked at my hair. A fluffy princess style, though it was just a simple braid, gave a different impression from usual. Wow, that's amazing. You're so good at this, Mimi. It's so cute. Is it? That's good, but... She touched my hair and brought her lips to my ear. It's not the hairstyle that's cute, it's you, Yuika-senpai. Her whisper made my ears incredibly hot. Or rather, my whole face got hot. Why can Mimi always say things like this so casually? Ahaha, you're cute when you're embarrassed too, senpai. Let's try a different hairstyle next time. I want to see all sorts of different sides of you, senpai. I was desperately trying to calm my heart, which was about to explode, and had no leeway to enjoy the change in hairstyle. Mimi was, as always, composed and calmly did my hair. It made me happy, but I also felt a little dissatisfied. Side story 2, our day. Ha, Mimi, wait a minute. I was out of breath. My throat hurt, my legs hurt like crazy, and I was drenched in sweat. Because I hardly ever exercise, I get exhausted after running for just a short while. A while after summer began, the temperature today was also very high. I thought, is it a good idea to run in this humid season? But since this is Mimi's routine, I decided to run with her today. Yuika-senpai, you're too slow. We've only run 2 kilometers, are you going to collapse already? B, because I don't usually run at all. Even so, you have too little stamina. Zahi. That might be true, but you have a lot of stamina, Mimi. Not really, as you can see I train. After saying that, she let out a small sigh. You're hopeless, let's walk for a bit. Want something to drink? Yes. She bought a sports drink from a nearby vending machine and handed it to me. I walked slowly and brought the plastic bottle to my lips. Drinking something cold at a time like this might not be good for my body, but the cold touch felt good. She took a plastic bottle out of her bag and opened the cap. She was wearing sportswear, giving a different impression from usual. This was the first time I had seen her dressed like this, but for her, this must be a very normal outfit. I thought I probably haven't gotten close to her normal yet. Senpai, why did you suddenly say you wanted to run with me today? The other day, Mimi told me during a chat that she goes for a run on her days off. And I was the one who said I wanted to run with her a few days ago. Because I want to know more about Mimi. What? I thought that if we did what you do on your days off together, I could get to know you better. I see. Is this what you wanted to do, senpai? She whispered, as if to confirm. We had promised to tell each other if we had something we wanted to do. Today was a selfish request from me, and also what I wanted to do most right now. Yeah, I want to know more about you. Is that not okay? I won't say it's not okay. I'm happy that you're interested in me, senpai. She smiled. She's not usually the cheerful type, but today she felt more cheerful than usual. Even the sweat running down her face looked beautiful, and that was probably because it was Mimi. Najisa's expression is most brilliant when she's studying, but Mimi might be most brilliant when she's exercising. But to be honest, I can't concentrate. I usually run faster and for a longer distance. But I'm worried that Yuika-senpai might collapse, so I'm not in the mood to run at all. Ugh. I certainly feel like I'm holding her back a lot and interfering with her routine training. If this time is more important to her than anything else, if it's her daily support, then maybe it's better if I'm not here. Even so, I still want to know about her usual life. This must be because I'm selfish. But I'm happy, she said, turning back with a smile. Her smile, as expected, made my heart race. It was different from Najisa's, no, different from anyone's smile, and it looked so dazzling. It's usually a normal thing, but when you're here, senpai, it becomes different from usual and fun. So, thank you very much. No, thank you. I'm happy to be with you on your day off, Mimi. I smiled back, and she narrowed her eyes. What are we doing next? Are we going home? No, first, let's get the things we left on the bench, and then go take a bath. Hi. Didn't I say I was bringing a change of clothes? Don't tell me you forgot. No, I didn't forget. I thought so, then let's go. It's important to be open and honest with each other. Eh? No, it's true. After sweating this much, it would feel strange to go through the day without washing. But taking a bath with Mimi is a bit. But I was the one who decided to spend the whole day with her. So I decided to follow her obediently. We've done a lot of things we can't tell other people, but she probably wouldn't do anything strange in public. Though even if nothing strange happened, it might still be awkward. Mainly because of me, I've hardly ever taken a bath with a friend. I've taken baths with everyone on school trips in elementary and middle school, but I've never had my heart pound like this. I was as stiff as a rock in the hot water. Because it was a holiday, the public bath was crowded. But I wasn't paying any attention to the people around me, and my eyes naturally went to her. Senpai. Even if I wanted to respond to Mimi's voice, my mouth wouldn't move. I've been unable to speak because I was frozen in winter, but this is the first time I've been unable to speak even though my body is warm from the hot water. I thought it was strange myself, but my stiff body didn't seem to relax easily. Want to get a little closer? Even if she says so. Just being at this distance makes my heart race, so if we get any closer, my heart might burst. In the first place, I'm the type of person whose heart races just by seeing a little bit of skin of someone I'm interested in. How can I possibly be open and honest with them? I hurriedly tried to get out of the bath, but Mimi had come up to me at some point and pressed down on my shoulders. My body jolted. Her damp palms had a different touch than usual, and just feeling that made me feel like I was going to melt and disappear. Senpai, you can't. It's not good for your body to get out without soaking properly. Please count to 100. Mimi was surprisingly serious. No, at a time like this, rather than being serious, she's probably just teasing me. I shrunk my shoulders. Yuika-senpai, she whispered in my ear. Her voice is always so sweet, it feels like it's speaking to my heart. Is your heart pounding fast? I don't think she needs to ask. Because my face is hot, and I know it's red even without looking in a mirror. The fact that she's asking even though she knows this, rather than teasing me, is probably because she wants me to say my heart is pounding fast. Feelings can be conveyed through attitude, but in the end, you have to express your true feelings with words, or the other person won't know. It won't be conveyed for sure. But there are also things that don't need to be conveyed. It's pounding fast. Which makes your heart pound faster, being with me or with my sister? Somehow, today's Mimi is getting deeper than usual. Why is she comparing herself to Najisa? Najisa is Najisa, and Mimi is Mimi. The two of them can't be compared, and I don't want to think about who makes my heart pound faster. Because, please tell me, senpai, if you don't tell me, I might do something strange out of loneliness. Strange things. Ahihi. For you, senpai, would that be better? What on earth does she want to do? I'm curious, but I feel like she's going to say something incredible, so I don't dare ask. Even though Mimi said her kiss with me was her first, she's surprisingly used to this kind of thing. I almost thought she had actually done a lot more incredible things, but she said it was her first, so it must not be a lie. My thoughts were spinning. If this continues, I might drown in it. It's pounding faster now. I gave up and whispered. She seemed not to have expected me to say that, and her eyes widened. Then, she smiled with a childlike innocence. That's great. Hearing her say that, I couldn't say anything. Does Mimi really have a problem with Najisa, and is she competing with her? Or is it unrelated to Najisa, and she just wants me to be the one who makes her heart pound the most? It's still a long way to understanding her. Just as I was about to sink below my shoulders into the hot water, she suddenly stood up. The hot water made a splashing sound. I was surprised by her sudden action when she took my hand. Let's just get out quickly and go play. Wait, Mimi, what about the 100 seconds? I forgot. What a mess. But if she was so happy with what I said that she couldn't sit still, then I'm happy too, but I wonder what it is. No, either way, I can feel from her fingertips that she's very happy right now. So I squeezed her hand back tightly. Just a moment ago, I was so nervous I was stiff, but now I can naturally hold her hand. What a strange feeling. Since we have the chance, please let me spend the afternoon with you, senpai, for your day. After we got out of the bath, she said that. Your wish has been granted, senpai, so this time it's my turn. I see. Anyway, please just pretend I'm not here and spend the day like a normal holiday. Even if she says so, I can't just ignore her existence. But just as I want to know her true self, I know she wants to know me too. I'm happy that she feels that way, and my heart feels warm. But by the time I realized that, the temperature had surpassed warmth and become scorching. I felt a strong pulse, and I could even clearly feel my heart beating violently. I'm happy that someone is interested in me. Even with friends, it's like this. So if the person who has captured my heart is interested in me, it can't be helped that it turns out like this. I'm hopeless. Even if I want to control it, I can't control the heat in my face. Well then, follow me. Okay. I took her hand and tried to hide my feelings. She followed me obediently. Senpai. In such a short time, have you already gotten lightheaded from the bath? She knows full well that's not it. I looked ahead and answered, I don't know. You really are, senpai. So cute. Zahi. Don't say things like that. Why? You can tell by looking at my face, can't you? Ahaha, you get embarrassed so easily, Yuika-senpai. It's a little late to be saying this now, but I really don't feel like a senpai. Being called cute by my kuhei, I'm so embarrassed I'm about to explode. I'm happy, though. I'm happy to be called cute. But with happiness and embarrassment coming at the same time, I can't stay calm at all. I didn't say anything more and just walked through the streets. The holiday streets were crowded. Probably because it's close to a tourist spot, there were a lot of people and cars passing by quickly, which felt a little dangerous. I gently pulled her hand. It would be bad if she bumped into something. But it's also quite difficult to spend a holiday as usual. On my days off, I'm mostly with friends. I rarely go out alone, and I don't have any particular routine. But if I had to name something I do alone, I followed the flow of people down the street. A few minutes later, we arrived at a tourist spot with many old buildings. There are many shops selling snacks around here, and if you come, you can't help but want to buy something, so it's dangerous. But once a month, I give myself a "it's okay to give in to temptation today" day. Since it's a rare opportunity, let's choose today. I thought to myself and came here. Senpai, what's wrong? Is it really okay to show myself giving in to temptation in front of Mimi? No, I've already let her imitate Najisa, and I've cried while holding her, so she's already seen a lot of embarrassing sides of me. But well, no, that's not it. Mimi must want to know the real me. Even if I try to act cool now, I can't show her the me she wants to know in my daily life. If that's the case, then I'll just act as I usually do. No, nothing. I exercised today, so I want to eat something sweet. I see. Then I'll eat with you. Is it okay? You're not the type to actively eat sweets, are you? I think at times like this, you have to eat the same thing. Yeah, you're right, then I'll treat you. Leave it to your senpai. You're suddenly acting like a senpai. I took the opportunity to puff out my chest, but Mimi looked a little exasperated. I thought it would be fine to act cool just a little. Was it no good after all? Well then, senpai, please buy something that I would also find delicious. Leave it to me. I started walking with high spirits. She doesn't seem to like cheap sweets, nor does she particularly like sweet things. When it comes to sweets, she would like. I walked into a side alley and stood in front of my destination. Candied strawberries. Yes, I thought you would like this, Mimi. What do you think? I asked confidently, and she smiled softly. It's pretty good. If you think it's good, senpai, then it must not be a mistake. Yeah, then I'll go buy it. Okay. Mimi doesn't beat around the bush. She always says what she thinks directly, so I always get my heart pounding, get embarrassed, and blush. But I don't hate it. Every time she says that, I want to know more about her. I hope my words can also be conveyed directly to her. though I don't know if I have that ability. I bought 2 sticks of candied strawberries and moved to the side of the road. The candied strawberries I hadn't eaten in a long time were, as expected, very sweet, but also a little sour and delicious. But right now, I'm so concerned about Mimi's reaction that I can't concentrate on eating the candied strawberries. This is delicious. I thought this area only sold mochi, sweet potatoes, and cheap sweets. Pea prejudice, but that's great. The strawberries must be happy to be eaten by you, Mimi. No, I don't think strawberries think. Being told that so calmly made me feel a little embarrassed, and I wished she wouldn't do that. I bit into a candied strawberry to hide it. Eating candied strawberries on a lively street feels more delicious than eating them on a deserted weekday. Atmosphere might be an important factor. I wondered what Mimi was feeling, and when I looked at her, our eyes met. The clamor of the surroundings suddenly faded away. Her natural black eyes were more beautiful than when they were dyed brown, and for a moment, I held my breath. When I started breathing again, various emotions circulated through my body with my blood, and my heart became very noisy. Her long fingers touched my cheek. I couldn't help but look up and saw her eyes approaching. Before I could think why, her lips touched mine, and then she licked the corner of my mouth. A shiver ran down my spine. Hey, why? The clamor of the surroundings vibrated my eardrums again. In this situation, Mimi smiled with a somewhat childlike expression. Because you had sugar on the corner of your mouth. Just like a child. Her soft laugh made me so embarrassed, and my heart pounded so fast that I didn't know what was what anymore. But I can be sure that I didn't find it unpleasant, and I even wanted to kiss her. My feelings are really more chaotic, hard to understand, and fluctuate too much than I thought. If I say that Mimi made me misunderstand, then Mimi also made me misunderstand. Because this kind of. Thank you for the treat, senpai. Huh, the candy's already gone. Did you chew it properly? I'm not a child like you, senpai. I chewed it 1,000 times. Hey, come on, you should eat yours quickly too, senpai. Or I'll eat it, you know. Wait, let me savor it a little more. At her urging, I bit into the candy. It was different from usual, very hurried, but I thought this might be nice too. If being with Mimi means I can't spend time quietly, I think I quite like that. After that, she rushed me around, and I worked hard to make her happy. It was completely different from a normal holiday, but after it was over, I felt very happy. It was just a little tiring. After wandering around the streets, we started on our way home. Even though it was morning when I met Mimi, the sun was already starting to set. Senpai, today was fun, she said. I had fun too. With you, Mimi, a day passes in a flash. I see, that's it for today. Shall I walk you home? No need, you seem tired too, senpai. She's really watching me. That part of her is as expected. Well then, see you tomorrow. Wait a minute. It would have been fine to end the day like that, but I called out to her and stood on my tiptoes a little. And just like that, I pressed my lips against hers. It feels like it's been a long time since I initiated a kiss. I was thinking a little, is this okay? Senpai. Because it was on you. What was on me? Your lips. Of course they are. Not just today, lips are always there. Yeah. I took a deep breath and started to think I might have done something incredible. By the way, what does on your lips even mean? Wasn't there a better way to say it? No, but. I can't anymore, I don't understand anything anymore. See you tomorrow, bye. I started running. I probably won't be able to sleep tonight because I'm too embarrassed. Kissing or being kissed in daily life like this probably isn't good. Though at this point, it's impossible for me to live a pure life. But Mimi's lips are really soft and feel good. I hope mine are too. Idiot. I might be hopeless. I desperately moved my still tired legs when a message came from Mimi. You really are cute, senpai. It came with a waving sticker. I looked at it and couldn't help but smile. My embarrassed side, my weak side, my childish side. Even though I've shown her all of them, we can still be together. More and more, I want to touch the parts of her that no one else can touch. Is it gross for me to think that? But even if it's gross, it's fine. I still want to know more about her. I want to touch her more deeply. This feeling is absolutely true. Side story 3, the sound of a kiss. Yuika-senpai. YMPH. After school, I was hanging out with Mimi today too, but I was suddenly kissed in the middle of it. And it wasn't just a simple kiss, it was a deep one. There was no one on the street, so I thought no one would see us. But this wasn't that kind of atmosphere, and it happened so suddenly that I had no idea what was going on. Why? How? What is this? My thoughts were spinning, but I couldn't come up with any answers. I could only make muffled noises from my mouth, unable to do anything. And while I was confused, her lips separated from mine. That's it. What? When you're kissed like this, senpai, you sometimes get a little noisy. Mimi said calmly. Even if she says noisy, I'm troubled. It's not like I make a sound every time we kiss, but sometimes it just slips out. Even if you say that. So, let's practice so you don't make a sound when we kiss. If you make a sound, someone might find out sometimes. Who would find out? I wanted to ask, but before that, her face came closer. As I couldn't help but close my eyes, as my vision was blocked, my other senses became sharper. The sticky sound of our tongues entwining, her warmth. The fingers on my head were surprisingly slender. Even though we could touch more when we held hands, now it was the hottest and had the most presence. I almost let out a sound, but I desperately held it in. Endure, endure, endure. Even so, this kiss didn't end. The last one was just a brief kiss, but now it was so long I wondered if it would last forever. It was long, too long, so long that I almost forgot how to breathe, and even that Mimi and I were separate individuals, and our existences mixed together. Senpai. Mimi, who was trying to keep me quiet, made a sound. It was like a whisper, and it pierced through me. Yuika-senpai. Being called by my name, while being kissed, made me not know what to do. I was on the borderline between my usual self and a different self, but every time her breath touched my skin, I tilted towards the different self. After I couldn't pinpoint myself anymore, I didn't understand anything. Please feel me more and more. I feel like she said the same thing before. Even if she doesn't say it, I can't help but feel it. I feel everything about this girl in front of me, Mimi Hanafusa. By the time I couldn't tell the time anymore, she finally separated her lips from mine. At this moment, she looked both alluring and composed, not like a younger girl. Mimi really is something else. That's so unfair. Didn't you say I couldn't make a sound? That only applies to you, senpai. It has nothing to do with me. Unfair. Yes, I'm a kuhai, and a little sister character. She laughed softly, and then reached out her hand. This must be the signal for, the kissing and no sound practice is over, let's go play. Really, really unfair. It's unfair, but I really can't hate that about her, so I took her hand. If one day I could become more composed and surprise Mimi, it's probably impossible. Side story 4, her tie. Color is something that can have a big impact on the whole, with just a slight change. For example, hair color, accent colors, and the color of a tie. Yuika-senpai, you're too restless. If you need to go to the restroom, it's over there. That's not it. You're asking because you know, aren't you? Of course. Because you were so nervous, Yuika-senpai, I couldn't help but. I can't calm down. I'm extremely restless. After school as usual, I came to a street a little far from school with Mimi to play. There's no problem with that in itself. Lately, Mimi and I have been to many places to play, but there's one thing that's different from usual, and that is, does a first year's tie make you this restless? Of course it does. It's embarrassing if my friends see it, and it feels strange. That's right. Right now, I'm wearing a spare tie she gave me. Even though it's just red changed to yellow, it feels like I'm not used to wearing the uniform. Just like the first time I wore it. Why did it turn out like this? Why are you making me wear this tie? Hee, I wonder why. To cover something up maybe. I felt like she gave a very dark smile for a moment. I couldn't help but tilt my head. After you tie my tie for me once, senpai, I'll probably be happy when I tie it myself next time. So senpai, please enjoy it and fill this tie with memories. Why you're hopeless. When she said that, I couldn't refuse. I want to grant Mimi's wishes as much as possible. We walked around the streets holding hands like that. Sometimes we would go into a shop to look at miscellaneous goods, sometimes we would look at clothes. This is nice, it would suit. Mimi stopped mid-sentence. Sorry, seeing that tie, I thought you were a friend of the same grade. It's fine, you don't have to use honorifics. Let's be friends of the same grade today. I see. Then, Yuika. My heart skipped a beat. Being called by my name like this, it's different from when Najisa calls me, and there's a different kind of throb in my heart. Her voice is so soft and sweet. You're so cute today too, Yuika. The same, but different way of complimenting as Najisa. She touched my hair with the hand she wasn't holding. My heart was beating so fast it wouldn't stop, and I didn't know how fast it would beat, and I even thought it might explode if this continued. Mimi, do you usually interact with your friends like this? Ahaha, you really think so? I'm only like this with you, Yuika. My heart hurts. Why does Mimi do things that are so bad for my heart? I thought, and her face came closer. Here? No, but I don't dislike it. After all, if it's Mimi. Yuika. Is her. At that moment, I heard a familiar voice and couldn't help but look in that direction. The person who appeared there was Yuzuha, holding a game-related item. No way, I thought, and she looked back and forth between the yellow tie and our faces, then hurriedly left. Because of that, I didn't even have time to clear up the misunderstanding. Needless to say, the next day, she laughed at me a lot. Even if she complimented me on wearing a first-year's tie, I wasn't happy at all. Sigh. End of Volume 1.